questions, to make decisions faster. That comes with experience, right? And we're looking at how both in warfighter academics and our leader training programs at the CTC is really get with commanders and other staff officers and NCOs, like the prompt engineering aspect of it, how to ask better questions to get the information, the data you need to make an informed decision faster than your adversary. So that's a whole academic aspect in of itself. And that's kind of like how we're participating as Forces Command, really through the operational experience, the art and science of warfare.
Right. And do you see, like, generationally, do you see where there's a breakdown? I mean, I kind of already know the answer to this, but can you kind of expand on that? Like, generationally, where do you see that there's more challenges with understanding the officers and the NCO's role in that space versus where the soldiers already kind of have this understanding of data centricity?
The data centricity aspect. I mean, we got soldiers that are kind of like, I'm going to say they're digital natives, but they're savvy in itself is because of the proliferation of smart devices and everything else, right? We have soldiers that learn how to code through YouTube in their rooms to like already joining the Army with degrees. They're just interested in it, right? I think to the point where I just made previously is it's your exposure to it, to be honest with you. And the more that we operate in this space and the more we get into our formations and the more we train on it, because AI is just another unmanned system. Like all the other unmanned systems we're fielding across the Army, and like all things that we get fielded in our formation, we have to train with and on it.
Right.
And that's just another thing we have to continuously do and get better at.
No, and I think it's great, Brian, that you brought up the electronic footprint, because I think a lot of times people don't think about that. It's the cell phones, the smartwatches. Like, I remember when I was at the cyber school, when we brought EW, electronic warfare, into the cyber branch as part of our branch. At that time, we were sending to the CTCs electronic warfare soldiers, and they would pull up on maps and show all of the leaders, like, this is what, and it was, as you can all imagine, it was like a Christmas tree. The entire thing, they were like in the box, and the entire box was lit up. And so teaching that discipline, not only at home station, but at CTC before we go into the fight is critical. And it's something that I think people don't really think about until they're in that scenario.
Yeah, and what Ray's doing in PME is also highlighting that and making sure that they get the principles first, right?
Right.
We're doing that in basic combat training, and we're doing it in our professional military education. The thing that's really interesting about this whole space is, and the SMA sort of hit on it a little bit a few minutes ago in the fireside chat, and TJ really sparked my thought on this. Our soldiers, when we think about our next generation command and control as an example, it is a interface and a user interface and a user experience that's very common to something that they would see before.
Right.
Or they have seen before when they pull up their iPhone, or they pull up their Android phone, or they use their ATAC device. It's very, very similar in that.
So it's
with that
intuitive.
respect, right? Like if you go to Google Maps, you know what you're going to see on Google Maps. We want to make sure that when they click on what they think is the common operating picture, the application for the common operating picture, it's very intuitive to them. It's very common to them, and they understand it, and the interface just makes sense to them.
Right.
This doesn't take a lot of training, and our focus on next generation command and control is it can't be something that takes us to develop a school in TRADOC to be able to get this as us to be proficient at it.
Right.
And be able to operate it in the harshest of conditions,
right,
in a contested environment against a determined enemy, and we can use it to make more decisions better and faster. And when we get the feedback from soldiers, from the 18th Airborne Corps, from the 82nd, from the 1st Cab that were just at Project Convergence, they're like, "Hey, we want more of this. This is so intuitive to us. This is so easy. It's so common. The interface looks like something I've seen on my bat phone before, and I can just go through it, and it takes a matter of hours to train them how to do a fire mission, as an example,
right,
where FATADs, if you can get it to work, might take 6 months. All right. Nothing against FATADs. Well, maybe a little bit against FATADs. But my point is it's got to be intuitive. It's
right,
got to be faster. It's got to be easier for them to do, and it can't cost us hours and days and months of training to be able to integrate it at the tactical edge. It's got to be quick and fast and easy.
No, that's great. Okay, well, thank you so much for all of your comments. I think everybody here probably, I would assume, learned a lot. I know I did. So thank you, as always, for your time, gentlemen. And thank you for the participation in the room and such a candid conversation on such a complex topic as the Army is transforming. Transformation and change is always hard. So knowing that we have senior leaders that understand how that needs to happen at Echelon is critical to success. For everyone in the room, AMC is not here, at least on the panel today. Army Magazine, a little shout out to Army Magazine. There's a lot in this. There's articles in here about how Material Command is delivering combat effective formations and what they're doing in their role. So please, you can go online and read the articles about what AMC is doing. One more thing, registration is now open for the Army 10 miler. And there are SMA quote books, Army of the Army quote books in the lobby area on a table. So please feel free to grab one or two or 5 on your way out, because I don't want to take a box of books home. So thank you so much for today. Army Strong.
Let's hear it. These NCOs are unbelievable. The backbone of the Army. Thanks, sir. Just a great job. Just amazing. Hey, thanks again. Truly incredible presentation. So we have a reminder, there'll be some bonus content right after this, just in about 15 minutes. General Rainey will be doing the Strategic Land Power Dialogue. It's an AUSA, Center for Strategic International Studies joint effort. It usually is done in D.C. at CSIS headquarters, but we'll do it here since everybody's here. And Dr. Tom Carrico will be with General Rainey, and you're welcome to watch. It's also being streamed live on their YouTube channel. So a little bonus info. The exhibit halls are remaining open until 1700 tonight. And again, there's refreshments over there. Tomorrow morning, breakfast and all the coffee service will be at 0800. We'll start at 09 with General Rainey with a keynote presentation, which will be great. And we've got a great panel and a final keynote. And then, again, a tremendous job today, really amazing, but it's going to be even better tomorrow. So you won't want to miss it. So this concludes programs for today. But again, the exhibit hall is open until 1700. Head on over there. And I hope to see you tonight at the Rocket City Bash. There's always a great event. That starts right around 5. And I hope to see you there at the Rocket City Bash. Thanks.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the Honorable Mr. Pete Hegseth, Secretary of Defense.
追悼の言葉、ピート・ヘグセス国防長官、お願いいたします。
What a beautiful morning. To Prime Minister Ishiba, Defense Minister Nakatani, ministers, Diet members, members of Congress, Japanese and U.S. military leaders, and most importantly, those who fought here and their descendants. It is an absolute honor and a privilege to be with you here today. I'm humbled to pilgrim, there's no other way to put it, to this hallowed ground. Over 80,000 Marines, soldiers, and sailors from our 2 countries fought at Iwo Jima. More than 26,000 died here. Today, we revere their courage. Today, we remember their valor and their sacrifice. Those who fought here, they had faith and they had belief. Faith and a belief in the idea that what they were fighting for and what they were defending was right. Faith and belief in their country. Faith and belief in their comrades. And today, in their everlasting memory, we recommit ourselves to faith and belief in our alliance and to peace. You see, Iwo Jima embodies our shared warrior ethos, our shared devotion to nation and to duty, and our shared reverence for the men of valor who preceded us. Because of its strategic location between the Marianas and the home islands, Iwo Jima was destined for battle. Anticipating this fight, the Japanese commander, General Kuribayashi, led his soldiers and sailors with stoicism, determination, and bravery. He knew his troops. He understood his opponent. He recognized how to use this island's terrain to his advantage. For 8 long months, Japanese forces tirelessly prepared defenses across and below this landscape. Love for their families and loyalty to their country motivated and sustained them as they built countless fighting and artillery positions, dug miles of tunnel, 11 miles, and endured Spartan conditions. Before the battle, General Kuribayashi told his soldiers, "We shall defend this place with all our strength to the end." And they did just that. When the battle came, they fought fiercely against a larger foe for far longer than anyone expected. Like their battlefield opponents, American Marines and sailors, they expected a tough fight, but none could predict just how tough it would be. During 36 days of pitched battle, our Marines fought yard by yard, often hand by hand. They prevailed. They prevailed because each Marine did his duty. Each Marine gave his all. Each Marine refused to give up. Warriors, each and every one of them. 22 of them earned the Medal of Honor, the highest award for valor in our country. One was Private First Class Doug Jacobson. In an hour-long fight on Hill 382, he single-handedly knocked out 16 Japanese positions, risking it all. He used rifles, grenades, even a bazooka, anything he could find to protect his fellow Marines. His actions, they opened up a gap in the Hill's defenses for the Marines to push through. Years later, he said, and I quote, "I don't know how I did it. You charge ahead and you do what you have to do." You know, I heard much the same from my men in other far-flung places. He, like so many, was a common American with uncommon courage. He served another 20 years and fought in Korea and Vietnam. Looking back, he recalled, however, nothing ever matched the ferocity of Iwo. Marines like Private Jacobson didn't face this ferocious fight alone. Victory at Iwo Jima was a full spectrum effort. Soldiers arrived as reinforcements. Navy corpsmen cared for fallen Marines amidst the fighting. Four of those corpsmen also received the Medal of Honor. Navy Seabees repaired the island's vital airfields. And only 13 days into the fight, with fierce battles raging, the first damaged B-29 landed here instead of ditching into the ocean. By the war's end, over 2,200 bombers had made emergency landings right here where we all arrived this morning. In the battle for Iwo Jima, nearing its end, the Japanese general assured his men, "The glorious exploits that you have carried out will never be forgotten." We are here today because we have not forgotten. We have not forgotten the honor and valor of our Japanese and our American warriors. And we reaffirm the general's pledge. Our Marines, our soldiers, our sailors from both Japan and the United States, their service and their sacrifice will never be forgotten. Though nearly all, not all, but nearly all, who so bravely fought here are gone, their hallowed memory lives on. And we are so many that some, so grateful that some are still with us here today. Their memory lives on here along the black sand beaches, here atop Mount Suribachi, and here in the tunnels and caves across the island. Their memory also lives on in the bond between our people and our countries. 40 years ago, at the very first reunion of honor, a defender of Mount Suribachi, Komatsu Yoshio, he met Wayne Bellamy, a Marine veteran of Iwo Jima. Bellamy remarked, "I was one of the first troops that landed at the base of Suribachi." To which Komatsu replied with a smile, "Yesterday's enemy, today's friend." The U.S.-Japan alliance shows those brave men of 1945 how yesterday's enemy has become today's friend. Our alliance has been and remains the cornerstone of freedom, prosperity, security, and peace in the Indo-Pacific, and it will continue. As we remember the many who gave their lives here for the peace we now enjoy, let us recommit ourselves to our friendship and to our alliance. Our unity and our shared purpose is what strengthens us. They strengthened us as together we strive to provide a peaceful future for our children and our grandchildren. Simply put, I am grateful to be with this incredible group of men and allies here today. Humbled to be in the presence of such heroes. Humbled to think I have a 14-year-old son, it's my oldest son, that in just 4 years, he could have been one of those men asked to do such a thing. And I asked myself, could he? Would he? Do we raise such men? And together, may we commit ourselves to raising such men, that at a tender young age, we'll stand up and choose to fight for freedom. We are all proud to bear brief witness to the bravery, courage, and sacrifice that occurred on this battlefield. Heroes were forged here. Their memory reminds us of the horrors and the costs of war. Their brave example inspires us and steels our resolve. If they could serve so selflessly, so can we. Sweat running down my forehead. Imagine how it felt there, those days on this island 80 years ago. If they could summon the courage to face such a fearsome foe, so can we. If they could so completely dedicate themselves to their countries, to their families, and to each other, so can we. We are fortunate to stand here together, shoulder to shoulder as friends and allies, living their legacy of honor. May Almighty God bless our allies. And may Almighty God and the grace and mercies of our Savior, Jesus Christ, always surround our American warriors. Thank you, and God bless.
Well, my career started in 1976 when I went to West Point. Came out of West Point and was a field artillery officer for 8 years. And then in 1988, the Acquisition Corps started because of mandate by Congress. And each of the branches were asked to nominate people to come automatically into Acquisition Corps. I was the only one who was qualified. You had to have your fully qualified within a branch, which for our field artillery was difficult because you had to have a command and you had to have an overseas assignment. Plus, I had a hard science degree. I had a master's in nuclear engineering. So I met the prerequisites and I was interested, and so that's how I switched over. And then from 1988 till actually today, even though I retired 7 years ago, I've still been supporting the unit for the last 7 years. So it's 47 years now. Well, out of my 40 years, I spent 17 of them in command. So it's quite a lot of time. And focusing on the acquisition side of the house, which is what this award is for, that's from 1988 on. My first assignment was with Harry Diamond Laboratories, which doesn't exist anymore. It used to be part of an organization called LabCom, which is now the Army Research Laboratory. So I was down in a circle around DC. I was the only military officer in the unit. This was my first assignment with civilians. So learned a lot about government civilians and contractors, and as a captain when I first joined. And because I was the only military and the only one that had the prerequisites for the security clearances, when we did Desert Shield and Desert Storm, I was the interface between the Defense Intelligence Agency, Israel, and Army Research Laboratory, as we did what was called Scud hunting, looking to find the Scuds and protecting Israel from attack. Well, the fondest memories are always around people, but I'll talk organizations. There are 3 assignments that I really enjoyed having. My first one was as a PM for the Multiple Launch Rocket System. Major system, 7 different foreign countries involved in it as a young lieutenant colonel. It was a 5-nation program management. I had a PM from Germany, Italy, France, and the United Kingdom as part of my staff. And so we fielded to 13 units, and actually I was in the job for 5 years. It really taught me acquisition because it had some part of the program in every life cycle of acquisition. Some new development, some remanufacturing, some sustainment, some getting rid of the system because it's been around for a while. And just learning that and having bosses that allowed me to manage it the way you hope to get a manager, give you good advice and then let you go run with it, let you fail if that's what occurs, which is okay. Learn from it and then continue going on. So I learned an awful lot about acquisition then, and that just helped me keep going in other assignments. Biggest challenges for acquisition is balancing all the balls, and I like to keep it simple and just talk to the three legs of the stool. The acquisition part, which most acquisition people know about, the money part, which is the hardest thing to really manage, and then the requirement side of the house. If you don't have the 3 of those coming together, then you don't have a program. You're always fighting the process. You're not getting money in time. You're losing money. You go to a test and you don't have a requirement, so you're not looking at the right thing at the test. You don't have a requirement, and you're not asking the contractor to build the right thing because it changes. And so just balancing that has always been the hardest construct, whether it be a new program, whether during Iraq and Afghanistan, we had things called quick reaction programs. Quick requirements coming in from a unit or whatever. Well, PEO IWS, my last command, had 123 of those systems for the war. That's more than the other 11 PEOs put together. So managing that, because it's not part of the normal acquisition process, fielding it. Every Friday morning I was on video conference with the theater, because I had 7,000 people in the theater, either in Iraq or Afghanistan, supporting the soldiers. I was in charge of the 123 balloons that went around the circle of Afghanistan, over 100 intelligence aircraft. We built a unit while we were there called the 116th MI Brigade down in Fort Gordon, which is aircraft analysis. And so we had DSIGs, which is a collection of information downrange, piped it over the air to Fort Gordon, had analysts review it, and before the next time the command needed something, it gave them an analysis report for 700 plus different sensor systems. And so, working those type of things and the challenges and working it, but it all comes down to balancing the cost, schedule, and performance, which is requirements, acquisition, and dollars. Invest back into the future of the people that work for you. You get to know them, get to understand their strengths and weaknesses, help them get training for the weaknesses, help to enhance the strengths, mentor them when they need it, be frank with them when you're giving an evaluation, and just stay with the people. So I've had people from my times, early 80s, that I still mentor and talk to her, and that's the investment back in, not for your benefit, but for the benefit of the organization.
I am Sergeant First Class Alvarez. I'm with the 317th Military Police Battalion out of Tampa, Florida. So I thought it was going to be more of like a fit camp, right? I anticipated coming here and doing 2 whole weeks of PT. It has been some physical fitness, but we've done all 5 of the pillars of holistic health and fitness. We've touched on the nutrition aspect, done a few spiritual things. I really enjoyed the nutrition aspect of it, the little things that we could do to improve our lifestyle. I know I don't incorporate a lot of stretching or warm-ups, and I think that doing those will really help me maintain a better physique. I hope that they offer it a lot more. I think there's a lot of soldiers that could benefit from this. It's by far some of the best training that I think I've had.
On the pullman. You got it. Yeah, there you go.
How does the FDA determine the reliability of TBI diagnostic devices?
Did you know that TBI diagnostic devices must go through extensive FDA reviews before they can go on market? The FDA has safeguards in place to ensure that these TBI diagnostic devices are safe and effective for patients. The FDA thoroughly reviews clinical data on the device's ability to diagnose and treat TBI. That is, the device's ability to accurately determine who does and who does not have traumatic brain injury. For TBI diagnostic devices, most go through a regulatory pathway called FDA 510(k) notification. And that is, the device has to show that it's substantially equivalent to another device on the market. The FDA will review data on the device's design and materials to ensure that holistically the device is safe to use. Once a device goes to market, the FDA will monitor the device to ensure that it is continuously safe for patients.
What are the limits of FDA-cleared TBI diagnostics, and how can they improve?
The good news is there are now a number of devices that can help to identify when a TBI has occurred. But there's still a lot of room for improvement. Effects of one brain injury can be very different from another, and so we need more than just a TBI diagnosis if we're going to deliver personalized treatments. Most of the devices that are currently available aren't necessarily designed to separate out different kinds of problems in brain function or to track recovery over time. After mild TBI, most patients will get normal results on those devices within a week or sooner, but actual brain recovery often continues for up to 90 days. If we were able to effectively track brain recovery across this full time frame, we could use this to tailor treatment plans and potentially help them recover better and faster. Whether we're talking about diagnosis or tracking recovery, some more research and development is needed so that we can make sure we have accurate results in the right place at the right time. For example, some blood biomarkers require special lab equipment that's not widely available, and they may not provide immediate results. Meanwhile, many other devices that measure cognitive performance, pupil response, or brain activity are affected by common conditions like stress, pain, or sleep deprivation, which could result in misdiagnosis.
What is the importance of testing TBI devices in military settings?
In many ways, battlefield brain assessment is the ultimate challenge because the brain is the most complex organ and the battlefield is one of the most demanding and unpredictable places. So if you have a device that was designed to be used in a hospital or even on the sidelines, it might not be suitable for use in military settings. Usually gear that gets deployed needs to meet really stringent requirements for things like heat and cold, impact and vibration, as well as size, weight, and electrical requirements. On top of that, you need to be prepared for injured service members to have a variety of injuries and medical conditions, and potentially high levels of stress, pain, or sleep deprivation, which could skew the results. So when we're evaluating whether a device might be useful for battlefield TBI diagnosis, we'll want to take a close look at the validation research so that we can see what the evidence says about how that device performs in all these different situations. And even then, before rolling a device out on a large scale, we'll want to get detailed feedback from experienced military providers who have had a chance to test the device in realistic battlefield environments.
What are some key advancements in TBI diagnostics over the past 25 years? Blastosimeters.
This is an Army helmet that was developed with blastosimeters on it. This was developed about 2008. And as soldiers in Iraq and Afghanistan were sustaining trauma from IED blast, These were very different because, unlike most explosions, which are either overhead or from the side, a lot of soldiers were being wounded by blasts that were from beneath them. And this created a different dynamic. And with the injury, they were trying to figure out, well, what exactly are these soldiers being exposed to? So this is a standard Army combat helmet. There's a blast dosimeter on the back. And then on the inside of the helmet, on the top of it, I think you can see it, there's kind of a little dosimeter right buried inside the helmet. And it took the reading. So when a soldier was wounded in an explosion, they had data of exactly what the overpressure was from the explosion. And just these are things that could help develop better helmets for soldiers, better protective gear, and also help them in the treatment of a wounded soldier.
What are some key advancements in TBI diagnostics over the past 25 years? iSync.
This is an early version of the iSync. It was developed by a company, a Boston startup. It was developed through a grant from the U.S. Army Medical Material Development Command. And what they were trying to determine was develop something that could be used in the front line in austere environments to help determine if a person was fit for duty. What it relied on was a series of lights inside this. You looked inside the headset, and there was a series of lights that went in a perfect circle. Your eye is going to follow it. And what this device did was it followed your eye. If everything was fine, you had a circle. But if you had something like fatigue or traumatic brain injury, your eye would not necessarily follow it perfectly. And by seeing the pattern on there, you could kind of get an idea of what was going on with the person, determine whether they needed further evaluation or not.
How do FDA-cleared TBI diagnostic devices support clinical decisions?
There are several categories of FDA-cleared devices that helped assist in the diagnosis of TBI. So first of all, there's neuroimaging. When we talk about neuroimaging, we talk about the CT scan, which is widely available, and it gives rapid results that can help rule out such things as hemorrhages, contusions, or even skull fractures. Next, there are blood biomarkers, specifically GFAP and UCHL1. Now, these are considered markers of neuronal injury. And while there are several systems out there, the iStat Alinity system is a device that is currently being used by the military to aid in the evaluation of service members that may have sustained a mild traumatic brain injury, and also to help determining whether or not CT scan is indicated. Now, these test results come from whole blood. You can get results in about 15 minutes. And it can be used up to 24 hours post-injury. So there are two other devices that I'd like to talk about, the first of which is the infrascanner. Now, the infrascanner is a near-infrared spectroscopy, or NIRS device, that is used to detect the presence of extraaxial blood, such as a subdural or epidural hematoma. And it can also aid in determining whether or not a CT is necessary. This device is currently being used by some units downrange in the military, and can help provide valuable information as to whether or not a service member may need medical evaluation. Lastly, there's BrainScope. Now, BrainScope is an FDA-cleared quantitative electroencephalogram device, or QEEG device, that is used as an adjunctive diagnostic aid in determining the likelihood of CT-detectable intracranial abnormalities within 72 hours post-injury, and it's based on changes in electrical activity of the brain.
What are biomarkers, and how do they aid brain injury assessment?
Generally, biomarkers are defined as indicators of a biological process. The most commonly studied types of biomarkers for TBI include blood biomarkers, eye tracking metrics, and electrophysiological changes, or changes in the electrical activity of the brain. And the FDA has cleared several devices in each of these three categories for aiding the evaluation of people with a suspected head injury.
How can biomarker tests guide return to duty decisions?
Blood biomarkers are proteins that are released into a bloodstream after there's been brain cell damage and are indications of neuronal injury. But specifically, they're used in the acute setting to help aid in the diagnosis of TBI. And while it's possible to measure these levels over time, and certainly if the levels go down back to normal, it may indicate brain healing. Currently, there's no indication for their use in determination of whether or not someone should go back to full duty. In the military, we recommend using the progressive return to activity, which is an evidence-based stepwise approach to safely increasing activity before someone gets cleared to go back to full duty. And once they're ready to go back to full duty, we recommend using both a physical and cognitive screening exam to ensure medical readiness. So for now, blood biomarkers need more research before they're used in determination for return to duty.
What are the key challenges in using biomarkers to diagnose TBI?
One of the current challenges with using biomarkers to assess TBI is timing. For example, evidence suggests that the currently FDA-cleared blood biomarkers for assessing TBI are most accurate when they're measured within the first 24 to 48 hours after the injury. Beyond this period, they become less accurate at detecting a TBI. Another challenge is that sometimes changes in these markers can be detected in people who have not had a brain injury, leading to false positive results. And this is because many factors, including exercise and other medical conditions, can also affect these markers. And this is one reason the currently FDA-cleared biomarker assessments should not be used as standalone tools and should instead be combined with a routine clinical evaluation to make a definitive TBI diagnosis.
How does military research advance biomarkers and TBI diagnostics?
Military research is driving innovation in TBI biomarker development by investigating ways to use and adapt these tools to military-relevant environments. That includes austere environments and conditions of prolonged field care. For example, research is looking at ways to make these clinic-based assessments more portable and easier to use in these environments while maintaining diagnostic accuracy. Ultimately, the goal for the future is to be able to use these assessments to quickly evaluate warfighters for brain injury and get them the care that they need faster.
So I was working in industry and I found out that the Army was hiring at the Evans area, Fort Monmouth, which I didn't even know existed. So I went down there, interviewed for a job, and I accepted a job as an engineer in the SIGINT division of EW Arista, working on the guardrail program. And it was a great job, great opportunity, fascinating time in terms of systems development, and worked with a lot of great people, had a lot of great mentors. We developed some cutting edge technologies for the Army, had a lot of mentors. A lot of them are actually in the Hall of Fame. Many of them were here today. And then eventually moved to Fort Monmouth, the main post, and worked for PM Signal Warfare for several years, also on the guardrail program and other airborne programs. And then eventually I went back to I2WD and I worked in the Information Operations Division during a good time. It was post 9/11. And we had dozens of QRCs and development programs that were fielding important technology for the warfighter. And it was a pretty intense period with a lot of things going on. I think I had some of the best engineering jobs that the Army could offer anybody. As the technical manager and assistant program manager for the guardrail system, it was a unique capability to have for a young engineer. And then later on, I would move on to manage a defense cryptologic program for the Army that spanned multiple systems, platforms, and technologies. And we developed technology in conjunction with the other service labs and program offices and platform offices. And it was an exciting time period. And then later on, I moved over to PM Signal Warfare and was involved in a lot of joint service studies and efforts, things like the Precision SIGINT Targeting System, SIGINT Mix Study, electronic attack studies, that many of which are still influencing operations today. And then eventually back down to I2WD in the IO division. I have a lot of fond memories, probably too many to list. The first one was when I first started working guardrail. I went out to Moffett Field in California, and I watched a guardrail aircraft take off for the first time, and it lumbered down the runway. The antennas were whistling from the wind, and then I saw that tail boom antenna rotate into position, and right then I knew this was a great program to work on. Later on, there was a study that the Office of the Secretary of Defense undertook where they recommended terminating guardrail and replacing it with satellites and UAVs, in particular the Global Hawk. So there was a year-long study done in the National Capital Region that I had to go down every week for. And we had to provide all kinds of technical data sheets. We poured over technical data. We disputed the results of their modeling and simulation. We questioned some of their assumptions on future technology and the ability of Global Hawk to do the guardrail mission. It was pretty contentious and heated at times, but in the end, we prevailed, and guardrail not only went on, but prospered as a program for many decades after that. So we had difficulties, programmatic and technical, but in terms of what the soldiers had to face on a daily basis, I wouldn't really consider them challenges. At one point on the guardrail program, we were running multiple production programs for various subsystems, and we were doing integration and flight testing. And all of a sudden, we had to do quick reaction capabilities for systems that were getting deployed to CENTCOM. So basically, in 6 months, we had to do all the research. We had to identify technologies. We had to do the contracting. We had to get them implemented in the system, get it flight tested and fielded, which we actually did and accomplished within 6 months while doing all these other programs. So that was a pretty significant effort that we undertook. And as a team, we got it done when most folks didn't think we could get it done in 6 months. Over my 40 years of working for the Army, I've had a lot of mentors, and I really appreciate the mentors that I've had. I think about 12 of them that I've had are in the Hall of Fame themselves. And I would offer to anybody just starting or that's been working for the Army for a while, take time to recognize your mentors, especially before they're gone, and do the same thing for people that are coming on after you. Take time to share your experiences, your lessons learned, mentor young engineers, because this is very important to the Army. I mean, I've known men with decades of experience and historical knowledge who it was never written down for prosperity. And when they were gone, that information was gone. I can remember going to my division chief every time a contractor or a government agency had a new idea or way of doing things. And I would ask him, and he'd say, well, we tried that and it didn't work. Or we did try that, but instead we did this instead and it did work.
My name is Private First Class Charles Ott. I'm the driver for Alpha 1-2. I am PFC Robert McRae. I'm the driver for Bravo 1-2. We are doing the brigade best box to see who goes to the best red light competition, which is throughout the whole Army. People come from all over to compete. So the first event, or first day, is the ACFT and the land nav. That's it. And the second day, you move into the artillery tables 2 to 5. Then the third day is the 12-mile ruck and the stress firing range. I think it went really great. It shows your weaknesses, where you need to improve. It also shows where you're strong at, and just keep working on it. It has good parts and bad parts. We figured out what we need to improve on for the best red light competition. I think overall we did pretty good.
My name is Luke Wisnicki. I'm a hydraulic engineer at the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers. In addition to being a hydraulic engineer, I also work with our dive team here. However, we're not limited to Buffalo, go all around the world.
I'm John Kubiak. It's just great that we could work in an office, but also do things like this, go underwater and see and inspect different things. And
yeah, it definitely is one of the coolest jobs out there, because how often do you even get outside of the office? But we are able to take the knowledge we have and that we learned in school and that we apply in our day-to-day jobs take it underwater, know what we're looking at, and help people make decisions about the life of these structures, the safety, and like I said, it takes us to go cool places.
We've been to Florida together. We've already been to a lot of cool places. We've only been engineers for a couple of years, so.
Yeah, it's cool that they give too opportunities to new engineers. Him and I are both less than 2 years with the Corps, and we're already learning so much and going so many cool places, applying the knowledge immediately right out of school. I do love being an engineer. You get to help the communities around us too with who we work for. It's just able to, like I said, apply the knowledge and help people. That's what I love about being an engineer.
It's great to work with people and get to know them and be a team together. We get the project done. We get whatever we need to do done, and it's very rewarding.
The team will be successful this year due to the enormous amount of talent that we have and the drive and the heart, that teamwork and that camaraderie that help, drive us and push us forward.
I think the USAR team will do great. We have so many personnel with so much experience. I just want to be better and challenge myself.
For the team, the goal is to do our best. At the end of the day, for me, the most important thing is that you learn and you take the critiques and use them to better prepare for future competitions. But overall, the morale is high. The team is doing great.
See that? Beautiful.
I had great mentors teaching me how can I be better, how can I do better plating, better presentation, choosing my ingredients carefully. That way I can impress the judges.
We definitely would love to see more soldiers joining the team. We could benefit so much from sharing our knowledge with junior 92 Golfs. If I can show them that I did it, they'll be more inclined to follow.
All right, who you representing? 87th Training Division, ready to serve. Hoorah! 91st Training Division, Powder River. Clear! 78th Lightning Division, Ambassador. Blackhawks, Liberators.
84th Training Command, Rail Splitters.
Try hard!
From the beginning, the focus of Army dentistry has been on prevention, education, quality care, and research. And from our beginning, the Dental Corps has advanced hand in hand with the broader profession. Throughout its history, the Corps has been abetted by organized dentistry. Sometimes the broader profession is led, and sometimes it has been the Army Dental Corps. But there is no doubt that dentistry came of age when dental officers were commissioned. This event made dentistry a full-fledged partner in the delivery of vital healthcare services. No individual is more responsible for the Corps' early success than the father of Army dentistry, Dr. John S. Marshall. His life epitomized service and set the standard for all who followed him. On February 18, 1901, Dr. Marshall began his duties as a contract dental surgeon for the Army. He left much behind to begin his new duties. He was a highly esteemed leader of the dental and medical professions. His textbooks were standard at dental schools across the nation, and he had been founding dean of the Department of Dentistry at Northwestern University. He was willing to risk prestige and station to assume the humble and precarious position of contractor to serve soldiers and advance his beloved profession. and he was just shy of his 55th birthday. Nobody has risked so much to be part of Army dentistry. Fortunately, his life experiences up to the point of his becoming a contract dental surgeon made him the perfect founding father of Army dentistry. While Marshall was distinguishing himself in his profession, the American Dental Association was pressing to create a cadre of dental surgeons for the Army and Navy. In fact, its efforts extend back to its first convention in Washington, D.C. in 1860, when it petitioned Congress to create a dental establishment for the services. Unfortunately, it was 41 years before limited success was achieved. The acquisition of far-flung territories in the aftermath of the Spanish-American War finally made military dental surgeons a necessity that could no longer be argued. So, on February the 2nd, 1901, Congress provided for the establishment of a cadre of contract dental surgeons. Dr. Marshall was appointed president of the Supervising and Examining Board of Army Dentists, beginning his duties on February the 18th, 1901. He led the selection of 30 core contract dental surgeons and established the standards for the nation's contract corps. From the beginning, his mission focus was on excellent care, disease prevention, education and training, and research. His efforts came to full fruition on March the 3rd, 1911, when the commissioning of dental officers was authorized by law. Dr. Marshall was the first to be commissioned, but immediately placed on the retired rolls as he had reached the mandatory retirement age of 65. Hence, he never held the title of Corps Chief, but he is still honored as the founding chief of the Army Dental Corps. In the ensuing years, a number of officers have held the title of Dental Corps Chief. They have held differing ranks and titles and faced different challenges, but each has advanced the mission first elucidated by Dr. Marshall. Each chief was selected for this position by virtue of professional excellence, demonstrated leadership, and the completion of appropriate military education. The chief is responsible for the professional standards of the Corps. The officers listed on this stone have ensured the highest level of professional excellence in the provision of dental services for the Army.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We'll go ahead and get started with our next panel. The panel topic is Future of Army Watercraft. It will be moderated by Colonel Will Arnold, Chief of the Transportation Branch. Panel members are Major General Michael Lawler, TACOM Commanding General, Brigadier General Shane Upton, AFC Contested Logistics CFT Commander, and CW5 Nicholas Laverte, CASCOM Chief Warrant Officer.
Test. Hey, good afternoon. I'm Colonel Will Arnold, Chief of Transportation. I've got my esteemed colleagues up here. We're going to give you, for some of you, it may be an education on Army watercraft. And for some of you who have been in the space, it'll provide you an opportunity to see and listen on where we're going with Army watercraft. And I'm gonna take the opportunity to kind of pull some of the threads that we heard about this morning with General Mohan. Started off at 8:30 this morning, and then from our transformation panel, some of our colleagues up here were part of that as well, to just use those threads and some of those use cases to talk about Army watercraft today, because we have a lot of opportunity in many different spaces with regards to watercraft. So So what I'll start off with is, as the chief of transportation, a couple hats that I wear. Not only am I the commandant of the school, where we have the Mariner training down at Fort Eustis at Joint Base Langley Eustis for our mariners. We got 2 MOSs for our enlisted, and we got 2 MOSs for our warrant officers. I'm also the transportation modernization proponent to bring to bear the full .mil-PF reality for this topic today, Army watercraft. Yes, Army has watercraft, and they are a very critical capability for our Army. So what I'd start off with is, what I'm going to do is I'm going to set the stage, kind of describe where we're going with our watercraft. I'm going to talk a little bit about where we're going with our strategy, not yet approved. And then I'm going to have each of our panelists describe what their expertise is and kind of what the role they play in not only supporting Army watercraft, but helping us develop the strategy going forward. I'll start off with something that I think General Mohan and the panel talked about today is, you heard General Donahue talk a little bit about, being transparent. And that's really why we're here, is to be transparent, because it's a partnership between the Army and industry to bring to bear capabilities into the future. And watercraft is no different than that. And so it's really about the outcomes that we're trying to achieve, not specific things within each of the portfolios. And so what I'm going to do is hopefully help describe the outcome that we're looking to achieve, and where we think industry and our commercial partners can help us get after different solutions and those type of things. So to set the stage, if you remember the vignette, if you were out there this morning, General Mohan talked about a vignette of a HIMARS being employed. So think, if you will, in a combatant commander's area of responsibility, where we are using a watercraft to employ maneuver forces and maneuver capabilities. Let's use HIMARS, for example, and we're taking our watercraft in that area of responsibility, and we're going to employ that capability and put it to shore so they conduct its mission on behalf of the combatant commander. And then once we have those forces employed, then a second task that we have with our Army watercraft, first task is in enabling maneuver of our forces. The second task is providing the capabilities and the reinforcement and the sustainment to keep those forces employed as they go about their maneuver and their functions. Most everybody is familiar with ground locks of communications. I see many faces in here, and I'm usually talking to everybody about trucks moving along the ground and providing distribution. Most everybody's familiar with our rotary wing capabilities and our fixed wing capabilities through our airlines of communication and providing that distribution. And then we have the Army watercraft, which is essential in some areas of responsibility, where we have to use our sea lines of communication to bring forces to land and to bring sustainment to land. And it's a critical capability that we're looking to capitalize on industry to help us modernize into the future. I think what's significant to understand is where Army craft operates is in intra-theater areas. So that's your operational and tactical zone. So as a strategic base brings forces and supplies into a theater of operation, you're going to have that strategic seam from the strategic modes of delivery, passing it to the theater commander, and our watercraft in some domains will play a critical role to get it off the strategic capabilities to shore, or once it's delivered to shore, or moving it between land masses, for example. Currently, there's a combined effort. I'm going to have Chief Lafferty talk a little bit about that, but within our watercraft governance body, we're working collectively on doing the final stages to deliver an Army watercraft strategy. And this is very important on how we're going to modernize the strategy into the future. So think, if you will, about the outcomes that I just described in the beginning and the outcomes that we're looking for. We heard this morning, terms like agility. And what I will talk to with regards to the outcomes with watercraft is those mission sets I described as being able to employ maneuver forces, being able to deliver sustainment within that area of operations, we need in our part of our watercraft strategy is to have that outcome, to have that agility. I liken it to having a bunch of different tools in the toolbox that we can employ in that dynamic distribution network that I just described. Sea lines of communication, air lines of communication, and ground lines of communication. And watercraft will be a connector of many of those different other modes and bringing that to bear. And it's going to be done through multiple different means and multiple different capabilities as we bring our strategy to bear. And we'll talk a little bit about what we think that looks like. Really, the purpose of the strategy is going to serve as a roadmap with the relevant Army watercraft capabilities, ensuring that we're properly aligning with the deliberate and the conceptual transformation that we're doing in the Army. And we heard a lot about that this week. Transformation and contact, deliberate transformation, and conceptual transformation. And so our strategy stays in line with those time horizons as we look into the now, near, and long-term future. This includes improving our readiness and the capabilities of the vessels that we have now and the capabilities that we have now. It includes looking at near-term gaps and where we can capitalize on capabilities that are out there, whether it's in our commercial sector or even in the partners and our allies. And it also looks at developing and looking at those new concepts and those new technologies that are out there to not only see what's out there from a watercraft vessel standpoint, but also the communications and the capabilities to synchronize all those distribution networks happening at one time, air, land, and water, that could be converging at one node at one time. And General Upton talked a little bit about that this morning. Is, problem statement is, how do we see all that? How do we mission command it? And how do we bring it to bear at any given time? What I will say is, as we finalize this strategy and bring to bear, while our current fleet is old, it still remains very relevant. But it's only one or two different tools in the toolbox, and we need a bunch of different tools to bring that agility that I talked about. Currently, we have our logistics support vessels, which are our flat bottom vessel capability. What do we have? About 26, 28 tanks we can put on the logistics support vessel. If you look at size-wise and what that looks like, able to move stuff in and around that intertheater lines of communication. We can bring it to a fixed port. We can bring it to beach and those type of capabilities. And then just below that, we have our landing craft utility that we have out in the field now. We've got old LCM-8s that are being replaced by the maneuver support vessel light, which is currently uploaded on a barge being towed to Hawaii right now with our first prototype. So we're going to send that prototype out to Hawaii with the capability. And so that capability right there is really new capability that we're bringing in that can maneuver in the tactical zone and maneuver forces very rapidly in and around the littoral areas. And so we're excited about that capability that's going to be pushed out to Hawaii, and ATSC is going to get to experiment with that to give us some feedback as we deliver that prototype. And so as we look at that current fleet that we talked about of the LSV, the LCU, as we bring on the maneuver support vessel light, and we have causeway capabilities that help us bring things ship to shore. We're looking for other tools in the toolbox, whether it's from a commercial off-the-shelf capability, such as the offshore support vessel that we see out there in industry, may have some capabilities that we can capitalize on and bring those to bear, or even looking at and watching very closely what our allies and partners are doing in the maritime domain, especially in the littoral areas, where we find the Army operations happening. But what I would tell you is, as we bring our strategy to bear, and as we look to start to finalize that strategy, we're going to look to industry to help us. And that's really what we're here, is describing that problem statement and what we think that looks like. And where do we need help? We need help to understand what are those advanced communication capabilities that I described, and how do we do that mission command, and how do we set up that architecture with all those different moving pieces, some of them autonomous, some of them not autonomous, and how do we bring that to bear? And we'll talk a little bit more about that. We're going to need to integrate different technologies for protection of our watercraft and our maritime missions, and detection of our watercraft and maritime missions as well. So being able to detect things underneath the water, and how do we employ that very rapidly, or be able to detect things up in the air that are coming at us. We're looking for help to understand how can we do littoral mapping without having to put mariners in the water to go figure out what beach gradients are, for example, to see if we can beach one of our watercraft. We're looking for capabilities that are out there to can do that rapidly, be able to use AI to feed decisions back into the mariner populations before we decide we're going to bring any vessel or any capabilities to a beach, for example. And then we're looking for autonomy capabilities and how can we bring autonomy to a separate vessel itself, or how can we bring autonomy on some of our vessels to help us do some of the tasks that our mariners do, so we can have them focused on the most important things like making good decisions and limiting the amount of the mundane tasks that some of our mariners have to do. And so with that, I wanted to take the opportunity to set the stage and describe where we're going with the Army watercraft, where we are now, where we think industry can help us. And then I'm going to turn it over to Chief Lafferty for him to introduce yourself, then General Upton, and then General Layler. Chief.
Thank you, sir. I want to thank everybody for coming out and spending some time with us as we talk about Army watercraft. I'm super biased, right? I'm a Marine deck officer by trade. This is what we do. I'm very excited about not only where Army watercraft is, but where the team is taking us across the board. So Colonel Arnold spoke about a toolbox. And I think before I get into my pre-described notes, I'm supposed to say, when he talks about a toolbox, be comfortable hearing fleet mix, right? We're not looking for our partners or support to the one item to solve all problems, right? We have to be more efficient and more effective than that. That's why we talk about a fleet mix that's manned, unmanned. Are we leveraging contracting support? Like, are we doing those things? Closer? All right. It's rarely that I have to be told to speak up. All right. So that's really what we're looking for. We're going to talk about the fleet mix, and then our teammates are probably going to hit on different aspects of that. I'm sure General Upton will. So the Army watercraft governance, the Army watercraft enterprise governance, is really about thinking differently about how we provide oversight for Army watercraft. And it's super important as we become more agile and more leaner that we have to be holistically more efficient. So one of the efforts, my previous position was at Headquarters DAG3 Force Management. We were working with our G4 teammates to establish the governance, and it was a great outcome because we started thinking differently about how we position ourselves in terms of focused energy and time. So I'm going to talk to you just a little bit about the governance, the couple fundamentals, and then a goal. So a couple fundamentals is the governance is made up of 3 working groups. The modernization, which is chaired by the ASALT community. The integration working group, which is chaired by G3 Force Management, ultimately the G3. And then the fleet management and readiness working group, which is chaired by the G4. Now, those working groups allow us to focus energy and apply focused energy. But if your interpretation of the naming convention, and I'm going to use the fleet management readiness working group as an example, you may think that this is maintainers kind of in a silo talking about maintenance, and it's where that's critically important to ensure that we are delivering readiness. That's not what it is. It's a collaborative effort that has TRADOC, SC did. It's got AMC and TACOM, rightfully so, inside the working group, but it's got the user community. It's got the acquisition community in there. So at each one of our working groups, they're all modeled about collaboration at the lowest level. So we can have the focused energy of the topic, but inside of that, we can pick it apart and apply the operational impact to some of the maintenance and readiness initiatives that are being developed. And we do that early on, which allows us to buy more time. It allows us to present decision points to leaders that are relevant and timely so we can start to action and execute items. So this holistic effort kind of bleeds into the next fundamental, which is fundamental development of the governance, which is it converges. So it's collaborative in nature at the user level, and every day there's the weekly working groups that funnel into a council or colonel meeting. And at that level, everything converges. So now we're talking across modernization, integration, and maintenance. and we're presenting the Council of Colonels with the topics and decision points that are timely and relevant, but we protect the inherent responsibilities, roles and responsibilities for each one of those organizations. So that allows us, if the DAG4 is a proven authority for a decision point, to make sure it's funneled the right way, and we're not slowing the process down by getting adjudication of a topic prior to ever having to go back and engage the right organization. So that is already paid dividends. A couple examples, there's force management decisions that were made in the last GOSC that we're able to accelerate the decision point, so we're better postured to have actionable and executable items inside of the total Army analysis process, right? We're able to adjudicate tasks, and each one of these working groups are bottom fed and top fed. So the user can come up and bring up a problem that they're working hard on and gain a different perspective, right? It's not just a tactical or operational level. We can elevate it to the strategic level and help them understand that there's already an initiative in place that is going to solve that problem for them, or they've identified something that no one else has thought of. And like many of our leaders have articulated already at this symposium, that E4 probably knows the right answer to make the process a lot better in a rapid fashion. So we're capitalizing on that. Okay, so moving from the governance, I'm a Mariner, so I have to kind of earmark some of the great things, right? We just activated last year the 5th composite watercraft company in Japan. We already had one composite watercraft company, the 329th at Fort Eustis, Virginia. And what's great about this is, as we are looking at the oversight effort to be efficient and effective, we're looking at our formations at the tactical level. So the composite watercraft company affords the commander an opportunity to have an operations planning cell that the Army watercraft community has never had before. This cell can chop into, at echelon, the gaps for SME knowledge to make sure that the staffs are well versed on what it takes to execute those missions in the maritime domain. And then the last thing is the maintenance cell. So we have to get better at providing augmented maintenance at the point of need, right? So as we're working through, widely dispersed operations, to be able to have more maintainers outside of the crew that you can leverage in the point of need improves the operational resiliency. So those are two things I would like to highlight as I pass the mic.
Test. All right. I'm with you, Chief. I've never been supposed to speak up, so I'm going to do a test. Okay. No, absolutely. I'm Brigadier General Shane Upton, the CFT Director for Contested Logistics. And I think Will Arnold's been working for like 20 years to get an ordnance guy to talk about watercraft, but I'm here. Yeah, absolutely. But so General Layla and I, it's a balance. So we have 2 transporters and 2 ordnance, so you're going to get the whole thing. Want to talk about modernization. When we talk fleet mix, why? First of all, when you say something like a toolkit, tools have different purposes. And we all know that in the watercraft space, like Will said, force employment, kind of an imperative, and sustainment of those forces as they're employed. And then when you look at INDOPACOM, that tyranny of distance, that's an overused term, but we have to realize that when we're employing forces, we're going to have to look at the fleet mix of Army watercraft that helps us thicken our distribution lines and keep up with one thing I'll talk about to Will's vignette. The rate of fire that our fire systems are going to execute as they transform is nothing like we've ever seen before, and it has to be that lethal in a modern battlefield. So the rates of consumption. So think about now autonomy and how we apply that and team it with crewed watercraft in a team of distribution where you see now you do, I saw 4 imperatives. So we all have to be threat informed. The threat in any theater, if they're looking at distribution assets, if you're not agile, you're not spread out, you're not dispersed, you're a target and you're probably going to get taken out. Our thoughts on autonomy and what the CFT and the enterprise is working with autonomous watercraft is we augment our crewed watercraft, but then we give the ability for that distribution network to spread very rapidly. I'll pull a quick vignette. So a multi-domain task force, we've got 3 of them in the Army, potentially we'll have 5 here in the next out years, have those firing batteries. But when they are employed by either a GCC or a theater commander, they're very widely dispersed but they're also very large consumers of critical munitions and things that we look at in maintenance. So how do we get an asset to those dispersed assets so when we have limited watercraft? The problem set that we've all seen, at least Will and Chief and I, and I know General Layler, is we knew we had a requirement to move certain forces, but had a shortfall in filling that requirement. So then looked at alternate, and with industry partners out there, that's where autonomy comes in. And I'm going to steal one of my teammates' quotes. I saw him speak the other day, and I love this. I've known General Layler several years. We're moving out, and I just need you to come with me. So I'm going to talk about here in about 2 weeks out in Oahu with a composite watercraft company from the 8th Theater Sustainment Command. We're going to put autonomous boats in the water as the Army. And we're going to pair them with those mariners and have them learn the collaborative behaviors, how to command and control them, give us an assessment and feedback from a soldier that does this for the United States Army in a forward theater, not in a boat basin, not in a flat lake. We're going to put it as test. I mean, a lot of good coaching from our senior mariners. We're going to take it at tough sea states and see what autonomy will do and that. But I talk about 3 things in that space: the command and control of those autonomous behaviors, because we're going to interlock not just the boat, we're also going to use a cargo UAS. General Donahue had a slide that showed it this morning. If you were in the CMF panel that was in the main theater, Will talked about stabbing a beach. That concept, we may not have to go to the beach because we know it may be contested or actually targeted. So we have options. It's back to the toolkit mentality. It's about the fleet mix. We know the force employee will have to stab the beach, but maybe to resupply, if that environment's contested, we stay a few nautical miles off the beach. The mariners do with that autonomous capability, and then we take a UAS out, pick the cargo up, and then take it right to point of need. You almost... And this is like my rookie language because you got 2 experts here. When you think logistics over the shore, that's kind of the future of one way to augment that capability. It is not a replacement for lots at all. But this is all about a fleet mix where you augment capabilities with the advent of technology like autonomy, like collaborative behaviors, and move in that way in the system. And then the last thing before I hand it over to General Layler, I just want to tell you, we're looking at industry to also come with us on how you bring and integrate your technology into existing watercraft we have. Because if we see the benefits as we experiment with mariners and they give us feedback that there's some goodness in expanding autonomy, which we think there is, I'll tell you, that's a hypothesis right now. It's not a proven fact. That we may look at our existing fleet and then how the mix of autonomy picks into that, where you almost end up with an optionally crewed system where you could go autonomous or put a crew. Some other things we're talking about, but welcome. And I know, Will, we want to turn it over here eventually after General Layler to questions. So, sir, over to you.
Thank you, Shane. I appreciate it. So good afternoon, everybody. And I want to thank General Donahue for having me out here to this panel, and Will as well. So Mike Layler, I'm the TACOM commander, Tank Automotive Armaments Command. And some of you know that TACOM's involved with watercraft sustainment level maintenance, and some were probably wondering, what does TACOM have to do with watercraft maintenance? Well, it's in our portfolio proudly. We do the sustainment level watercraft maintenance worldwide to meet the demands of the fleet and also the operators forward wherever they may need it. I'll hit you with three things, and then obviously open it up for questions. So one, we've really changed and revamped how we're doing watercraft maintenance the last 20 months. In alignment with our partnership with the transportation community, but also with the TSC commanders forward, who are many times the consumers inside their theaters. So great partnerships with them. Our focus has been to be responsive, to fix forward, and to make sure that we get a fully mission capable system back to the mariners who need to execute their mission. I'll hit a couple of those themes. One, the fix forward theme. So right now we have flipped in terms of culturally where we're doing maintenance, sustainment level maintenance around the world in the last 18 to 20 months. Right now, as we speak here, we have 10 watercraft in sustainment level maintenance west of the international date line. That is a shift. They're in various locations. And what we're doing is aggressively contracting using the contract maintenance model to align the crew with that contract maintenance during the time it's in depot level maintenance, and then also making sure we get return back on our investment on the dollars we do have. We'll never, ever, no one ever gets all the money they want, but we got plenty. We just got to use it smartly. And what we've been able to do in a short period of time here is help lift the readiness rates, which have been sagging at least to some level on the way north now, where we can be proud of them down the line. The big idea here is we're going to get return on our investment on our money. I'll give you a scenario, or give you an example. We did a logistics support vessel in 2024. We put it in LSV3. We did that maintenance west of the date line. We used our existing multi-award task order, which sometimes is cumbersome but and restrictive. But we used it in Korea instead of traditional locations on the east or west coast. We normally are over budget. We normally come in way late. We come in way over time. This time we flipped it. We came in a couple days early, and we came in, the budget was for $10 million plus, and we came in at about 7.5 with $2.5 million that we could apply to another project, which we already did. So the idea is we're getting the word out. We've been all over shipyards all over the Pacific and other sites in the Mediterranean, and we're going to aggressively fix forward and get the crew what they need to operate. I would tell you that there's a lot of other work we're out there doing as well. Logistics assistance representative work out there forward in the theaters. We're adjusting our posture out in Japan to meet the needs of that watercraft company that needs everything out there, from shore power to a supply specialist to a maintenance rep forward. And we're doing that as we speak. We got some work to do on the shore power. And then we've seen great return on our readiness. In the last 4 months, we've seen the total fleet readiness increase by over 200% in 4 months. And that's from attention and fixing it forward. We think we can do more here, another 50% of that by fiscal year 26 next summer. And we have money this year to do APS work that we haven't done in a generation forward in the Pacific, and we're getting after that too. So we're looking for partners who can do some of that work, or can contribute to the supply chains and things we need to fix forward. We look forward to your any ideas you have. We need partners who are willing to commit resources and risk capital forward to fix forward and make a difference on readiness. That's the kind of partners we're looking for. And we're proud to continue to support the watercraft community and the enterprise. Nothing happens until something moves, right? But it's got to work first too. And that's what we're trying to do in TACOM. Proud to be part of the team. Thanks very much.
Hey, gentlemen, thanks. So that's where we're going. We're moving out. We need partners. And what are your questions? I've got a question. Just, I know you're thinking about it. I'm going to ask Chief. I'm going to ask Chief a question. Hard one, Chief. So what makes our mariners and our maritime force different than the other sea services?
So super biased, right? But reality. So this question comes up quite often when we try to do a comparative analysis between Army watercraft and, say, the Navy. The big difference is we multitask, right? So we man an LCU with 13 personnel, 15 if you get 2 cooks and then you eat well. But 13 personnel, the Navy's probably going to do that with at least 3 times the personnel, because they're very specialized. And this is not a knock on the Navy. It's how they do business. Very specialized. You have damage control personnel. You have personnel that operate a radar. You have personnel that look out the vessel. And then you have someone that takes the commands, and then someone else that turns the wheel, and then someone else that logs that they turn the wheel. We do all of that, right? So you've got 2 warrant officers on an LCU. One's on the deck side, one's on the engine side. The engineers, they don't get enough credit. They fix everything, AC, plumbing, electrical, you name it, they do it. They are phenomenal at their job, and they have to multitask. And then back to the deck side, right? The lookout is also the person turning the wheel, is also the person writing in the logbook. That's also the person that's doing whatever else I ask them to do. So we multitask, and that's really the difference. But you bring up a great point, sir. So when we look to industry and we give you the problem statement, inside of the problem statement that we have to position, reposition, and sustain the Army in support of the joint force in a contested environment, we're looking for solutions that help reduce the saturation of our mariners in terms of task. So whatever that looks like, whatever program, process, software, hardware that can help reduce the load, to General Upton's comment, AI, autonomy, and we're open to tiers of autonomy on our current craft, how we can just take one step up the ladder to potentially reduce that load and make those war fighters' lives a little bit more focused, right? Let their focused energy be on the threat at its hand. Thanks, sir.
Thanks, Chief. Any questions out there from the audience? I've got one more for sure while you're thinking of them, because I know they're out there. General Layler, sir. So I've heard you talk several times this week about additive manufacturing and subtractive manufacturing. How do you see that in the maritime domain?
Thank you, Will. I first of all, it's got a big place. A lot of vessels. We already have some vessels that have some level of additive manufacturing capability on the vessels. So I see that being able for the crew, give them some capability to fix forward. All part of the fix forward mentality. What I do think is that we will, over time, take advantage of our advanced manufacturing echelon of capability throughout the theaters, and where those crews could take advantage, or those contract maintenance or our maintenance personnel can take advantage of having a part manufactured forward, and then we can use some kind of a delivery, autonomous or otherwise, to get that part to the crew. So that's what we're looking at. And then just to add, one thing with it is giving us two, and that could be worldwide here. We are in next year going to expand our ability to contract maintenance to other countries that we haven't used before. Predominantly, we've been West Coast, East Coast, Hawaii, Japan, Korea. Now we're going to see us expand to Guam, Singapore, Philippines, Australia, you name it. I've been to most of them in the last 6 months, trying to drum up some business, and business will be good. The big thing that we tell our teammates out there, whether it's Hawaii or otherwise, because I had that question from an organization in Hawaii, we'd like to compete. I said compete, but come in at a reasonable price. Otherwise, we're going elsewhere. And I think that gets good results. But the idea is fix forward, deliver forward, and this particular level of maintenance in watercraft is ripe for it, because no two watercraft, as all you know out there, many of you who are near and dear to your heart, none of them are the same. They're snowflakes. And so there's all sorts of non-standard parts that could be advanced manufactured. And honestly, it's a great ground for expansion of technology and solving problems.
Thanks, sir. Appreciate it. Anything from the audience? Oh, we got one back there, sir.
Thank you. Thank you for your service. I just want to ask, we spend time in the Navy. They have their fleet of amphibious assault ships they're trying to maintain. They have a similar mission in littorals. I was just wondering how you coordinate with the Navy and kind of differentiate your mission.
So that's a great question. So I'll shoot first. Maybe Chief go a little bit as well. So huge collaboration right now with the Navy and the Marine Corps as well. So I'll give you an example. So when I talked a little bit about the .mil PF integration, so from a doctrine standpoint, we're in a combined working group to understand how our doctrine's going to operate and how we mutually support doctrine within the littoral areas in of itself. From a training standpoint, what I will tell you is the training academy, the training school that we have there at Joint Base Langley Eustis, at Fort Eustis there, that's a huge starting point of discussion, because they're seeing how efficient we're training our mariners. What you heard Chief talk about, they're coming to us from both the Navy and the Marine Corps, and they're asking us to help them set up similar training, because they're trying to get after those same efficiencies. And then even to capitalize on that, we're having the same conversations with our allies and partners. We've got 2 Australian mariners in our school now, so we can train them on how do we train, and can imagine, the collaboration once we get that training going between our allies and partners and our joint community. We can all then have joint crews into the future on any watercraft that can bring to bear in a joint environment. Hopefully that helps answer some of the question. Chief, anything?
So real quick, I can tell you that everything Colonel Arnold just said, Roger, that's what we're doing. But from the department level all the way down to the user in Hawaii, we have engagements, whether it's a biweekly working group with the Navy and the Marine Corps, or we bring them, the Marine Corps and the Navy, down to Fort Eustis and show them how we beach craft. We sit in their J-Rocks for their new vessels. So we're constantly in collaboration with the Marine Corps and the Navy. To the point, the Navy's looking at buying some LCUs that the Army divested a couple years back. We supported that effort. So every time they look at a new platform, they're engaging the Army. Every time we look at a platform, we're engaging the Navy and the Marine Corps. And there was a kind of a study that came out, and it's about finding efficiencies at the subsystem level. So that's really where we're at, because we as two services understand the differences between our two mission sets. So very collaborative and ongoing.
Thank you, sir. I think that's it. So, gentlemen, thanks for joining me with the expertise. That's Army Watercraft. That's where we're going. We'll be around for a little bit after this. Please, for our industry partners and our commercial partners, there's technology we don't see out there that can help us solve some of these problem statements that we put out, not only today, right now, but earlier this morning. And so we look to you to come along the journey with us. Thank you very much, and to USA for the opportunity to talk.
Thanks. Good job.
My name is Mikkel Banks. My rank is Staff Sergeant on home units with the 104th Training Division. Currently, I'm a drill sergeant. When I first started reading about it, I didn't know what it was about. All I knew was it was just a holistic approach to fitness. So I said, hey, maybe if I join in, I could probably increase my score on the sprint drag carry. But then I realized there's so much more. You have, your mental endurance, physical readiness. I didn't realize how important sleep was until I came to this course. This holistic approach should be instituted with the rest of the Army. We got to make sure we keep our soldiers in the game for as long as possible. I appreciate the fact I'm out here because now I can bring something back.
Yeah, that's what it looks like. It's demonstrating skill, and that's what this is about. So I thought calling her back. Wow, who did that? Like an orange buttercream or something like that.
You can do well. Nice. So I'm looking at what's inside, and again, it's really nice.
The tattoo is just kind of one component.
And I see that. Beautiful. I picked this puppy up too. Took a look. These are nice. They're not over.
Psychological.
I'm not. My torch didn't work. Please take that into consideration. Time! Service!
I think the fruit might be dead.
Don't judge you, huh?
Good job. Good job.
Shaking
Yes,
so much.
Dad.
Oh my God.
Yeah, I did. I need a pointer.
Yeah. Were you Army before or no? No. Who's this?
Get 1, 2, 3.
Gold medalist! Over here. It just got awarded by her niece and nephew. That's amazing right there.
Well, congratulations.
well for you?
Yes, chef.
Remind yourself to 3 minutes. Top the
Thank you,
leg
chef.
and get it done.
Yes, chef.
30 seconds.
Take a step back, kind of mentally walk yourself. Your layers look pretty good. Your insert, you want to shrink that down to just a little bit more.
All right. That really helped me balance.
Like it didn't give me the full benefit of it. So here we are. We're here. Thank you.
Hello and welcome to CB Defense Today, an interview show where we talk about the latest chemical and biological defense technology to aid in warfighter readiness. I'm Jack Bunja, Public Affairs Specialist for the Army's DEVCOM Chemical Biological Center, and my guest this week is an engineer at the center who has been working on autonomous vehicle detection technology, which can integrate into existing systems. I'm happy to welcome Mr. Lester Stroud. Lester, thanks for joining me.
Thank you, Jack. It's a pleasure to be here.
Excellent. So let's start off talking a little bit about you. You've been at the center for more than 30 years.
Yeah, this May it'll be 36 years. And, it's funny because all the guys that I work with who are, absolutely brilliant in what they do, they all have their driving factor. And my driving factor is the fact that my dad was a chemical corps officer back in the Korean warfare timeframe.
Wow.
And I actually had to grow up with two of his friends that he made in the chemical corps. I have a really good friend who was in the chemical corps and then he went to tech escort, and also working with David Glenn out at the chemical school. So it's embedded in me to basically protect these warfighters. You get to learn a little bit about what their backgrounds were, what they had to do, and the downfalls and pitfalls that they had from being chemical corps officers back in the day.
So then you took your engineering background.
Yes.
And you applied it to
Yes, sir.
to the Army and to Chem Biodefense.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Excellent. And currently now you're working with a lot of different detection and autonomous capabilities.
Yes. Yes. Exactly.
So let's talk a little bit about how the detection system, especially with autonomous vehicles, is advantageous for the warfighter.
So currently, a lot of the threats, you actually have to get into the threat with a detector or get a detector very close to the threat. And that means you're putting warfighters in harm's way. So utilizing autonomy, utilizing robotic systems, now I can pull the warfighters back 5 kilometers and send in robotic systems. And now the robotic systems are in that threat, not the warfighter. So you're saving potential lives by doing this capability with autonomy and with robotic systems.
And so on these robotic systems, you're really working on detection or detectors that integrate with those robotic systems.
Correct. Yes. So what we try and focus on here at the center is basically how you integrate those systems together. What I would like to see is basically industry producing the best possible robot that's out there, the best possible sensor that's out there. And then our guys get to come together and basically integrate those systems together using common interfaces, using ways to be able to communicate with those sensors and be able to get real-time feedback from those sensors. Again, out of harm's way, a distance back from the threat.
Absolutely. Keeping the warfighter safe allows them to maintain being lethal.
Yes, exactly. Exactly.
So, and you're really working on taking a lot of the guesswork out of it for the folks who are deploying the sensors in the field, correct?
Yes. And actually that's one of the reasons why I keep saying, the personnel here at the center are the key. So we're working with groups in research that are able to integrate software technology into our existing things that we are developing and enhance the capability of those sensors. So within Research Directorate, they're working on autonomy, or they're working on artificial intelligence and machine learning to be able to enhance what's coming out of a detector. So not only can you determine, what the threat is, what the level of that threat is, but you can also start to get a percentage of a guess of what it actually is. So it'll tell you that you're seeing a certain chemical at a certain, I'll say, bar level or concentration, and a probability of like 80% that is actually what it is. And by doing that, that takes a lot of the guesswork out of, knowing what you're reading from a operator's perspective.
Wonderful, and it's keeping those operators able to keep moving on the battlefield.
Exactly.
And not paralysis waiting for.
Yep, exactly what you said. They remain lethal, as a fighter. They get information very quickly, but we're also able to share that information as well. So not only are you looking at it from a tactical operations center close to the threat, but that can be broadcast back to joint operations centers where other people can basically take that data and make decisions.
And allowing readiness to be employed by everyone in the field, right?
Absolutely.
That's amazing. So a program like this is pretty vast, I would imagine. So you have a lot of partners?
Yes, we do. So we started this off from a robotics perspective, working with the Defense Threat Reduction Agency, where they were basically integrating sensors onto robotics platforms. That's when we realized that we could basically build a common interface. So now, as easily as I switch a battery out on a robot, I can switch a sensor out on the robot the same way. So again, maintain that lethality, get the robot out there, be able to do multiple runs with multiple sensors, or put multiple sensors on the robotics platform. So we've been working with the Defense Threat Reduction Agency quite a bit. We've been working with the Joint Program Executive Office for Chem Biodefense, utilizing the sensors that they are developing, also integrating with groups that are integrating robotics, integrating sensors onto robotics platforms as well. So CBRN sensors integrated to robotics platform, or CSERP. That's at the JPO. That's one of the other organizations that we're working with. But we also branch out a lot as well. So we've worked with the EPA, Environmental Protection Agency. We've worked with the National Guard Bureau. We've worked with the Federal Bureau of Investigation, Department of Homeland Security. And the goal is to be able to basically build sensors up that are in a common interface that we can swap amongst other government agencies as well.
That makes it very utilitarian across the board. That's excellent. So what's next? Like, I obviously a program like this needs different levels. What are your next goals?
So based on what we've been trying to do, linking all these government agencies together, utilizing a lot of the same sensors, the goal is to reach out to industry and start working with industry from a platform and a sensor perspective. As I said earlier, we want to be able to do the integration here at the center where we can put the sensors in the right locations on the platforms to be able to sense properly. But we want to rely on companies that are out there that are building robotics platforms to build the best quadruped, to build the best unmanned aerial system. And the same way goes for sensors, reaching out to companies and being able to access the best sensor that's out there, integrated into our common interface so that we can actually move it around between those robotic systems and basically put that sensor in the best location to give us the best results from those sensors.
And then obviously working to make them smaller, lighter.
Absolutely. It's amazing to understand how grams or ounces of payload on a UAS, basically how that affects flight time. It's pretty astronomical. From a ground perspective, you can handle the extra weight, but even then, if we can get it lighter, it just means more time for those robots to be out in the field.
Assume it impacts battery time and lifetime.
Exactly.
That's amazing. So that's fantastic. And thank you so much for taking the time to sit down and talk with us about it. And please, come back. Maybe we can bring a dog into the studio and we can watch it operate.
Absolutely. I'd love to do that.
Fantastic. Well, again, thanks, Lester, for being here today. And that's it for this episode of CB Defense Today. For the DevCom Chemical Biological Center, I'm Jack Bunja.
When I asked to be transferred to become the director of Intelligence and Information Warfare Directorate, I2WD, as everyone knows it, as their director. The crazy thing is, it was September 5th, 2001. And everyone knows that it was an interesting transition because 6 days later, everything changed on September 11th. The people at I2WD, CCOM, that jumped in to support without hesitation. Initially, the search and rescue, and secondly, it turned into a recovery effort at Ground Zero. From the firefighters to the first responders at Fort Monmouth, to my team of government and industry engineers and staff that were all leveraging the capabilities that we had developed and the technologies that we had produced to successfully search for the survivors that were buried in the rubble. And we were kind of very successful in doing so. I came in as a GS4 in the Logistics and Engineering Directorate, which was called at that time LED, where I was a junior engineer supporting two comm systems. One was an AN VRC-12 radio, and the other one was the backpack man-portable PRC-12. Now, these are ancient, and they're probably in the museum these days. However, I would, that was the two programs as an intern. I was surrounded with outstanding people who provided me with mentorship and guidance. This gave me tremendous insights and solidified where I really wanted to work once I graduated college with a degree in EE. I was inspired and finally chose to serve the Army and help design and develop technology that protected our soldiers. And then I received my SES 20 years after I became full-time. I started full-time in 1980, and I got my SES in 2000 as the Associate Director, Tech Director underneath Dr. Marquet at the CERDEC time. So, and then a year later, I asked to move back into a directorate where I could have hands-on technology development with the team, and that was godsend. I really enjoyed that. So the entire journey was excellent, exceptional. Again, the people, it always comes down to the people. And during that journey, I've met exceptional, fantastic, professional people, individuals, colleagues, and friends that continue being colleagues and friends globally because of the NATO interfaces. So between federal agencies, academia, and industry. So is when Desert Storm came. We saw that the IEDs were having a major impact on missions and were injuring, maiming, or killing our men and women of the armed forces. So again, we pulled the best and brightest. We pulled a team together. What is the quickest way we could address and develop a countermeasure against these IED devices that we could deploy fairly rapidly? So it became our first quick reaction capability program. So we did, and within 3 months, we had developed an IED jammer and we started deploying it. And we continue deploying on 50,000 jammers across the force. And this was a team, again, CCOM, the Acquisition Center, the Legal Center, the Sustainment Center, the PEOs, all of us were instrumental in getting those capabilities out, and they have saved lives. By treating people with respect and value, the return on that investment is tremendous. And it was fantastic. Trust in their ability, trust in the individual's ability to do what they were hired to do. Set the scene and avoid micromanagement. That was the biggest thing. Let them do, because even if they fail, they'll learn. And in an R&D environment or any environment, they'll carry that for life.
prior to Aberdeen. One of the key highlights was when I became a member of the Acquisition Corps at the inception of the Military Acquisition Corps. It was kind of a heady time when people were trying to figure out, was this going to be a success and how is it going to work? And so I got to spend the last 14 years on active duty in the Acquisition Corps. Then when I came to Aberdeen, at the time it was the RDECOM Contracting Center, and then we were merging with the CCOM Acquisition Center as they were coming down to Aberdeen. We decided it only made sense to have one single contracting center here. And that proved to be both a challenge in the sense of a lot of new folks, a lot of new people trying to reconstitute a workforce that came from Aberdeen, as well as integrating it with the workforce that we had here. It was both a challenge and a true highlight of my career here. Well, I started out as an air defense officer. I served in the 18th Airborne Corps, 32nd Army Air Defense Command. Then I was an ROTC instructor for 3 years. Then I went to Fort Campbell, where I was the operations officer for the 101st Airborne Division Air Defense Battalion. And then I went to school for a year, and that's when I became involved in the Acquisition Corps, working at the then Army Missile Command, now AMCOM. And then I went to successive positions overseas with DLA in Europe, in a position with DCMA in Wisconsin, and then DCMA at Raytheon. And then I finished my active duty career in the Pentagon, which was truly a highlight of my career as well. I had heard a lot of stories about the Pentagon, and most of them were, oh, don't ever want to go there, try to avoid it. But I actually think that my time in the Pentagon really prepared me for the experiences that I had here at Aberdeen. It was a lot of very senior folks, didn't have a lot of time to entertain a bunch of ambling around. You needed to pretty much get to the point, make your point, and move on. And they were very, very demanding, yet very, very astute and fair. And I really had a great time working in the Pentagon. So I'm probably one of the minority that say that. Then after that, we stood up the Army Contracting Agency. I was director of that for a while, and then the Mission and Installation Contracting Center, part of the command, and then I came here to Aberdeen and spent the last 10 years of my career here at Aberdeen. Well, I think the most rewarding was taking all of the young interns that were hired, because a lot of the folks coming from Fort Monmouth only came for a short time or didn't really want to come at all. I think it was taking the hundreds, literally hundreds of interns, and throwing them into the deep end of the pool, trying to help them out, give them a little bit of help and guidance, but they pretty much had to learn a lot on their own, with some key leaders giving them assistance, and they grew into the job very quickly and very professionally. And I think that was the highlight of seeing those young folks really mature and become the dedicated professionals that they are today. Balancing a civilian workforce with the mission readiness of the military units they were supporting, and getting them to understand that while they may have a job with, they get to go home to their family every night, get to spend the weekends with their family, that the folks they're supporting don't necessarily get a chance to do that. And getting military folks who had been deployed and been overseas to come back into the organization and provide insight into what it's like to be on the receiving end of the products that we gave. I think that was one of the challenges. I think the other big challenge was the work culture, the professional culture, and merging two different organizations and making them into one and getting everybody to believe that they were part of a single organization. It wasn't your end of the ship is sinking, but my end is okay. It was, we're all in this together and let's work together and make everybody's boat float a little bit higher. The only thing that I would say is that from having observed folks who say things like, well, we need to maintain workplace balance and family life, we need to, is you've got to lead by example in that area too. And that means unless it's absolutely necessary, you're not emailing folks at 10 o'clock at night. You're not sending them a message as you end your day expecting a complete finished product the next morning when you show up. And there may be times when you have to do that, but for the most part, leadership by example with that. I worked for some great leaders who told me, don't email me after work. I'm not going to take it. If you have a problem, give me a phone call. And I don't expect a lot of them either. So I would just say you get to a position of senior leadership probably by working hard and doing a lot of extra work. But don't expect everybody else to do exactly the same thing. Expect them to do it when they absolutely have to. And when they don't absolutely have to, give them the time and the space to not have to do that.
Hi, I'm AJ Moore. I'm a COR here at the Burnett Reservoir Water Treatment Mission. I'm a civil engineer from New Orleans District.
And I am Tyler Baggett, also a COR on the water mission here, also from the New Orleans District, and also a civil engineer.
So we're here at the Burnett Reservoir providing a pre-treatment system for the city of Asheville. Hurricane Helene really affected the water quality and its clarity and the amount of solids that are in the water. The city of Asheville's water treatment plant is one of two within the nation that is a direct filtration system. So it doesn't have the ability to remove these suspended solids. Our system is designed to remove those solids that are suspended in the water.
The way that this system works is that there's a lot of suspended solids or turbidity in the water, which is sediment, clay, particles, really fine things. We have some pumps up on the reservoir that take all the water with the turbidity all in it, introduce some chemicals, some caustic. Caustic adjusts the pH, and alum. And alum is something to make sure that all the dirt inside the water sticks together. So we do that, try to get the water into a perfect state to where we can get as much dirt to stick together as possible. Those pumps push it up, goes to a tube where it slows down a little bit to where the particles have enough time to mix with the chemicals and also stick together. So as more and more stick together and the chemicals play around with it, you start to get this thing called flocculation, which is the coagulation. All of the dirt is trying to grab together as much as possible prior to hitting the system, which are DAFs, dissolved air flotation systems. We have all this clumped up dirt, goes up the hill, gets into the DAF itself. Once it gets in the DAF, it has an integrated flock tube. It's a white tube that you are introducing polymer into. And then the polymer turns it into a glue that wants it all to stick together. And then you get to really see it. We have a motor that pulls air from the atmosphere, pumps air with the water into a pill-like cylinder where it's constantly compressing the air down into the water. The water has the alum, caustic, and the polymer enters the DAF. So you have the dissolved air, the water is coming through with the solids, and the bubbles are trying to push it up to the top, flotation. So the flotation makes a flock blanket. So you have that all at the top, and then we have a rake that scoops it right off. And then it returns to its normal treatment process like nothing ever happened. All the things that we added into it are able to be taken out by the plant's in-place filters. The float or the flock blanket or the dirt that was in the water all gets scooped off the top, goes down another tube into the city's normal lagoons. And the normal lagoons just have a longer time to keep the dirt there to where it settles out naturally, which we don't really have the time for in the reservoir itself. And that handles out through a normal process of just waiting enough time for that dirt to settle out, and then clean water constantly gets from one lagoon to another until it gets put back into Swannanoa River. But yeah, that's kind of the process. Been here for like 4 months and we'll be here until it's done. It's done.
I am with the Defense Logistics Agency. I serve as a DLA liaison officer to the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers. Specifically, I'm a conduit for any support requirements USACE may have into DLA. DLA is a force multiplier for USACE, specifically in the realm of acquisition, Class 4 construction acquisition.
We're definitely known for supporting the Corps with the larger scale contingency environment type scenarios like natural disasters, hurricanes, earthquakes, things like that. But I think a lot of people don't realize we're supporting smaller scale supply buys, but really go a long way to the partnership and adding value to the U.S. Corps of Engineers supply chain.
The partnership between the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers and DLA allows the Corps of Engineers to meet national mission requirements.
Our partnership with the Defense Logistics Agency is really about bringing together technical and contracting experts. You think about the Corps of Engineers, and we're experts in building and managing water. But when it comes to rebuilding a power grid like we did after Hurricane Maria, we needed technical and contracting experts to help us there. And so once we partnered with DLA, not only did we have that technical partnership, then that gave us access to industry.
We conduct site visits. Specifically, we want to know how to better support USACE in helping them not only promulgate DLA capabilities to their end user, but also to understand where there may be some shortfalls within our services.
We're located at New Hogan Dam in Valley Springs. It's one of the many Army Corps of Engineer projects we have across the state. Maintenance is very crucial because of the severity of the dam and the criticality of the things that could happen if something fails.
Having a logistical supply chain where we can actually get the concrete, the equipment, fuel, all of those things out to these rural areas is extraordinarily important in maintaining our facilities.
DLA plays a very pivotal role, especially with acquiring equipment. We provide them with scopes of work, and they in turn do all of the market research for us. They do all of the bidding for us, and it really allows me to keep my staff and my team out in the field doing critical stuff.
DLA is a great partner when we have to do planning and mission analysis. DLA is then a great partner with the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers because they can bring capability and resources to the table to help us deliver the mission.
We're located here on Galveston Island, here in Southeast Texas, and our district encompasses the whole coastline of Texas from the Sabine River down to the Rio Grande and about 150 miles inland. Since 2012, we have been able to leverage our purchasing with the Defense Logistics Agency to purchase large survey vessels like you see behind me. That includes the trailer and the motors that came with it. We've also procured other equipment like lawn mowers, all the way up to dump trucks. We've procured a lot of supplies, erosion protection rocks, matting, gravel, sand, and other equipment for the operations and maintenance of a lot of our facilities.
The USACE and DLA partnership is a mutually beneficial partnership. Not only does DLA provide extraordinary service to USACE, but USACE also complements that service to DLA through their MILCON management on behalf of DLA.
The partnership we have with the Defense Logistics Agency aligns with our mission because both the DLA and the Army Corps of Engineers are to provide for the safe, efficient navigation and commerce across our waterways, not only here in the Galveston District, but across the nation.
Today's topic is gaining efficiency through digital engineering. Our presenters are Mrs. Jennifer Swanson. She's the DASA for Digital Data and Engineering Software. Colonel Jeffrey Poquet, he's the PM for FLRAA, Future Long Range Assault Aircraft. and Mr. Ryan Anger, VP and Program Director for FLRA.
All right, hey, good morning, good afternoon, everybody. Thanks for coming. So I'm Jennifer Swanson, DASA, DES under ASALT, and we really are leading and driving digital transformation for ASALT. One of the big pieces of that is digital engineering. So we're going to talk about today is really our flagship aviation program, FLRA, and their implementation of digital engineering and how that's all going. So I'm going to just talk a couple of minutes about why is digital engineering important? Why is it a thing? So, you know, we want to build an adaptable, flexible, and lethal force, right? The days of building something, setting it and forgetting it, and never touching it again are long, long behind us. And so, you know, we need the technology to really be able to design things that are flexible and adaptable so that we can gain and continue to increase that lethality that we need to defeat our adversaries. And digital engineering is incredibly powerful. It, number one, allows us to, without ever building a prototype or bending metal, it allows us to really leverage the power of the technology to build a design, make sure that the design meets the requirements, determine the impact of changes to that design because things happen. And so if we need to tweak this or tweak that or change this or change that, we're able to use those models to determine the impacts without having to spend money building hardware, which, you know, not that long ago, that is what we did, right? And it took a lot of money and took a lot of time. And so really, that to me, that's the big power of digital engineering is we're able to develop and deliver rapidly capabilities that we need, ultimately more cost effectively because we're not spending all of that money on the hardware prototypes. So, like I said, we're really today is really about the FLRA program. And so Colonel Jeff Paquette is the PM. So Jeff, if you could start with just kind of an overview of FLRA so the audience really, if they don't know, that they can figure out what is FLRA and specifically digital engineering and FLRA, like why are we here talking about that today?
Absolutely. Thanks, ma'am. So I see a lot of familiar faces out there. So I believe most of you know that the Future Long-Range Assault Aircraft is the next generation assault aircraft, right? It's a tilt rotor aircraft designed by Bell. And I like to characterize it as two very important things. We say twice as far, twice as fast. So it is a game-changing capability in terms of speed and range. And it's an open system, right? So the architecture of the aircraft will be open, and that complies with our modular open systems approach, MOSA. And that is super interesting, and that's what most people are really interested in. What can it do, and what can I make it do in the future, and how easily can I do that thing in the future? That's really important. The other maybe unsung hero of this program is the digital engineering approach. And we are a digital engineering pathfinder for the Army. So we're kind of at the tip of the spear. It isn't easy. It's actually quite difficult because this is new for us and it's new for Bell. But the level of insight that the government gets into the design is unprecedented. And what we get from that is ensuring that we build the right thing. So we are going to build prototypes, and often when you build prototypes, you test them, you find things you got to fix, and some of those things could be big, some of those things could be expensive, and then that inevitably would extend the timeline of the acquisition because the test program gets much longer. So I'm not even going to say that digital engineering is faster up front. It's an investment in time. It's an investment in intellectual capital. But when we build the prototypes, we're going to be so confident that anything we need to fix should be small. should not be expensive, and that we can quickly fix those prototypes, continue on with the test program, and get the capability into soldiers' hands as soon as possible. So digital engineering isn't magic. It's just a really deep look in a common environment where we have a single source of truth. We never don't know what the design is today. I can take my phone out right now and look at the design and see where we are. And if Ryan changes it an hour from now, I'm going to be able to see that as well. So that's powerful. It may be a little bit onerous on Bell because we get a lot to look at and they have a lot of thoughts on stuff they're doing. But together, collaboratively, we're going to build the aircraft that meets the Army's requirements and is truly going to change the nature of the assault aviation platform.
All right, thank you. So you talked about requirements, and you know the old way of doing business is we had paper requirements documents, lots of time spent breaking those down, allocating them to different components or portions of your program, and then trying to make sure that when you pull the whole thing together, that you meet the totality of those requirements. And that's a very difficult thing to do. So how is digital engineering helping you make sure that the design is going to meet the requirements for fluoro?
Yeah, so we do get paper requirements, right? That's the CDD, right? And then all my smart systems engineers took that multi-100-page document and turned it into a model. So everything's built on this thing called model-based systems engineering. And when I first came to the program, I had no idea what that was. And I said, I think you need to show me what you mean. And then they opened the model, and I could see the requirement. You know, must fly this far or must fly this fast. And then it breaks down into a different baseline, an allocated baseline, a functional baseline. I think I got those words, functional, then allocated, and then down to the product level. We are in the process right now of breaking it all the way down to the product level baseline, such that every requirement can trace to a component that enables that, and every component can trace back up to the requirement. Now, these models aren't small. I don't know how many elements are in there, but I'm going to say hundreds of thousands, right? So it's big, and it takes a group of experts to be able to look at that efficiently. But as I alluded to about building the right thing, the chances of us missing something are much less. There's a lot of eyeballs on it. There's a lot of eyeballs that can see those requirements traced down, and we won't say, "Oh, we forgot to do the whole twice as far, twice as fast," right? That's not going to happen. And of course, there's many underlying requirements that are much smaller than the big things that I try to describe. So really, that's how we do it. We take paper, we turn it into a model, and then that model resides on a digital environment that we can always see together, and we refer to that as the single source of truth. We don't have configuration issues anymore. We don't have, oh, I had the wrong document, I reviewed the wrong document, you give me the right document. We also don't have the cycle time of Bell delivering a Seadrill, then us having to look at it for 3 months, finding something wrong, giving it back to Bell, another 3 months to fix it, and then back and forth. That's really where the time and acquisition, specifically in design, takes. The model is the model. We can look at it anytime we want, and we work in there collaboratively. And that creates efficiencies in itself. And then from there, when we finally build it and we approve this design at CDR, we know that the thing that they build, if it reflects the design, it's going to do all the things that the model said it was going to do.
Yeah, I mean, that makes a lot of sense. Paper is one-dimensional, and I think it's very difficult in the days where everything was paper-based to be able to, for humans to process and somehow put all of that into some 3D image of the big picture. I think that's really what the model gets you, right? Is that 3D, you know, complete solution, and it allows you to really get that traceability back to the requirements, and your brain can kind of, you know, manage all of that and see it, which is amazing. I think it's going to help us really do a lot of things. So one of the things that you mentioned as well is it's not cheap, right? There is certainly an initial investment in digital engineering, both, I would say, money and people. We need, obviously, to stand up digital engineering environments. We need people with the skills, and it's somewhat of a newer technology, certainly for the government, and I would say even probably for our defense partners. And so, there's an initial investment, but it pays off, I think, is really the moral, right? Operations and sustainment costs, we know, are always 70% of the life cycle cost of a program, right? It's mostly there. How does digital engineering implementation help us to really save money on the back end?
Did you want?
Yeah, and I would say that's for
Yeah.
both of you, whoever wants that question.
Yeah, thank you. And just by way of introduction, my name is Ryan Anger. I'm the Senior Vice President and Program Director for the Bell FLRAA program. I'm incredibly excited about digital engineering in the digital environment space. When I started at Bell 21 or so years ago, one of my first jobs was rolling out a 2D drawing and an eraser and doing some drawing changes. So I've seen things come a long way. And so I'm incredibly excited when I dig into the engineering work that's going on between our two teams and the rigor that's going in. I think it's going to be extremely worthwhile. So the question about how are we using the digital engineering and the digital modeling? I think one way we're using that is to interrogate and check ourselves. Are we meeting the requirements, and are we meeting them in a way that both Bell and the customer agree? And things like MOSA, and how are we achieving the modular open systems approach goals and requirements of the program? And so one of the ways we've used the model early on to do that is by getting in a room, pulling up the model and doing real-time model walks. Is this architected the way it needs to be architected to support the long-term goals of the customer? Do you have the associated interfaces defined? Do you have the components architected, the architectural component definition the way it needs to be? And do you have the associated intellectual property and data rights to achieve the long-term outcomes? And if you can say yes, 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 yes to all those things, then you can have a high level of confidence going forward that you've got the right approach and the right system. And so through all of our reviews and analysis and collaboration, I'm very happy with the position that we're in now. I think that bodes very well for sustainment in kind of the non-physical side of things, and on the physical side of things, Ms. Swanson mentioned the 3D model. And when someone says digital engineering or digital environment, if you ask 10 people, they'll give you 11 different answers of what that means. So we talked a little bit about model-based systems engineering, and there's a lot of software side to that too. But then you've got the 3D model. And with that 3D model, that 3D engineering definition, that's your one of your authoritative sources of truth for the physical components. And when you take those physical components and you put them in this 3D model, whether it's the native format or it's some lightweight version that you can take out into the field, it allows you to get operator and user and maintainer feedback in something that is as near real as possible very early in the development phase. And so what we're doing right now is we're taking this 3D model as it's maturing, and we're getting the feedback from the maintainers and the operator community and figuring out, have we designed it right? Yes, I've got all my requirements. I've got it all modeled in the MBSE environment, but can I turn a wrench in there? And can I take this LRU out without taking 3 other LRUs out, to get to it? And so that's kind of the metaphysical, cyber physical is the right word, but that's how we do it in the augmented reality and virtual reality space, actually using these models very early in the design to inform and optimize for the total life cycle cost, not just upfront cost savings, trying to get through things as quick as possible, and not just the back end. We're looking at the whole scope.
Yeah, thanks, Ryan. I mean, user feedback is critical, and I think one of the huge benefits of DE is that you can get it much earlier, right? It's much quicker to be able to build that model and then get that feedback so that we can incorporate those lessons learned into the designs. What about, so we talked a little bit about the collaboration between certainly the PM shop and Bell and the users. And I know, Jeff, you've mentioned before that the government collaboration is not just the PM, right? So how does digital engineering help us to get feedback from all those other stakeholders in a more effective way?
Yeah, so all our stakeholders play in some way, shape, or form. We mentioned user feedback, special user evaluations. Sometimes we use physical mock-ups. Sometimes we use digital mock-ups. Sometimes we use VR and AR. In fact, next month, we'll be iterating on mission planning with Bell and their partner. And the goal is not to build the mission planning system. The goal is to get rapid feedback about doing something that's pretty hard, real-time planning in an aircraft. How is it done today in our existing platforms? What are the pain points? How do you eliminate those pain points? And okay, go take a lunch, soldiers. We're gonna quick update this, and we're gonna bring it back and see if we can't get it. How many pages deep do you have to go to reroute? So that's, they don't have to be systems engineers to do that. Then you have our airworthiness authority. They need to be conversant, right? Because we are not going to take the model and then turn it into what they're used to seeing and basically reverse engineer back to the old way so that they can review documents. So my team has spent a lot of time making sure our airworthiness partners are becoming model experts. The test community, we are not going to build a traditional test plan. It's going to be built in the model. And if you think about testing, you know what you want to test, you build a test plan, you go do it, you come back with some data. It could be, and this has probably happened more than once, where you look at all the data and like, oh, you were supposed to do this maneuver and you did it to go get this, this data. You missed a test point. That's not going to happen, or the likelihood is going to be much lower when you have the model and the traceability between test points and the kind of data you're trying to get. So maybe you only do one test instead of, oh, we have to do two in order to go back. And you may not realize you missed a test point until 3 months later. Now you're going to have to go redesign the test. That's where the time is spent, and that's why everyone says this takes so long, because the old ways of doing this did not help us to go fast. It's really not going fast. It's not having to redo things, right? Not having to redo things or rebuild things because you caught it all in the model. So our testers, our OSD partners up at R&E, they're able to look at the model. We don't show them anything but the model when we want to convince them that our approach is sound, or hey, this is what you're going to see at PDR. This is what you're going to see at CDR. When we go to CDR, we know exactly how it's going to go already. It's predominantly a formality that has some discussions, but we're not going to CDR to fail. But that is not the way it happened in the past. We don't learn new things in CDR. We're not supposed to, and we won't. And the model keeps us from doing that. So our stakeholders are fully invested. They're getting trained. They're taking courses. They're collaborating with my team, which I consider experts already, and Bell the same way. I mean, you've been hiring the best of the best of this.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's super powerful. And there's also a serial versus parallel aspect to it, right? Where, a lot of the way we did business before really was serially, where, we would get feedback, implement, go back, get feedback, implement, go back, and, it takes a long time. This way, everybody can kind of give feedback at the same time, and we can process it and turn it back around, which I think is really important.
That's 100% correct. That is the goal. And the more knowledge we drive into our technical base, that level of parallel becomes better, right? And back in the day, we wouldn't give it to SRD until the PM was good with that, and that might have taken many more months. Now we work alongside with Bell, SRD, but it's all happening at the same time. Now, that creates a space for a lot of voices to be heard, right? And that presents its own challenges. But in the end, what we get is a better design that's right, as opposed to finding out in the field.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And you guys are also paving the way in terms of, like you said, all of these different stakeholders are developing their digital engineering model reading and processing skills because they have to, because you're not going to spit out paper so that they don't have to do that. And, I think the upskilling piece is critical across the government and the industry workforce, and you guys are really setting the stage for that. So hopefully, the people working other programs in those organizations are looking at their neighbors and getting jealous that, they can read models and I can't, so I have to go make myself better to get there. Because objectively, I think everybody's going to have to get there.
Yeah, I'll speak for the government. I wonder if Brian has thoughts on the supply base and your suppliers, but I will say we get a lot of homework, maybe even taskers that might have come from you, man. Hey,
No way.
Go talk to
Never.
this program, go talk to that program. In fact, the Air Force reached out the other day and they wanted to learn more about what we're doing. So I'll call it an additional duty, a welcome one. As a digital engineering pathfinder program, we're learning some lessons. Right? There's definitely, I expect that 10 years from now when they're creating a new vehicle or whatever, they're going to do it better than we did. And I'm hoping that they learn from us, not just within the Army, but from all services. And Ryan, I'd be curious about your supply base.
Yeah, it's a great question. I think what DE is really good at doing is breaking down the silos and kind of democratizing data. So it's not the engineering data, the supply chain data, the customer's data. It's just the data. And everybody has access to it in a perfect world, as long as they can read it. And so people are having to learn new languages, SysML, other things, depending on what part of the DE you're talking about. Are you looking at the information through native software applications, or are you using some type of lightweight reader? And so a lot of the things we look at with our supply base is making sure that they can understand both, can they access the data, and then can they understand and interpret it and use the data the way we would use it internally, or the way that the customer would use it. But again, I think breaking down those silos and democratizing the data for access to a lot of people is really important. The other thing I would say is we're kind of pathfinding in this DE space is you have to break down the silos to enable DE to work. And what I mean by that is to enable the type of collaboration that we've been talking about between industry and government. It doesn't just take ACC and program managers. It takes IT, it takes legal, it takes many, many departments and many different people that weren't necessarily always used to talking to each other to come together and connect all the dots to make these systems work, because they do touch all kinds of different things, from data rights to the ones and zeros, and everybody has to be kind of in lockstep, marching towards a common goal of collaboration and getting things to talk to each other.
Yeah, no, absolutely agree. So last question. Secretary Hegseth has talked a lot about lethality. We talked a little bit about it earlier, right? We need to be able to continue creating, developing, getting better at delivering lethal systems and capabilities. So we've done a lot already with DE. We've talked about some of that today. What else is needed? Like, what do you guys think are the next steps that we need to take to be able to achieve that vision based on where we are today?
So I think we heard some comments this morning in the opening ceremonies about the American soldier, right? There's no better soldier in the world. And the air assault, the doctrinal air assault, has always been a delivery mechanism for the soldier to what we sometimes call the X, right? To the objective, to where the enemy is. That's what an air assault is. That's what differentiates it from an air movement, right? And the joke about Black Hawk drivers is we're a bus driver. No, we're not a bus driver. We take lethality to the enemy. Okay, so FLRAA is a delivery vehicle. It's a weapon system, and we deliver soldiers to where they can bring lethality to our enemy. And we're going to do that twice as far, twice as fast. It's transformational. It gets at our geography problems that exist in the world in places that we all think of when we think about future conflict. No other system that I know is being purpose-built to go further and faster. FLRAA is the only thing I can think of in the Army that is going further and faster, purpose-built for that reason. And the open system, right? Open systems have to be the way of the future. Now, I get that disrupts the business models of a lot of the companies out here, but it's not going away, right? It's not going away, and the business model should be everyone's got an opportunity. If it's an open system, everyone's got an opportunity to kick off the incumbent because your stuff is better. So it fosters innovation, and that's what you really are. Your companies are innovative technology, warfighting capabilities. And it used to be that if you got on the platform, you wiped the sweat off your brow, you won, you celebrated, and you were never getting off. That's not going to happen anymore. You can get on in 2 years. I'm looking for something else if I can find it. So you have to compete against yourself to make yourself better. You have to compete against your competitors that you all know and are sitting next to you today. Open systems are the thing that we have to embrace. And Flora is doing that in spades. And digital engineering, to kind of bring it all together, and Ryan mentioned it, at PDR, we together got in there and we looked at the architecture, and there were some things missing. And that's not a Bell fault, that happens. But we didn't find it in test. Oh, it's not as MOSA as we thought it was. We said in the model, it needs to be more MOSA. Let's go do some more work. Spend another month or two. That's time well spent. So Flora is very much about lethality. It brings the most lethal thing the Army has, which is American soldiers, to places that traditional rotorcraft just can't get. And that's what it's going to do.
Yeah, thanks, Jeff. Ryan, anything to add?
I agree.
And I agree as well. So just to kind of double down on the open architectures, because certainly you've done that in Flora, and it really does give you the ability to plug and play new capabilities and technologies in over time. And that's critical to be able to keep the aircraft on the cutting edge, right? But it's not just Flora, that's true for everything. And so going back to what the under said this morning about, we want to really be able to leverage companies that are spending their own money developing products and bring them into the architecture. The open architecture is critical to do that. So open APIs, open architectures, things that allow us to really bring in that next technology and really inspire competition and innovation out there is what will keep us on the cutting edge of lethal today and tomorrow. So could not agree more. All right, I think we have time for like a question or two, if anybody has any. Yep, sure. Perfect.
Great presentation. I thought it was really, really good. In terms of sustainment and adoption of new capability, obviously, MOSA is one of the best ways to do that. Have you guys started to plan for that at this point? How as new capabilities become available, how are we able to get them through testing quicker so that they can be adopted and ultimately get into the warfighter?
100%. Before we even went to Milestone B, Milestone B is the decision to develop and detail the aircraft. I would say 1/3 of my documentation was about sustainment. And if you read through that sustainment documentation, our life cycle sustainment plan, it is littered with words like intellectual property. It's littered with words like MOSA and open architecture. So what's my implementation? Yes, we can have a MOSA aircraft. How do I take advantage of it? So I'm going to tell you, I have 3 PMs. All right. My first PM is the one that Ryan deals with every single day. He is the development PM. I have a production and fielding PM that we're about to stand up that office because we already got to think about the next contract, and we got to think about going into production and productionizing and fielding and training. And then for a couple of years now, we've had a modernization PM. So we are already, and his name is Lieutenant Colonel Zach Kiefer. If you don't know him, you should know him, right? Because his job is to take meetings with you and start thinking about how to implement MOSA. That means, what's the contract strategy? Are we going to build a lab that has a digital backbone ready to go? Are we going to hire a third party to do it? Are we going to do it ourselves? When are we going to release RFIs and RFPs? What technologies do we want to go after first? Like get that guidance from the CFT and the aviation cost. SWAP, we're always looking at, and weight equals cost on an aircraft and weight equals performance on an aircraft. We always have to find ways to reduce weight. Technology gets smaller as it gets more mature. That's always been the case. So how do I combine technologies into one sensor? Can I have a sensor that can see a missile and shoot it down and let me see through degraded visual environments? Can I have one sensor that does that instead of 12? Can I have one chassis that has 7 or 8 cards in there and handles my communications? Or do I have 7 radios like I do today? And intellectual property, I will say this, we value a company's intellectual property. We value it. Part of the strategy was to ask Bell and its competitor at the time, what can you provide to meet the things we want to do? We did not ask for specific intellectual property. We said, this is what we need to do. And we gave hundreds of different, what we called use cases, sustainment use cases. This is what we need to do. What can you provide? What are you willing to provide? And the more they were willing to provide, the more benefit they got in the competition. And then now it's about delivering that. And there are some cases where commercial companies, if they want to be a part of that, if they were signed up for certain sustainment use cases, that they're going to have to provide data. And that data is not intended to hurt a company. But in the Army, soldiers repair aircraft. Soldiers sustain aircraft, and they do it in dangerous places. The next war will not be in a place of relative sanctuary where we can do all our maintenance. We may have to do it in the mud. We may have to do it with soldiers. We may have to fight our way while we're doing maintenance. And you heard the Undersecretary say today, we need the right to repair and maintain. We don't want to own all the data. We don't need to own the data. We need the right to repair and maintain. And we will not buy equipment that we can't repair and maintain, because that's what soldiers do. So there's a lot of stuff. I mean, I can talk about that. It is a great question, by the way. It's very important to us. We have a PM stood up. We are developing the modernization strategy today. And we want to get the latest and greatest stuff in as soon as possible, because our acquisition strategy was build the aircraft, get it right, get MOSA right, put mature technologies in there, stuff that we see on all the current fleet. And then all of you out here have great stuff, and we know it. And you're going to be offered every opportunity to become part of this Florida ecosystem.
Yeah, thanks, Jeff. And I would just add to that. So I think Jeff did a great job answering for Flora. I think this applies to everybody, right? And so more broadly, MOSA, you asked, how does MOSA help us to be able to test new products faster, get them in the soldiers' hands faster? So I think one of the big time-consuming drags on anything that we build is the integration piece. And certainly it's been incredibly painful for a long time across, I would tell you, probably every domain area that the Army has, because we didn't have MOSA. And so we had to basically kludge things together and, kind of hope they all work together. And when they don't, we got to figure out how to make it work together. It's very painful. MOSA takes that out, right? And so really, we should have, I think what we need is strategies to test the product. Like, does the thing work and do what it's supposed to do? And then as long as the interfaces match our architecture, which is going to be a requirement, that is MOSA, then the plug and play is easy. Now, obviously, you have to do some validation to make sure it doesn't make anything, break anything or whatever, but it's much, much easier. Yeah, exactly. So I think it'll really make us go a lot faster. All right, we are out of time. We're getting the high sign from the people in the back. But thanks all for coming. Appreciate it. And Jeff and Ryan, thank you so much.
Thank you.
I know.
All right. Well, I'm Specialist Jaden Hughes. I was a parachute rigger, but now I'm transitioned to a supply sergeant. For me, the Guard has given me like a sense of purpose. But, I enjoy, being around people and really kind of getting to know people from different backgrounds and different all over the place. And I feel like it's been a good people experience. And, whether you want to do just be a weekend soldier in the Guard, you're going to enjoy drill weekends. Like, they're fun. We know it's a time away from family and time away from, your loved ones. So, come into a drill, we want to make sure you have that same family camaraderie.
Hey, Sky Soldier Nation, Colonel Josh Gasper, Bayonet 6.
Bayonet 7, Joshua Peterson.
Hey, so want to kind of bring you up to date for State of the Herd in terms of what we have going on, where we're at, and where we're going. So number one, I'll kind of lead off with, I was doing some math the other day in my office, and over the last 90 plus days or so, the brigade's been in 13 different nations, 3 on the fringe of going into in terms of Morocco, Tunisia, and Senegal with African Lions. So you think about where we've been and what we've been doing, it's unbelievably impressive. And where paratroopers have been at, and most importantly, the readiness that they've been building there. The second part I think is important for today, for the State of the Herd, is really to formally welcome Sergeant Major Peterson as Bayonet 7 to the team. Fired up to have him as a Ranger buddy and know the things he's going to accomplish for the brigade.
Appreciate it, sir. Yeah, very humbled to be here. Very excited, motivated to be new Bayonet 7. And with that, want to talk about, what Colonel Gasper is talking about there with all the different places that we've been lately. We just finished up at Allied Spirit up north in Germany, getting ready to go jump into Morocco, Tunisia. And then a little bit later, a couple months down the road, we're going to be jumping into Swift Response over in Latvia and Lithuania. A lot of good things happening across the herd. And on top of that, we got Memorial Day coming up soon too. And one of our own Vietnam veteran, Jim Manchin, has been working diligently and hard alongside of the brigade to make sure that the nearly 1,800 soldiers that fought and died in Vietnam are going to be memorialized by the new stones that we're going to be putting out front.
No, Sergeant Major, that's awesome. The legacy work from the team. They kind of highlight powerful, and I think that's what makes this place special. The one thing I will kind of bring up when we talk about our legacy is where we need help. We're not perfect, and we have some own work to do ourselves inside our own ranks. Over the last 90 days, we've had 5 DUIs. We've had 14 different moments where paratroopers popped hot for illicit substances, and then we had 4 domestic violence cases. And like anything else, there can be no bystander, right? We have the responsibility for every single paratrooper, right? We must own that. We must internalize it. It must be personal. And so all these behaviors that are out there, they do not, right? They do not shine well against our legacy. They do not shine well against who we are as a brigade and the expectations of us.
Yeah, and alongside of that help that we're looking for in that aspect, there are a lot of good things that are being done by paratroopers across the herd right now. We've got multiple people in Ranger School right now. We just had a couple of graduates here in the last 120 days. And big win, we got 45 newly minted jump masters that we just got. All right, putting paratroopers out of the door, that's exactly what we need from our NCOs and our leaders across the herd. We're also just pulled second place in the Army Best Medic competition. Huge shout out to those guys. We're already primed and ready and go and dominate and win at Best Ranger, Best Sapper, Best Mortar, and a couple other the Best Stuff series coming up. So looking forward to us getting there and not just competing, but coming out there to actually dominate those competitions.
Winning is the only option.
Always.
All right. Okay. Hey, as we wrap it up, think about what's on the horizon, right? Sergeant Major talks a little bit about it. Swift Response in Lithuania and Latvia. The most important part of those exercises is really all the preparatory work that the teams have been doing up to this point, and then over the next really 45 days to prepare us and ensure that we are at our optimal peak going to those things. So I really appreciate the airborne operations, the different mini exercises we're doing to ensure that we're out and all the deployed for training that the companies and battalions have done over the last few months. You think about Swift Response, right on the trail edge of Swift Response on Memorial Day. The Sergeant Major talks about, and then D-Day 81. Again, another phenomenal opportunity to go connect with the history of the U.S. Army in particular, what it did for the folks of Northern France, what it did for the Allies, and for the paratroopers that get to go up there and support and jump out of a airplane. It is a once-in-a-lifetime memory that folks will remember for the rest of their life. Looking through the summer, there'll be a series of transitions across the brigade, but the brigade doesn't stop. In terms of response force operations that we have, Agile Spirit, Eagle partner with Sabre, when they look at the Black Sea region and things that they're going to do down there, continues to be amazing and impressed with the brigade is aligned and what we have on the calendar and what we have coming ahead of us. I would lie if I didn't say today was special. March 26th, so 22 years today, Second Lieutenant Gaspard was exiting a paratroop door over in northern Iraq. And I think about the experience that I had as a second lieutenant. I think about the innovation symposium we're having right now and all the tech and all the digital means that we have. So I would probably look at the brigade as second lieutenant from then to now and say, man, this is completely different, right? In terms of where we've grown to and the capabilities we have. But I'd also like to walk around here and say, man, some things are the same. Tough, gritty, hard-nosed, lethal. Those things are enduring. Those things don't change. That's what we expect from young paratroopers every single day to put in the work and to be prepared when called to kill our nation's enemies and to break their stuff. Sky Soldiers.
All right, we are on the road and we're still working. And today I want to announce that we are initiating the Workforce Acceleration and Recapitalization Initiative. It's an important new opportunity to right-size DoD. For more information, check the information below.
Good afternoon, Vietnam veterans and families, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of Colonel Michelle M. Williams, the commander of the United States Army Financial Management Command, and Command Sergeant Major Joy Allen, who is the Senior Enlisted Advisor to the Commander of the United States Army Financial Management Command, welcome to this commemoration of the 50th anniversary of the war. We would like to recognize some of the people who have joined us today. First, we want to thank the Vietnam veterans and their families for joining us today. And we thank you for joining us. We also welcome Major General Retired Lyles, the former Adjutant General of the Indiana National Guard, along with Mr. Tim McNally, a Vietnam veteran, both of whom will be speakers for today's ceremony. To our community partners from the Museum of the 20th Century Warfare, Veterans of Foreign Wars, Department of Veterans Affairs, thank you for providing the displays and resources for our veterans, which you'll see in the back of the room. We also thank our Army Reserve and Defense Finance and Accounting Service partners who are here with us today and who helped make this event possible. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise for the posting of the colors by the U.S. Army Reserve's 310th Expeditionary Sustainment Command Color Guard, led by Master Sergeant Martin Grubbs, followed by the playing of the national anthem and a prayer by Vietnam veteran Pastor Dale Irwin.
Present arms.
No matter what your life is involved with today, you have served. And a lot of you continue to serve. I am a fourth generation of those serving, and I'm proud of that. When they asked if I could give a prayer, they said there's one thing that you have to remember, that there's kind of restrictions that the Army and the Air Force, the Navy and the Marines, all of these service organizations have to work with them. And so I thought, well, I'll bring that up. And so all I did was bring up what I could talk about. It's 10 pages. I thought about reading that to you, and it said, no, that you shouldn't do that. It's not about me. It's all about you. It's all about those families that were at home, those that are still at home, those that never came home, those that came home in ways that we don't want. I thought that they did a real good job of putting something together here. This is 10 pages on how you should not do things. On page 5, I found a little paragraph on how it was acceptable to do something. Even though I'm a pastor, I still understand all of that. I don't know how many religions we have represented here today, but I know how many people that are followers of what needs to be done when it comes about that is required of us. And so I'd like you just to contemplate. If you would you go ahead and sit down? I'm sorry. My wife's going to tell me about that one. But just contemplate while I read something that was put together and I'm just changing it a little bit. When we speak of God, we speak of a lot of different nationalities and environments that people have grown up in and what that's all about. Let us just think about today and what we've been thinking about since we were called to ask if we would like to come. Let us pray. God, we do thank you for the privilege of being here tonight. We thank you for the beautiful day you've given us for health and strength, for all things we take for granted. God, we read the paper today. The economic times are not good, and many people are suffering and doing without. We pray for them. We pray that you would help us to help. We pray for the decisions that we will make tonight, tomorrow, and all the days that we are upon this earth doing your will. That God, they will honor and glorify you. We pray that you would give us wisdom and understanding. Well, thank you for it. In your name, God, amen. We are all one. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Irwin. Today we have 29 proud Americans, veterans of the Vietnam era, and 31 of their family members and guests with us today. Please join me in a resounding round of applause for these great veterans and their families and guests for being here this afternoon. The National 50th Anniversary Commemoration of the Vietnam War is a Secretary of Defense initiative authorized by Congress and first proclaimed by our president. This anniversary seeks to accomplish what should have been done 50 years ago. Thank and honor Vietnam veterans, our nation's blood and treasure from a generation ago, and their families for the service and sacrifice that they gave to this great nation. The first presidential proclamation was signed in 2012, kicking off the 13-year commemoration program, and it was President Trump who signed a law making March 29th National Vietnam War Veterans Day, ensuring that our Vietnam War veterans will be commemorated and given the gratitude they deserve long into the future. So it's fitting we come together this afternoon on behalf of a grateful nation so that we can personally thank and honor these veterans for their unyielding commitment to service, for their sacrifices, for their hardships they endured while defending our freedom and liberty. But while we celebrate the extraordinary contributions and gallantries of our veterans, it remains etched into our hearts and minds the countless great American men and women who came before us that never returned home to the land of the free. Today, we also remember these Americans who paid the ultimate price for our freedom. This is our American way. Ladies and gentlemen, as you walked in, you might have noticed a display honoring our Vietnam veterans with uniforms they wore during their service. If you haven't already, please go back after the ceremony and take a look at this display of military heritage. We'd like to thank Mr. Chris Schneider and the Museum of the 20th Century Modern Warfare, located here in Fort Harrison State Park, for this display. I would now like to draw your attention to the front right, the table on the stage there. You might have noticed this table set in supreme honor for our comrades we lost and who are still missing and unaccounted for. Our military way of life is filled with much symbolism. Held in high regard by most, unmatched by no others, feared by no one. The table provides a way to tell us that members of our profession, who we call brothers and sisters, comrades, teammates, heroes, are missing. Please allow me to explain the meaning of the table. The single chair represents Americans missing from the Army, Marine Corps, Navy, Air Force, Coast Guard, Space Force, and yes, civilians who are among us in spirit only. The table is draped in white, symbolizing the purity of their intentions to respond to the call to arms from their nation. The table is round to show that our concern for them is never ending. The single red rose reminds us of their loved ones and friends who keep the faith while waiting for their return. A slice of lemon reminds us of their bitter fate. A pinch of salt is symbolic of the tears of families who long for answers after decades of uncertainty. The candle is lit and reflects our hope for their return, alive or otherwise. And the glass is inverted. Their inability to celebrate this commemoration with us today because they are missing. Ladies and gentlemen, let us honor all our fellow men and women by joining me in a moment of silence. Thank you. Now we have a short video we'd like to present to you at this time. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my distinct privilege and honor to introduce to you the presiding officer for today's commemoration, the commander of the United States Army Financial Management Command, Colonel Michelle M. Williams.
Wow. Ladies and gentlemen, it is an absolute honor to stand before you today as we commemorate the 50th anniversary of the Vietnam War. And as I made my way partly through the crowd, and I promise I'll get to you guys, the rest of you afterwards, many of you, this is the first time you've actually been to the United States Army Financial Management Command. So again, thank you for making the trip. To our 29 veterans and 31 family members, thank you very much. To our distinguished guests, fellow service members, and most importantly, our Vietnam veterans and their families, welcome. Welcome to the United States Army Financial Management Command. Today, we gather not only to reflect on a pivotal time in our nation's history, but more importantly, to recognize and honor the men and women who served with unwavering courage and selfless devotion. To our Vietnam-era veterans, you answered the call of duty in a time of great uncertainty. You fought in the jungles, the skies, and the waters of Vietnam. You displayed the very essence of American valor. You endured hardships few can comprehend, from the heat and the monsoon rains to the intense battles and the sacrifices made on behalf of our grateful nation. But your service did not end when you came home. Many of you still continue to serve, whether in uniform, in our communities, or as steadfast mentors to the generations that followed. I am one of those and very grateful. You carried the weight of your experiences with dignity, helping to shape our armed forces and our nation for the better. Unfortunately, as we know, our society as a whole mistakenly did not welcome you back with open arms, as you all truly deserved. There was a lot of anger, and that was unfortunately misplaced upon you. And for that, our entire nation owes you a full debt of gratitude. That said, today we reaffirm a simple yet profound truth. Your service mattered. Your sacrifice mattered, and you will never be forgotten. To the families who stood behind our Vietnam veterans, you too served in ways that history books may never fully capture. You wrote letters, you kept the home fires burning, you provided the strength when your loved ones returned home. And to the families of those who never came home, we will forever honor their memory. Their names are etched not only in stone, but in the hearts of each and every single one of us Americans. One of the most profound legacies of our Vietnam veterans is the role in shaping how we care for today's service members. Because of you, our country learned valuable lessons about honoring and supporting our warriors, not just in battle, but when they return home. Your perseverance ensured that future generations of veterans would receive the recognition, care, and gratitude that they deserve. I know that for most of you in this room who wore the uniform in one way or another over the past 30 years, our experiences in coming home were far different than yours. For that, thank you. As we commemorate this anniversary, let us not only reflect on the past, but recommit ourselves to ensuring that every veteran from every war is honored and supported. Let us stand united in gratitude and remembrance. To our Vietnam veterans, welcome home. And thank you for your service. Thank you for your sacrifice. And thank you for your enduring legacy. Your service will never be forgotten, and your legacy will endure for generations to come. And one more thing before I exit off this stage, I need to say thank you. We've got a couple guest speakers coming up, so thank you all for being our guest speakers. Thank you to our wonderful color guard for this ceremony. Our opening prayer, thank you, sir, for our opening prayer. It was very thoughtful. We also have some volunteers. We've got the museum that's here that put up a display in the back, and everybody who helped put this ceremony together, thank you for doing that. That being said, service to soldiers, this will defend.
Thank you, Colonel Williams. Ladies and gentlemen, it is now my distinct honor and privilege to introduce retired Major General R. Dale Lyles, former Indiana National Guard Adjutant General. Major General Lyles recently completed nearly 4 decades of distinguished service in the Indiana National Guard and United States Armed Forces. Commissioned through the Officers Candidate School, he rose through the rank to become Indiana's Adjutant General in 2019, commanding more than 12,000 Army and Air National Guardsmen and overseeing their readiness, operations, and training. Throughout his career, General Lyles held key leadership roles at the state and national level, including Deputy Chief of Staff for Operations at the National Guard Bureau, impacting policy and readiness across all 54 states and territories. He led overseas deployments in Bosnia and Afghanistan and commanded elite organizations, including the 219th Engineer Brigade and the Muscatatuck Urban Training Center. A lifelong learner, he holds degrees from Indiana University Southeast, Oakland City University, and the U.S. Army War College. His numerous awards include the Bronze Star, Combat Infantryman Badge, and the Indiana Distinguished Service Medal. He is also Ranger, Airborne, and Air Assault qualified. Please join me in welcoming Major General Dale Lyles.
Thank you. Thank you for that warm introduction and for that bio. I've got to work to pare that down a little bit because after I hear that, I've like got to get up here and perform. So, Colonel Williams, ma'am, thank you for having me here today. It is absolutely my honor to be here. And you know, to our federal employees that are here today, God bless you and all that you're going through and some of the uncertainty that you're facing now. But know this, men and women like me and men and women that are here today absolutely appreciate what you do for us, and you have our backs when we go to war. And without you, we cannot fight and win our nation's war. So keep after it. We know that sometimes the government can be a difficult person to work for, but keep after it because we have absolutely got to have you on our team. And to our veterans, our Vietnam veterans, you reassure me. To see you sitting here today reassures me and gives me renewed faith and confidence that our sovereignty will prevail. In a time where we are threatened by adversaries each and every day, when I look to my left, I see the men and women that stand between good and evil, and it makes me feel good to be here today. And so I really want to do a couple things today. First of all, I'd like to start off by asking 3 questions. And I want to frame my remarks around those 3 questions. And the basis for those questions is this. I've talked to a lot of Gold Star families, a lot of veterans, a lot of Vietnam veterans in the past. And the fact of the matter is there's only 2 things that our Gold Star families want and that our veterans want. And that's number 1, to always be remembered, that we never forget who you were and what you stood for. Number 2, that your sacrifice was not in vain. And so I've posed 3 questions to validate those 2 things that our veterans want and deserve. And that first question is this: is it really necessary that we fight? Is it really necessary that we fight our adversaries? Number 2, was the sacrifice worth it? Was it indeed worth the 50,000 lives that were lost, over 50,000 lives that were lost in the Vietnam War? And then finally, is it important that we have events like today? Do we need to put all of these things together? And by the way, this is a remarkable event. I can tell that there must be an infantry officer behind this because of the way that it's put together. Just kidding. And so I absolutely will say that we must continue to do events like this because we cannot forget them. So first of all, why do we need to continue to fight our adversaries? The reason for that is very simple. Is it really necessary that we are bombing targets in Yemen today? Is it really necessary that we have a defense strategy aimed at China, at Russia, at all of our adversaries? And the answer to that is absolutely yes, because this is why. We have dictatorships ruled with iron fists, communist regimes, theocracies, and other self-centered forms of government that absolutely want to do away with freedom and democracy because they want to have the power over their people to extract resources for self-gain. and power. And that is absolutely why we have to be on the offense. We have to pursue offensive doctrines in order to repel those adversaries from displacing America as the leader of the free world. And so, as history also teaches us, when good people stay silent, tyranny grows and tyranny prevails. And so the Vietnam War was more than just a conflict a world away. It was a stand against regimes that strip away liberty, silence dissent, and deny people of their basic rights. And our Vietnam veterans didn't choose the politics, but they carried the burden of it. They answered the call, not just for our country, but for those around the world who hoped for the same freedoms that we enjoy as Americans. They served in the name of liberty, and that makes their choice and their cause noble. Was the sacrifice worth it? Was it indeed worth the 50,000 lives, or over 50,000 lives that were lost in the Vietnam War, the countless prisoners of war, the sacrifices that our families made while our soldiers and airmen and others were deployed? And the answer to that, again, is yes. And I say that not as a retired Major General. I say that as a son of a Vietnam veteran. My dad is a retired Army officer who also served multiple years and retired from the Army. And he deployed to Vietnam as a rifleman, a platoon leader with the Big Red One. And I can tell you that he doesn't talk much about his deployment or his service in Vietnam, but I'll tell you this, he constantly reminded me when things got tough and it got hard, that I must prevail because it's for God, it's for family, and it's for country. And that's what he stood for. And those very same values are what propelled me to a 38-year career in the military. And that's what, as Colonel Williams alluded to, that's what has inspired many generations to continue to serve today. And for that, I am indeed thankful for the sacrifice that he and my mother made. I can still remember a very young 4 or 5-year-old boy and my dad deploying to Vietnam. Thirdly, are these events important? And I say that because of this. We know that they are, but we take it for granted because we think that you can do a Facebook post and get away with it, or a Twitter or an X or an email or something informal and not have an experience like you have today. When you do that, you diminish the importance of this event, and you don't teach other generations and future generations that need to have these events so that they don't take our democracy for granted. So yes, indeed. And my hat's off to the entire team that put this together, because this is absolutely a worthy event to recognize the sacrifices that you men and women made on our behalf. And so the answer to all three of these questions is yes. And the importance of these questions is extreme. It's more extreme today than ever because we have no shortage of adversaries seeking to displace us as the leader of the free world. Because of the brave men and women like these Vietnam veterans who raised their right hands, swore an oath, and stood watch against our nation's enemies, America endures. Their courage, sacrifice, and unyielding sense of duty help shape the freedoms we enjoy today. Our country remains the greatest nation on earth because of heroes like those gathered here today. We honor them not only with our words, but by living lives that are worthy of their service. In conclusion, I have had the privilege to travel this entire world. I have been to almost every continent. I've been to almost every Eastern and Western European nation. I've been to multiple countries in Africa, and I've been to multiple countries in the Middle East. And there is no better country than the United States of America, and it's because of the men and women sitting to my left. We owe a deep debt of gratitude to their service and to their sacrifice, and we should never, ever take democracy for granted. Democracy is hard, and we have got to participate, and we owe it to these men and women to do that each and every day. The heroes of Vietnam stood their ground in a time of great uncertainty and division, and because of their courage, we still live in the greatest country in the world today. To our Vietnam veterans, your duty, your bravery, and your love of country are the reason we live in the greatest nation on the earth. You didn't ask for recognition, but you have more than earned it. Your legacy lives on in your families, your communities, and in all of us who continue to serve. May we always remember your sacrifice. May we always speak your names. And may we always be a nation worthy of the freedom that you fought for. God bless each and every one of you, and God bless this great country. Thank you.
Thank you, General Lyles, for both your words and your service. Now it is my distinct pleasure to introduce to you Mr. Timothy McNally. A native of Chicago, Mr. McNally grew up on the west side of the city, attending Quigley High School. After high school, McNally went to St. Mary's Seminary to serve in the priesthood. After meeting a young lady, he decided to change career paths, graduating from DePaul University with a degree in business administration and management. In 1965, after being drafted 13 times and receiving education, job, and medical deferments, Mr. McNally enlisted in 1969 at 25 years old. Shortly after joining, he signed up for OCS, initially deploying to Vietnam in 1970 as a signal officer with the 23rd Infantry Division. He was reassigned to the 716th Military Police Battalion after serving 13 months in Vietnam. He served with the Illinois National Guard until 1973. Achieving the rank of captain, Mr. McNally is a Bronze Star recipient. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Timothy McNally.
Oh, well, that was my speech. So I'll just have to ad lib from now on. You know, many speeches begin with the comment, I am humbled and honored to be here. So many speeches begin with that you got to wonder if they really are humbled and honored. I have to tell you this, I am humbled and honored. It is a privilege to be here for the 50th anniversary of the end of the Vietnam War. Senior moment. When I got drafted, I got a letter in the mail 12 days before Christmas. And I didn't think that was right. That kind of irritated me. I was engaged, irritated my family, my friends, my future family. So I got the Irish up. My irritation caused me to call Lyndon Baines Johnson at the White House. Somebody answered, and it wasn't him. And the aide said to me, you want to call the Texas White House because that's where Lyndon Johnson is right now. I said, okay. So he gave me the number. I called the Texas White House, and the aide answered. And I said, really, I'd like to give the president the greetings he just sent me 12 days before Christmas, drafting me, and I think it's terrible. He said, oh, no, the president doesn't do that. The head of the Selective Service, General Hershey, does that. Let me give you his number. Well, anybody that knows me knows that I'm not shy. I don't walk away from trouble, and I seek opportunity to overcome obstacles. So I called General Hershey, and he answered. It was his direct line. And I said, General, I'm really ticked off. You drafted me 12 days before Christmas. I think that is disruptive to the family, the friends, and I'm not going to make my soldiering any better. And he said, yes, sir, you're right. We will not honor that draftee. I'll send you another one. Ignore that one. 8 weeks later, I got drafted. I went in March 27th, 1969. And the rest is almost history, except for the fact that not being shy enough, when I got into the service, they were sending me to Fort Polk, Louisiana. And I thought, man, I'm 26 years old. I'm going to Little Vietnam. What chance do I have of surviving this? I mean, with the moccasins, the water moccasins, and evil drill sergeants beating me up. Well, the plane we took stopped 4 times in Illinois. We picked up other recruits, and the pilot announced that we were not going to to Louisiana. We're going to Missouri because they had an outbreak of spinal meningitis in Fort Polk, and that post was closed temporarily. I said, yeah, baby. Everybody looked at me like I was nuts, but I'd rather go to Fort Polk than, I'd rather go to thank you, Leonardwood than Fort Polk. Well, anyway, as time goes on, the situation is I signed up for OCS, and they said, well, sir, you're a personal friend of General Hersey's, so we'll get you right to the top of the line. So that was the humor of my beginning. However, when my wife, and I was married, or I wasn't married, I was engaged, but when my fiance and sister took me to 1800 Jackson for the initial induction, they brought us in this room and they talked to us about how honored we should be to be there. And then this guy comes in, he's dressed up in his Marine outfit, looking really strack, and he's unfortunately, those laws haven't been passed in our favor yet. But there's always hope. So now, at the tender age of 81, I get an opportunity to tell you about some humorous things that happened to me to get here. And the only thing I can say, I'm really glad that I made.
General here in Indiana. He retired from law just 6 months ago. Lawrence O'Neill served in the U.S. Army from 1970 to 1972, earning the rank of Private First Class. After being drafted, O'Neill became a medic and graduated from jump school at Fort Benning. He then served in Europe supporting NATO forces. O'Neill went on to earn a degree in recreation from Central State University, and he retired from the city of Dayton, Ohio, as a head life-saving instructor working in recreation and parks. Sam Pierce served on active duty in the U.S. Army from 1972 to 1978, and then in the Army Reserves until 1981, achieving the rank of Specialist 5. Pierce joined the Army as an accounting specialist and served with the 45th Finance Section in Germany before working prisoner pay with the 70th Military Police Detachment. After military service, Pierce served as a bill collector and repossession specialist. Today, he heads the annual 45th Finance Section reunion each year. Michael Seaman served from 1969 to 1996 as a finance officer, achieving the rank of lieutenant colonel. Commissioned through the Reserve Officer Training Corps, Seaman served in the Army Central Finance and Accounting Office in Long Binh, Vietnam from 1971 to 1972. After Vietnam, Seaman served at the Army's separation point in Oakland, the Panama Canal Zone, Fort Ben Harrison, Fort Meade, and Fort Knox. He is a recipient of the Bronze Star Medal. Dewey Shelton served in the U.S. Air Force as a clerk from 1958 to 1962, achieving the rank for Airman First Class. After attending basic training at Lackland Air Force Base, Shelton was stationed at Hamilton Air Base north of San Francisco, Cisco. Shelton then served at Royal Air Force Greenham Common in the United Kingdom. Terry Tabb served in the U.S. Army from 1969 to 1970, achieving the rank of sergeant. After being drafted, Tabb attended basic training at Fort Knox and then went on to Fort Polk to become an infantryman. In Vietnam, Tabb served with the 199th Light Infantry Brigade, working the Vietnam Delta under the 9th Infantry Division. After the military, Tabb worked for General Motors until his retirement in 2006. Stephen Treadwell served in the U.S. Army from 1972 to 1975, earning the rank of Specialist 4. After enlisting, Treadwell was assigned as an infantryman to the 82nd Airborne Division, earning his jump wings and the prestigious Trooper of the Month award. After the military, Mr. Treadwell served as an apprentice embalmer before starting the company as a manufacturer's representative, which he still does today. Keith Wallace served in the U.S. Navy from 1958 to 1962, achieving the rank of Aviation Maintenance Hydraulics Second Class Petty Officer. After enlisting in Indianapolis, Wallace attended boot camp at Great Lakes Naval Station and attended A School at Naval Air Station Milton before shipping off to Pawtucket Naval Air Station. He then served on an airborne early warning squadron deployed to Newfoundland, maintaining aircraft flying the barrier in which the North Atlantic and North Pacific, which was on the early warning defense line. Wayne Yankovic served in the U.S. Air Force from 1968 to 1974, and then in the Air National Guard out of Terre Haute from 1990 to 1994, achieving the rank of Technical Sergeant. Initially drafted in the Army after attending college at East LA College, Yankovic was able to enlist in the Air Force as a supply specialist. He served in Vietnam with the 43rd Combat Support Group at Cam Run-Berry, where he also performed duties as a part-time loadmaster on C-7 and C-130 aircraft. After leaving Vietnam, he was stationed at Cannon Air Force Base and March Air Force Base, and after the military, Yankovic worked for Flying Tigers and FedEx, where he retired in 2020 after 30 years. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in a resounding round of applause for all of our veterans honored here today. Ladies and gentlemen, please remain standing. Having to ad-lib here for a second. Please remain standing and direct your attention to the POW MIA table and flag for the playing of Taps by Sergeant First Class Thomas Brunel. Please remain standing for the retirement of the colors. Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes today's ceremony. Thank you all for joining us here today. Service to soldiers, this will defend. And I've been
General Rainey, thanks again for your remarks. As our last panel comes to the table, that panel titled Continuous Transformation, Scaling Change at Speed, will be led by Lieutenant General Richard Formica. Sir, the floor is yours.
Okay, good morning. You don't have to leave. Les, thank you for the introduction, for your service in our Army, and for all you and AUSA does for our soldiers, civilians, and families every day. Thanks for organizing this symposium. It's been a great 2 days, and we're looking forward to following General Rainey with this panel. We're going to focus on continuous transformation, scaling change at speed. And you heard my question to General Rainey about at the enterprise level, what are the challenges we've talked about throughout the course of this week as we try to get technology to units faster, transform and contact. How does that translate to scalability across an enterprise? Army's a big Army. And then what are the challenges for sustainability? So jump-started by transformation and contact, continuous transformation also includes deliberate transformation and concept-driven transformation. And we've heard a little bit about all of that this week. Army's large and complex. Scaling change at speed presents a challenge. It's one thing, as I said, to rapidly bring emerging technologies to a portion of the force. It's another to bring transformation across the Army in the operating force and then supported by the generating force across DOT-MIL PF. We're going to build on the insights that General Rainey just offered and what you've heard during the course of the week. AUSA's assembled a really strong panel with 2 experienced CFT directors and partners from industry from emerging technologies that we've been talking about, land-based autonomy and drones. And they're going to share their thoughts on the opportunities and challenges of scaling change at speed. So with that, I want to introduce our panel. Brigadier General Kane Baker is the Director of Future Vertical Lift Cross-Functional Team at United States Army Futures Command. Brigadier General Rory Crooks, the Director of Long Range Precision Fires Cross-Functional Team, United States Army Futures Command. Mr. Scott Sanders, the Chief Growth Officer at Forterra. And then Mr. Ryan Gurry, the CEO and co-founder of PDW Performance Drone Works. Each of our panel members will offer opening comments. Then we should have about 45 minutes to respond to your questions, and we're looking forward to those. We'll finish with each panel member having about a minute to provide closing remarks. So with that, General Kane, sir, or General Baker.
Hey, sir, I don't think we should have our feelings hurt people walking out. Tomorrow's the first day of turkey season in the state of Alabama, so I think they all rushed out to get their turkey calls together. So
More importantly, today's opening day at Nat Stadium.
Yeah, all right. So plus I'm on the clock here, so I just chewed in some time for General Formica pulls me off. Hey, thanks for letting me join the team here this morning. So, you know, we talk about continuous transformation and the ability to scale capability. You know, inside of FVL and the CFTs and probably across all the CFTs, there's really 3 guiding principles that we go by. The first piece, and we've all talked about it, General Rainey just mentioned it, you know, the global landscape is changing at a very rapid pace. And what's doing that, I think, is a lot with technology. And when you look at that technology, the ability for us as CFTs, the CDIDs, the requirements owners to get emerging capability in the hands of soldiers so we can get immediate feedback and can develop that capability into our requirements inside of our doctrine is a key principle that helps guide how we do things in the CFT. The second principle, and I'll build off of this with examples, the second principle is it's that partnership with industry that we go along this path together. And, General Rainey said it, just as a combat commander looks at his partners in that geographic area, we do that also with industry, but we do it with a mindset of expanding an industrial base so we can actually scale. And I'll talk about my examples here in a minute. The last piece here is we know this rapid pace is going to be an iterative approach. And we're not just looking for a one-type capability that we buy, we park inside of a formation, and we put it in an AHA and leave it. That is not the partnership that we're doing with industry. It's an iterative, agile approach that we broaden the capability across multiple partners so we can scale quickly, scale as quickly as possible when the need is there. So the examples I'll use. So the first example that kind of, uses those three principles and that are underpinned by this is the first one's our launched effects. So launched effects was really a concept just a few years ago from the idea is how do you extend sensing capability and lethality out hundreds of nautical miles for the commander? It's back to that mass and precision. And how do we do it in a capability at echelon, brigade, division, corps, theater, MDTFs? How do we do that to drive, one, survivability for these assets, and how do we do it in mass with the idea of putting this in type of a swarm wolf pack concept to give our ability to extend range into integrated air defense, command and control systems, integrated fire complexes. With that concept, there was a relationship that formed very quickly with multiple industry partners. And when I talk about launched effect, there's a couple of critical components. One, the platform itself, the payloads that you need to be able to penetrate and to go look at those enemy systems that I talked about. It's the mission system on board, the network required for the swarms to talk internally and externally, and also back to the precision fires that Rory will talk about. But the critical part of this was the role of autonomy and really the collaborative behavior. So this concept tied to a partnership with industry drove us down this path to have an aerial launch effect capability. We wanted it to come off of an aviation platform. So we had an industry base that allowed us to do that. Last year, we realized, hey, we don't not only want it coming off of an aviation platform, we wanted it to be able to come off of a ground capability. And, within the last year, we went in, updated the requirement document, expanded the industry base to do this off of multiple platforms, both air and ground. And just coming out of Project Convergence this year, we had launched effect off of a Bradley fighting vehicle out of a tow tube with a very low integration cost, minus the tow sleeve itself, and no modifications to that vehicle. That was very quick, and it drove multiple vendors, multiple partners that came together to deliver that capability. So that is one example inside of launched effects. The other aspect in launched effects is where we are in the program right now. Just in the last month, a solicitation to a ton of vendors that we wanted to bring a capability out to a corps and a division, which drove a selection of 3 different industry partners that drove them to link in with autonomy and payloads. Was 3 different systems on our short range capability that we will take out to a corps, division, a combat aviation brigade, a soft element, and a fires element, that we will put that capability in the hands of soldiers this year to continue to test it and then potentially make a decision of, where do we go with it next and how many do we buy in limited quantities. Another example of working with industry this year, we do an FVL and experimentation called EDGE out at the Western Training Area. We focus very specifically this year on autonomy and collaborative behavior, send an RFI out to industry that we wanted to bring them out to this test range and put them up against a series of threats at echelon. That solicitation drove us to review all these documents to see where we are on best in breed on autonomy. Ended up down selecting 6 vendors. We brought them out and we put them through a test range against actual enemy capability. That feedback is now driving our requirements documents that we're taking back into the building this year to get updated, that will continue to drive competition across multiple vendors. So it's the constant learning, the feedback, and the agile adaptation of where we are on behaviors. So, sir, what I'll just close here is continuous transformation only works with partnership with industry. It is a very close team capability. And the more partners that we look in, like, for example, Launched Effects, General Rainey gave the example on the brigade level UAS. We did that inside FVL. Expanding that base is the thought process, is how do we scale when we need to? How many partners do we have in here? How many partners are delivering payloads, platforms, autonomy? And as we work that and we compete it and we update it, it will eventually lead to, when we need to scale, we have multiple places to go to, multiple vendors, so we can bring a capability like FLRAA, like Launched Effects, and future UAS systems at the brigade level is the whole intent of how we're going about this, back to those three principles I laid out. So, sir, I'll hold there and hand it over to Roy.
Great, thanks. General Crooks.
Hey, thanks everybody for sticking around and really helping us follow up on an important topic that General Rainey teed up for us. General Formica runs a pretty tight ship, so I'm going to keep it to 2 points, and then I know I'm going to pass to Scott Sanders. He's going to elaborate on some of it. But the 2 points I want to make is that, at the risk of sounding like a acquisition professional, which I'm not, we have to optimize for production versus performance, and that matters to the things that I deal with in my portfolio. The second is we have to reframe our requirements to incentivize that. You heard General Rainey mention that, and that is absolutely what we need to do to make this happen. So to walk you on to target, I'll put it from the perspective of my portfolio, why we need to do those two things: optimize for production and reframe our requirements to incentivize that. I'm about 2.5 years into this position as the director. Wish now, looking backwards, I had an opportunity to change the name, because Long Range Precision Fires Cross-Functional Team, it really puts an overemphasis on precision, and it's sometimes at the expense of mass. And what we've found in a lot of the studies that we've done so far is that at echelon there are different ratios, but we absolutely need precision. We need mass. And as General Rainey framed out, and what Kane does very much in his portfolio with Launched Effects, we need mass precision. So if that is what we need at different ratios at echelon, particularly when we are at the higher echelons, we need more in terms of precision. As we get to lower echelons, division and brigade, that scale of mass starts to increase. And what we need to scale that mass, I'm afraid that our paradigms that we use right now for acquisition are not helping us get there. It didn't really resonate with me, or I didn't think twice about the term that we use in acquisition a lot, which is best of breed. There are certainly programs that we want to adhere to a paradigm of best of breed and get the most value for the taxpayers' money and most capability. But what we're seeing for things that I need to scale, like mass or mass precision, is that doesn't lend itself well to scaling in industry. What we try to get when we optimize performance is that 5% of extra performance you might squeeze out, that starts to drive the cost so high that I can't acquire these things at volume. And that's a problem for me when I need a lot of mass or mass precision. The idea of down selecting to a small number of vendors, one or two, as General Rainey mentioned, the one is just a horrible idea if we're trying to adhere to schedule risk. You know, when you only go to one and there's a problem with your subcontractor, now your schedule goes out the window. So we can't scale to the volumes or at the pace that we need if we adhere to a best of breed paradigm. So really the bottom line is we got to optimize for performance, and we have to change our requirements process to posture industry to do that for us. When we're optimizing for performance, I think, again, not to sound like an acquisition professional, but the idea of firm fixed pricing is something that really appeals to me when I look at those capabilities that we have to scale very quickly and achieve the mass that we need to. You have to have the volumes. So the second point is, how do we change the requirements to incentivize this? I think we're on the path. And General Rainey mentioned a new way of doing things, about a year old, maybe a little bit more, called the characteristic of need statement. And although it's not recognized by any ACIDS or JCIDS process right now as a requirement, it's not meant to be initially. What it is, it's a opportunity for us to collectively frame a problem. When I say we, I'm looking at the requirement developer like AFC, looking at our acquisition of professionals, and looking at our industry partners on getting together. What's the problem? What do we know about that problem? What capabilities are out there? And how do we team up and go for that which is attainable quickly and cheaply? That is a characteristic of need statement. And what we do with that is, as we all crush on this and learn, a lot of times that learning, by the way, is just awareness of what's out there. Many times we look at things from our own views and prisms, and we don't know what's out there. Once we learn that, we are shortening our other requirements documents, like abbreviated capability development document, to help us then drive and get those capabilities quickly. But it starts with that characteristic of need statement. And when we engage with industry, we want to, I think Scott's going to talk about this, we want to avoid being too prescriptive, because for the first time in a long time, we have commercial industry getting into areas that used to be only the military domain. We have SpaceX. So now I can talk to industry that's very competent about rockets that didn't exist 10 years ago in the same way it does today. So as we change those requirements documents, make them less prescriptive, framing the problems and moving fast on them, we also have to do something that's typically not something we do in our requirements development, which is set a price range, a target for the price that we don't want to exceed, because then I can't scale these at volume, right? So we have to set in our requirements documents a fixed price or a price range or a target. And then we have to incentivize for industry to go after that. We have to come up with a tranche sort of method that General Rainey described, and certain procurement demand signals that would make it worthwhile, economically feasible for our industry partners to do that. And bottom line, to get off the stage, we're really interested in moving fast on getting to this, and we're doing it at the point that we can with the programming, the planning, programming, budgeting, and execution PPBE process that we have today. And again, we're going to anticipate success of our senior leaders in helping us with flexible funding to do that. But I'll cede the rest of my time to Scott Sanders.
Okay, thanks, Rory. That was good. Mr. Sanders, and could you put the Forterra slide up, please? There you go.
Just waiting for my light to come on. Oh, it doesn't come on? Okay, cool.
You're right.
Can I have my notes back? I'm Scott. Yeah, we're trying to make this fun. Like, maybe get the wave going at some point in time. Like, come on, guys. Thank you. We got one. I'm Scott Sanders. I'm the Chief Growth Officer at Forterra. We build autonomous driving solutions, but really, that's not it. Like, driving from point A to point B is neat, right? Anyone been in a Waymo? It's pretty cool. There's like usefulness for that on the battlefield, but really what it's about is how do you get high performance compute and capabilities out to the warfighter. Every defense tech company in the country is getting fired up about how do you deliver scale technology out to users. But raise your hands if you carried a pack, even in the last 30 years, it's already full, right? Do you want more things in your backpack? Our logic is that we take vehicles everywhere. Why don't we use them to be the platform to get launched effects, sensing, drone systems, C2, everything out in distributed capability, leverage that high performance compute that comes on a self-driving vehicle. And then the thing we want to talk about is how do you do that at scale? Like, everyone says scale around here, like, yeah, let's do it at scale. It's like, Ryan, you want to sell a bunch of drones to someone? Like, yeah, he's going to sell you a bunch of drones if you buy them. But ramping up from 10 to 100 to 1,000 to 10,000 to 100,000, like, that is non-trivial. And if you don't talk about ways to get funding, move quickly, and put it on contract, then you're never going to have the demand signal that industry needs to actually build these things at scale. Like, and let's be real. No one in DoD builds things at real scale. right? Like automotive scale. What's the first production run of a Camry? It's like 30,000 vehicles. We won't build that in the DoD outside of the JLTV platform like ever. So when we talk about building at scale and creating the capacity to go do that, it comes down to, okay, what are those incentives? What is industry gonna, how is the DoD and the department in general, and obviously the Army is the biggest one, going to tell industry, yes, if you build this thing, we will buy some amount of it. As much as it'd be awesome to work at like a $1 billion venture-backed charity that just does cool stuff for the DoD, that's not the reality. Like these have to be sustainable businesses. That's how you get to large manufacturing scale. That's how you pull down price at scale. And a part of that is the requirements process that General Crooks was talking about, which is like, you got to treat technology like air power, right? Anyone ever called for fire here? Like you're not telling them how to set direction deflection on the gun. You're asking for an effect at a location. There is no one in the DoD who is a generational talent in mechanical engineering, mechatronics, computer vision, artificial intelligence, and software. That's just not the reality. You're experts in everything else when it comes to massing fires, planning, long-term logistics, war plans, not on signal, but like, you know, that, I mean, that's, let's be honest, that's where all the war plans happen, guys. If only SIPR worked. So like, how do you partner those things together? How do you get people out in the environment, and those people being engineers from the industry who now are working at defense tech companies? They don't want to work at Facebook anymore. They don't want to design the next app emoji, as cool as that is. And everyone who's sent a Ghibli image in the last 24 hours knows what I'm talking about. If you don't, check Twitter. It's really cool. They want to come work on these super hard problems. They have to get reps with your users and like make a controversial statement here. Soldier touch points aren't it. You've got to give it to users and have them take it for a deployment cycle, 18 months. Like when I was in, lowly Marine officer back in the day, someone will come out with some widget right before a capstone event. And they're like, hey, while you're getting evaluated to see if you're like any good at your actual job, please also take this new piece of technology you've never trained on and go do something neat with it. And you're like, yeah, dude, I'm for sure not doing any of that. I'm going to go write my op order in the corner and hope I don't get screamed at by my OPSO. Ironically, that guy's now my COO, so I just still get yelled at. And so you got to give it for a long period of time, and it's actually not that expensive. SOCOM has fielded more fully autonomous robots to its formations for less than $1 million than the Army has with $1.7 billion. It's not about money. It's not about drive. It's about doing it. Like, what are we so scared of? Is someone going to shave our heads and send us to Syria if we buy like $2 million of stuff and give it to a user? If it works, doesn't work, you get feedback. We have to change that mentality. Acquisition reform is done. You have all the rules. The Forged Action Shrine, some of those from mays till shall, because sometimes the department likes to interpret the may as like, maybe. No, shall. Buy the stuff, get it to users, get feedback, put engineers from those companies in the field, and then like you don't have to go buy it all at once. Set trancheable production orders that are actually doable, set price limits, and going back to treat us like air power, tell us the effect you want at the price you want it. It's no different than a Cas9 line. I want to do this. This is my budget. Tell me how we do it. And do it on a firm fixed price basis and hold vendors accountable. They want to be held accountable. And with that, hand over to Ryan.
Thanks, Scott. Morning. Yeah, so my name is Ryan.
Excuse me. Can we get the PDW slide up?
There you can leave mine up. It's fine.
It's a busy. Scott's slide was a lot nicer. Yeah, so my name is Ryan, CEO of PDW. We build small systems for warfighters, tactical systems. We're not trying to boil the ocean here, but we make radios, small drones, tactical style for single units, and what you see on the edge in Ukraine and Russia. And we build for scale, and we build for disruption. Just a little background on PDW. We're actually an offshoot of a TV show called the Drone Racing League. we were building advanced radio systems and industrial robotics so we could go live on ESPN, NBC, and travel the world. A few years into that, we found ourselves training Tier 1 special forces. We met our CTO. And, in these training sessions, we started to see, FPV and small tactical drones could do things in 3D space that were very unique. And, we started to understand that there was a massive technology gap between what was being fielded and what was currently, available. And a few years down the road, we convinced our venture backers to move our entire company from Manhattan to Huntsville, so we could establish, a greater defense culture. We're actually opening up our second facility. It's 90,000 square feet. We have a ribbon cutting in 2 months. If anybody wants to come, you're more than welcome. It's on Diamond Drive. We're very excited. But yeah, we make today. We're deployed to a handful of TIC brigades. We make a medium-style quadcopter that comes out of the back of a rucksack. It's deployed for a variety of different mission sets. Can host FPVs, lethality, targeting, ISR, and we built this company to support speed, to accommodate the gap in technology. And that's what we saw, early in 2017. We have a few things that are different. We have combat veterans in executive positions where they are in charge of engineering and the product roadmap. They are also in charge of customer facing. And, that's how we kind of close the gap. In all of this, time is the main factor. And, the TIC initiative is built essentially like a startup, where iteration and trial and error are the most important facets for success. And all of this boils down to how do you assemble an engineering team and push that engineering team to be much more upstream into flight operations and testing so that we can field fast iteration cycles, but also account for, hardened testing and stability that you would expect in an aerial asset. So we squeeze those two groups together. And ultimately, this is about getting feedback from your customer as fast as possible to integrate that feedback back into the engineering team. So speed is really the name of the game. More than half our company today is deployed against future requirements. And that includes manufacturing and operations, everything can go into it. And, to really do that, we work out on a ledge, using intuition from, veteran-led and an amazing engineering group that's been around for quite a while. But ultimately, we work with, organizations like USASOC, SOCOM, and Five Eyes to understand what the bleeding edge requirements are. Today, we're working, we were just out on 9 Mile doing STAG-5 laser target designation off of a Group 2 asset to have precision fires downrange. We're working with APNT and visual navigation so that we could fly in contested GPS theater. We have, marsupial drops with FPV and signal relays, so we can go out, pretty far with an FPV using a mothership, lethality, and that list goes on and on. We have CRADAs with DevCom and SOCOM, and we show up. We're at, Apex, AWE, we're in Arctic Strike last week, and we push really hard for fly days, for participation, anytime that we can be in the field with a customer. Whether it be fun or just for learning, that's core to what makes our business successful and what we believe will allow us to grow over the years. We're a venture-backed company, so we love growth. We love TIC. We love fast fielding. In terms of scale, it's very important to look at scale in design for manufacturing. There are lots of different techniques to get area vehicles through fast manufacturing and into fast testing and scalability. That is probably the most important principle for scale. How you design for manufacturing, how you get that done quickly, your suppliers, your CNC, your sheet metal, everything goes into that. And I can talk about that at length, but it's pretty boring. For industry, we look to really understand demand signal. And you can only do so much of that with, open intel and understanding. But, combat veterans, again, in product and senior management are huge, and being as close to your customer as frequent as possible and going out on a limb every chance you can is really important. That's how you bring capability gaps to industry sooner. And really keeping a strict backlog, maintaining focus, pivoting with your customer, and making sure that you have a strong priority in your backlog. You can't do everything at once. Yeah, and we all know this, but streamlining events in coordination with end users to conduct trial and error is the name of the game, right? So as fast as we can get to the tick brigades, understand what we are doing wrong and how to improve is what we are after. That data is essential. And communication between technical experts and industry needs to be constant and collaborative. So our SEs, our whole GTM team, our engineering team, we're one single group. We meet weekly, bi-weekly to understand what our flaws are. And, I think a lot of that is built on startup methodology. I think it gets a lot harder with hardware and the scale of hardware and, lumpiness of procurement. But that cycle, and as fast as you can repeat it and get out there, is ultimately what's going to yield success. And that's what I think, industry really needs to wrap their head around. Sometimes you fail faster, but that's the idea.
Okay, thanks. Hey, the panel did a great job of sticking to their time so that they left room for your questions. So I please, as Alex comes around, I invite you to send your questions up. I want to start off with a question that gives you an opportunity to expand on kind of the theme of the panel. We heard from General Rainey that the Army's transformation priorities are ambitious and we want to move out quickly. I'd like each of you, and you can go in whatever order, however you feel moved to respond. If you could tell, what is the one most significant enabler to bringing change at scale, or scaling change at speed, and what's, from your perspective, and what's the biggest inhibitor or challenge? Biggest opportunity, biggest inhibitor. Who wants to go first?
You guys are all taking notes.
All right.
All right, I'll take the bait.
Go.
It's a cultural problem, right? You want to think about the department as like a single buyer environment, just from like a market perspective. It's really not, right? You get the right person on the right team, whether it's a PEO or it's an end user who wants to get something done, like they'll figure out a way to get it done. The biggest inhibitor, I'm probably going to offend some people. It's the community of, oh, we could do that here. And when I was a user, this was a problem. We were trying to roll out ATAC back in 2014 to MARSOC formations, and I got about 6 nip blocks for trying to do that. Because, we have kill switch. It was like a fight over 2 GOT solutions. And one was pretty bad, and I think it's gone now, and TAC lived on, and I've been since vindicated from my captain level nip blocks. But there's this pride of ownership and creation thing, and there's also this logic that the DoD can build software, and if the DoD is qualified to do anything, it's build direct fire weapon systems. Pretty sure you guys have been doing it since before this was a country, and you don't do that anymore. You hire Daniels Defense, SIG, or whoever else, and so. It's a cultural problem. You have all the rules, you have all the authorities, you can use fun contracting methods, everything from OTs to 4023s, which are not OTs, fall in more obscure sports quarterly contracting methodologies. But the technology and the policy exists, you have to want to do it. And you have to enable people in the formations that are 04s, 05s to say, yeah, I want to go take this bet. I want to move the needle and deploy some technology quickly to prove that this meets a need that I have. And then let the acquisition community take it from there. The biggest enabler is it's the same thing. It's the enabler there is the guy who wakes up every morning and says, I don't want to sit here and just write op orders all day or do annual training. I want to get a thing that's going to make change in a very large organization that is not used to change. The Army's changed its uniforms more quickly than it changes its requirements. Shots fired. I was a Marine, so I can say that. But that's it. It's people. It's enabling people to make those changes and go on a limb and take some risk, and not nip blocking them for it every time it happens.
Okay, thanks, Rory.
Hey, sir, I'll take a swing on it. I think that we understand how we got here. Probably, if we take a historical look on, with civilian control of the military and really the military's bad behavior, probably over time when we squandered opportunities that our civilian leadership gave us with our resources. So to counter that, we have layers of bureaucracy that have been, for the right reasons, imposed upon us. But as we've seen the scale of and pace of change accelerate in ways that we couldn't imagine generations from now or generations ago, the challenge that we have, or the biggest inhibitor to scaling that I see today, is trying to achieve consensus on what we need. So mention the requirements process. When a requirements process takes too long, the ability to gain consensus on one fixed item, one problem set, it leaves when some leadership changes out. And you now have new leadership come in sometimes and re-adjudicate. And we go into a process that just gets extended in ways that we can't reconcile with our PPBE process. If you think about it, if we adhered strictly to PPBE, we would have to completely understand what we need 5 years from now, and what changes in the environment that we're going to anticipate in that time, and then maintain consensus for 5 straight years. I think we can probably do the first part. We can't maintain consensus for 5 years on those that are stakeholders that have the ability to say yes. So that's the challenge. I think if we can't somehow bake in and give flexibility to those stakeholders that can gain consensus from what we're seeing, I think we're probably, it's going to be a hard problem to solve. Flip that, and what's the best enabler? I think what we use to get consensus really quickly are the experimentation opportunities we've taken. I'm really excited about what we've done in Army Futures Command in putting our resources and our emphasis and efforts behind where our verbs, or where our words are, in making sure that we have persistent experimentation so that we can bring in industry partners, we can bring in our ASALT partners, and we can contextualize what it is we're trying to solve right here in the dirt. And you all look at it the same way, and it's like, I've got something in my backyard, in my garage, that it can do that. We can gain consensus there in those experimentation venues in ways that we can really capitalize and move fast on. But if we can get the flexibility of the funding, once we achieve that consensus through experimentation, then we can move fast.
That's good. Thank you. Want to go?
Yeah. So I'll start off on the enabler piece and try not to sound so negative here. The enabler is, look, we've been in this space now, CFTs, AFC, for quite a few years. We know what is out there. We know where industry's at, and that constant understanding back and forth, like, hey, we've got capability, we can solve your problem, let's move out. The inhibitor is really back to the requirements. And so, we talked about threshold and objectives earlier. What I would rather do is, as we go through experimentation, to help write our requirement documents, but at the end of the day, we don't ever share the requirements with industry. We never actually lay out, here is the threshold and objective. What goes out is an RFI for a very small portion of the buy. And instead of a really controlled environment where we go, hey, appreciate all the help, we've got an approved requirement document, come in individually, we'll sit you down, we'll walk you through what the requirement document says. And then tied to that requirement document is the ability to just go out and buy tranches, buy portions of the capability that's just going to drive industry. You see the full spectrum that we want, and then you drive your product, you drive your company, you drive your collaboration with other industry partners to drive this entire program. But instead, it's kind of, we show experimentation, pull it back in, we write a requirement, we kind of pull it back in and hide it, and the next time you see it is through an RFI or through a solicitation. I think it has to be a continuous process. Until we start doing that, I think we're going to be in the same position we are right now, is we come out and you're just waiting to know, hey, when can we actually buy something? I I've been a champion of the fact that at an experimentation event like Project Convergence or even my own event at Edge, is I want to do an event and then make a notification like, hey, I'm ready to buy you now. And just not to continue on this, but we brought in a technology at Edge this year that a company brought it in and said, hey, we want to show you the ability to map from an aerial system, send that digital mapping down to a ground robotic, so now they can operate inside of inside of an urban area. We tested it and we were like, holy smokes, this is really good. Like really good. We brought it out, Project Convergence, put it through the ringer out there, said, wow, this is better than we thought. We got feedback from the Op 4. Now we need to go put it in a unit. I want to tie it with a PDW. I want to tie it to a Ghost. I want to tie it to, a ground vehicle. But as Roy said, it'll take me 1.5 years to get that approved. We'll then have to send it back out, and y'all won't understand the requirement, and then you'll have to compete it and not really understand where the space is at. So I'll hold there.
Excellent. Brian?
Yeah, I mean, very different from your guys' perspectives. From my end, the biggest inhibitor and enabler is the ground war in Europe alongside all the disruption it's having with commercial technology. I think that there's a lot of disruption coming out of that crucible, but not all of those things carry over to American, doctrine and defense. And, on our side, our backlog and the amount of noise that we see in the space is pretty heavy. What's going to work long term? What is safe? What is secure? There's disruption happening, with radio systems and electronic warfare, with attributable systems and one-ways, and our enemies having access to somewhat modern technology. I think that it takes a lot to understand what's relevant for the U.S. requirements, and it takes a lot of back and forth with industry, engineering, our veteran leadership, and our customer ultimately to really decide what is the best to invest into. Our backlog, I think currently at our company goes back like 5 years of all the things that we see out there that we really, are interested in, but really prioritizing those, understanding what's going to work in the next 5 years, what to invest into over the next decade is critical. And, at this time, really hot and heavy, right? There's a lot of vapor, a lot of different things, and a lot going on across defense tech, the VC market in defense and industry and worldwide. So I think like the ground war in Europe has shown light to what's possible, but how you cast that and move forward with that with customer and industry is something to be very careful about. And I think that's why we have veteran leadership at the tip of our product and essential to some of the success we see.
Okay, thanks. Hey, next question. Colonel Trish Sellers, thanks for this. Good to see you out there. I actually could have written this myself, so I like this one. And I know that we've talked about it in the panel, so I'm going to give them an opportunity to respond to it. But her question is, excuse me, as General Rainey mentioned, multi-vendor contracts and tranche buys, how do you balance the logistics requirements for maintenance and provisioning for parts versus wanting commonality and lower price points for logistics? And how do you value those trades?
I'll answer just from my space. I think it's a great question. It's a great point. And so when I look at the unmanned space from a standpoint of UASs, launched effects, this idea of an attritable system. Now, this is completely different when you start talking high-end equipment like FLRAA, AML, and the stuff that Roy's doing. But I think we're very hung up right now as, hey, how do you sustain a Group 2? How do you sustain a launched effect that's attritable? I think we've got to get beyond that mentality, and we've just got to say, hey, it's attritable. We're going to use it. We'll resupply it. Now, like a UAS, a Group 2 or Group 3, yeah, we should be able to repair some capability for it in the field and not just want a new whole device. But it is a different culture shift than we've seen before. And personally speaking, even as we field Group 1s and Group 2s right now, we're not treating them as attritable capability. We're not. We're giving it to soldiers, and they're keeping it in the mil-van, and they're afraid to fly it because they're going to be held accountable, and they're not going to be able to PCS to go to the captain career course. until we get into that demand cycle that's going to drive how many we really need, that's going to drive the growth that we're going to really need. Now, I think we're going to be stuck in, well, how do you sustain all this stuff? So I think it is a cultural shift. I think we need to put a larger demand on it in our training. There's capability right now, that Ryan has that we just put over in Germany, and it's going to deploy. So we're going to get a piece of that. In the attritable space, I don't think we need to get tied up as much in as how we're going to sustain all this. Now, there's a lot of other different areas that we're testing and we're growing, that we do have to worry about that. And that model will play out. So, but my focus area is really the attritable aspect. So
I'll take a swing, and then I'm going to pull in Scott on some of this. To your point about when you're looking at attritable systems, and we know that these systems, if you just use Ukraine as an example, they may have a shelf life of 2 weeks, 30 days. How do we scale that? How do we, and if sustainment that we're worried about, we might be looking at it maybe through the wrong lens, or maybe not. I think for launched effects, for those things that we know the countermeasure cycle is so fast that instead of trying to come up with buying the best capability and scaling that quickly, we have to approach this as we would if we're preparing a meal, right? We know that meal, once we bake it or once we cook it, is perishable. It's only going to last for a certain amount of time. You got to eat it or you don't. Instead of going for that meal and hoping to buy a lot of that at once, we got to buy the right ingredients and to have a menu of options that we can possibly scale. So, in the food industry knows how to scale food, right? They buy a lot. They don't buy a lot of finished product. They buy a lot of ingredients, and they know that they have chefs that can somehow mix and match these ingredients to get something that will actually work. And even though that thing is perishable over time, I think that's a way that we can get after that. And the sustainment part of it is simply, how do we get line replaceable units? How do we get some things that are software defined, that we can quickly change and not upset the overall design? Once we have a good, stable design, if we can have a lot of components that we can interchange and throw into the mix of chaos that allows us to overcome countermeasures that are developed, then we have a way of moving forward. Scott, what were the 4 words you had on your slide?
Build, test, deploy, repeat.
So the idea of being able to create a design, put it in a unit's hands, allow it to fail, while in the background, Scott and his team are figuring out, okay, that didn't work, and I've already got to change for that. That we should be comfortable with that. It shouldn't be, well, you bought it, if you can't keep it, you can't have nice things. We have to get away from that and allow these things to break, allows our soldiers to break when we put them in transformation and contact units. And if that doesn't work, if we're still not fast enough, I'm going to pass to Scott, because I know a lot of what he does with Forterra is as a service. And that gets us out of a lot of that sustainment business, and it puts into people that are really good, in the hands of people really good.
Yeah, that scares the living shit out of acquisition officers, though. So let's not say as a service anymore. Just kidding. I'm gonna start calling mechanical engineers soft hardware chefs now, though. So that's look. It comes down to incentives. One, the DoD, you love to own things. You love a DD250. I want to buy a thing. I want to get a widget. I want to put it in a warehouse. I'm going to feel really good about it every time someone goes and does a CMR or whatever they call it in the Army. And we're going to keep track of all of our things, and here's all our widgets, and we're going to take them to war one day. That's like not how anything else works in life. When you think about cars, homes, anything else you lease, you rent, the industry has figured out how to do sustainment. It's called give us the right incentives. If you buy a thing for a firm fixed price with a defined set of, what you're going to get out of it, then we can go back and say, all right, we know how often this product's going to fail. And if we're on the hook, at some point with some amount of data, which comes down to you got to get things in the field so we can figure out what's going to fail. But once you get it out and you say, hey, I'm going to pay, we'll make up numbers, $10,000 a year for a warranty. If that's my firm fixed price top line on it, and the first year my product failed every time, and it was a $5,000 part that failed 3 times, Hey, guess who's getting locked in a room until the problem is solved? It's the mechanical engineers, it's the mechatronics guys, it's the production engineers. Why is that part failing? Oh, it's this $300 Amphenol connector that just doesn't like hold up under duress. So we're gonna go redesign a new part, get it into test, take it back out, see if that solves the problem, because it hits our bottom line. If our warranty costs exceed what we're charging you, that's like really bad times. And it should be a fair price. And there's ways to determine this. Like Apple figured this out with AppleCare, right? Does everyone here use AppleCare or whatever Samsung version is? I put my phone through a snowblower 2 years ago, and I had a new one the next day. Snowblower. It actually still worked, which was shocking. But like they've figured out, okay, this is what I have to charge across this wide deployment of platforms. I have to pre-stage this amount of hardware forward because I have this SLA that I've signed up for. Give vendors SLAs, charge a firm fixed price. We will find a way to make that profitable, or we'll lose money and we will no longer be in business. Like, it's that simple. We don't need the DoD to be like, hey, we think that like this widget should be like forward staged here, and we're going to pre-buy a bunch of these things and we're going to stage them. 2 years, that part's going to be obsolete. Like, it doesn't work. But in order to get that data, you have to get formations with hundreds of systems in users' hands, and you have to get the data back so you can do predictive maintenance, right? What was the first CDAO experiment? It was predictive maintenance for Humvees. The problem is there's no actual electronics on a Humvee, right? There's like some, but like barely. Like, you're just stoked if the mirrors are there and the gas gauge works.
And the doors.
No, those are optional. You don't need those. It's better without. And so like, as you go to more software-defined vehicles, you start to know everything that's happening on a platform. No different than a drone, no different than a complex missile system. But we have this we're just terrified of connecting things to networks. We're not like, that shouldn't be scary. Like, certify the network, put that in your plan from an acquisition perspective. So you can say, hey, the requirement is I want to know where all these things are, what they're doing. And then that vendor can know, okay, I know what's going to fail. And if I'm on a firm fixed price sort of warranty model, then I'm going to go replace things before they fail because I'm incentivized by SLAs. And then if you're really good, you will make a very profitable company doing that. But it's only if you're good. It's only if the delivery to the warfighter is they have to touch less things, they need less FSRs. But every time you're going to get from a contract, you're going to get a product that requires a lot of service and support. And you don't want that. But the idea of as a service just terrifies me. But we do as a service every day in our personal lives, right? You have Netflix, you have subscription food services, like it's everything. Give the right incentives, industry will respond to those incentives, and they'll deliver a better product to warfighters.
So let me just ask follow up. Your thoughts on affordability and scale across all of the systems in an army on everything you just said. You think, or do you think that is the solution to affordability and scale?
Companies respond to incentives, just like people. If you tell industry, I'm willing to spend this much for this many, industry will come back and say, well, you can get X capability versus Y. You want this bespoke, weird thing over here. You want to have, SIPR on the move for this small little widget, or you want Type 1 encryption on your UAS platform. Like, that drives cost, right? And if you have the trades in front of you, like everything in life is trades, then you make trades. And I just think it's a more straightforward way to, whether you're developing the next generation combat helicopter or you're developing a small drone, it all comes down to trades. Trades drive cost. Incentives drive output from industry. Give the right incentives. You're doing a cost plus fixed fee. You're doing it on T&M. You're driving the wrong incentive. The incentive is to add more labor. It's to sell more metal. That shouldn't be it. And everyone's wrapped around the axle like, ooh, what if their profit margins are high? Sick. That's a great business. It's going to develop more stuff and build more capability for the warfighter. Now they got to be doing it in a way that's like, you're getting the right price for the right system.
Right.
But like, what's the profit margin on an iPhone? It's like 75% gross margin product. It's like $250 for the material in this thing. Everyone here happily pays $1,200 because it delivers that capability to you. We don't freak out about that. Like, you should save billions and be able to make hundreds of millions doing it. That's just a good business that delivers good capability. We just have to be more comfortable with different business models in the space.
Excellent, thanks. Ryan, did you want to comment?
Yeah.
Please.
Yeah, absolutely. My background's in engineering, so when I think about affordability and scale, I think it ultimately comes down to decisions that you're making with the product. And I think what we're seeing, especially in the ground war, is commercial technology is really accessible. So I can go get an FPGA, I can get an SDR, IC, integrated circuit from Analog Devices and be off band. I can 3D print, CNC on the edge. I could drop CUDA cores on processor and have a supercomputer for $100. The accessibility to hardware is at an incredible place and time. And when you think about the potential of what you can do with affordability and scale, it's just amazing. For us, we're working really hard right now on our first non-attributable but consumable platform. Something we look at as a munition, as a one-time use. And the way that we go about designing that is completely different than everything we've ever done. We want a bomb that is a handful of parts. We want to sell a lethal 3D combat system for under $10,000 a piece.
God bless you.
And, but when we sit there and we put that together, we're looking at spreadsheets of the BOM, we're looking at on-the-edge manufacturing, we're looking at how fast we can iterate and scale, modularity, and, tackling that from a really pure sense. You could see the same thing happen with the Iranians and the Shahed. What's going on with, their block models. They have like 15 of them already. And the latest one on Telegram last week has a really awesome GPS array for directional guidance. There's the whole idea of attributable systems is practical hardware design and using the very latest tenets. And when I walk the floor, there still is like this classical aerospace mentality that goes into building these systems that is gone. And you have to do away with that style of engineering. You cannot be doing, we even look at injection molds as a high barrier, but you have to look at things and leverage the latest, scale in manufacturing and start from a pure place there. Ultimately, that's what's going to drive everything else. Your revenues, your profits, your speed to customer, it all comes from that. And I think when you're looking at a product and driving requirements, you have to start with the first principles. So I think attributable systems means in my head like 100,000 hours. But I think the real meat of it is when you get to a consumable system, when it's there for, you design it for 10 hours of use. Great if it gets hundreds, but that's the future. We're really excited to be in this space. We think we're at the foothills of something really special, where robotics are looked at as munitions. And there's a lot of design and care that'll go into that. And we think a lot of groups are going to step in and take part in that.
Okay, thanks. Now, this one's specific to General Crooks, but I think it has an opportunity to invite comment from some of the others as well. This said, General Rainey spoke about exquisite versus mass, and in your comments, you talked about precision mass. And what I really like, by the way, this is a Formica editorial. I liked that mass precision comment. But the question then goes on, flying drones is relatively expensive compared to 155 fire support. Drones can also be jammed. What is the Army doing to accelerate a requirement to replace the M777 and other brigade and division fire support? So it really gets to, for all of you, the question about precision versus mass. And if I were a drone manufacturer, I'd want to respond to some of those parts too. So go ahead, we're going to start with you.
Okay, the way I would have to frame this problem is, certainly if you just take a look at the price of munitions, it seems like, of course I want more 155. Why wouldn't I want more 155? Until you look at range, it's got to be on a scale or an axis where range is, that cost is the y-axis and range is your x-axis. You're going to get very, very cheap, and you should have a lot of cheap mass at those shorter ranges. And when I say short ranges for 155, I'm not talking more than 40 kilometers. It's going to be 40 kilometers or less. I start to really see that cost curve increase, though, once I get beyond 155 ranges for traditional, like we have 39 caliber 155, so that's about 20-foot long tubes, right? That can get us easily out to 30 plus kilometers with 155, the new ones that we have. If you have a 52 kilometers, 25 or 52 caliber, a 25-foot tube, you can get more than that. You can maybe 50. But once you hit that 50, the cost curve starts to go way up. And that's where we're looking at other alternatives that we can scale. Certainly massed precision, where I can leverage a lot of launched effects, either from the air or from the ground. I can achieve the deliberate fires I need to set conditions right to get our crewed systems in, our crewed aviation, for example, or rotary wing attack aviation like Canes, our fixed wing from the Joint Force. And then we can saturate our targets with the mass that we have available. I think launched effects are a big part of that. If you've heard any other panels since you've been out here, this idea of direct support fires technology, of having shorter, smaller rockets that are shorter range between that 50-kilometer and 70-kilometer range, and have these at a reasonable price point. It's going to be more than 155, but it's going to get you mass at ranges between 50 and 70 kilometers that we can really shoot a lot at once. And that's called direct support fires technology. So I think the last part of the question was, what are we doing for our platforms like M777? General Rainey mentioned directed requirements. We have a directed requirement that's been signed to get us into a competitive evaluation for a new 52 caliber. I told you the difference is we have 39 calibers, 20 foot today. Many of our partners have 52 caliber, 25 foot tubes. We have a competitive evaluation that will start in 26 that allows us to take those industry candidates, those vendors that are bring their systems over to the United States. We will do a competitive evaluation next year, and then we will down select from there, and we'll work the quantities out from there. Hopefully that answers the question.
Okay, anybody else want to talk about that? Because there's a couple of pieces to that question.
Yeah, so I think a lot of times we bucket drones. We just say drones, we throw it in a bucket. And we don't sparse out what the capability and the effect that we're doing with these drones. And so when you look at UAS at brigade and below, that persistent ISR capability and how many you need and what's the actual task and what we're paying for them is a lot different when you look at a launched effect. A launched effect to give you pulsed operations at extreme ranges to go after very high-end enemy assets, multi-complex integrated air defense. So when you're a commander, you're like, well, I want to fly a bunch of UASs and I only want to pay, a couple $1,000s a piece because I just want to saturate the ground so I can make the battlefield more transparent. Versus a commander at a theater, core level where it's like, hey, I'm willing to put $100,000, $150,000 into a launched effect at a long range with a very sophisticated payload, because my payoff when I do find that SA-21 or I find that integrated air defense, it's going to allow me now to open up a joint capability to come in and bring in other capability to diminish the enemy. So I think we got to be careful on how we just throw drones in the bucket and how we look at price point versus really the capability and the desired end state and kind of that cost ratio of what we're trying to do to the enemy. So I'll just leave it at that. So.
Did either one of you want to talk about that?
Yeah, just repeat the question one more time.
Well, the question as it might apply to you is drones are very expensive and they can be jammed.
Oh, well.
So how are you going to provide capability? Particularly, this question was at the division and brigade level.
Yeah, we're going to make inexpensive drones that cannot be jammed.
There you go.
Ryan, what's the current price point of a 155 round?
$5,000.
What's the current price point of small loitering munitions?
Small, like a switchblade?
I mean, like your version of that, because you're on.
Well, I think that's FPV eventually, and I think that's around the same price point of a 155 round when we get there. And I think a small consumable, drone like that can also do eyes on target. You can have incredible range when you're using a mothership or a marsupial. Like we're watching people get 30, 40 clicks off of the FPV. They can fly for 35, 40 minutes. It's a different platform, so I would put less expensive payloads on it, right? We're not going to put a Stag-5 laser on a little tiny $5,000-$10,000 drone. But I think there's different classes of drones the same way there are for vehicles, and there'll be classes for a good long time. I think if it's something like a mothership, which is our flagship product, and it lifts 10 to 15 pounds, and it's for more exquisite payloads that look very far and can do laser target designation. But, that's a category that's going to exist for 10 years. And then I think there's a small, some people say FPV, but consumable robotics can fly like a DJI, can do ATR guidance, but it can also fly aggressively like you see in Ukraine. I think that's going to be used, for one-ways, for eyes on targets, for sniffing around, and can be used for scale if you need to throw a lot of them downrange. So I think, drones is a big word. There's a lot of different things inside drones. And I think the classes that we're currently looking at for the Army are fantastic. There's SRR Gen 2, which we're excited to see the requirements for, purpose-built aircraft system, PBAS, which is incredible. MRR, which we're currently down selected in. I love those categories, and I believe in the same way, small arms are categories, right? Rifles and SMGs, they're going to exist for decades. And I think they'll evolve, right? The capability is going to be more lethality and more affordability and more scale over time as the industry grows and, as we mature. But the first time a small drone was used in the ground war in Europe was like 20 months ago, so it just happened. And I think we're responding pretty damn well. And, it's an evolving thing. But I think, there's going to be a time where we're going to be able to look at, consumable robotics the same way we look at a 155 round.
Yeah, and I think it also comes down to giving commanders multiple options based on the environment in which they currently find themselves.
Yeah, and I think, if you look at jamming, like there's a huge industry, and jamming is also a big word. Does that mean you're GPS jamming? Does that mean you're doing tactical jamming, for select high-value targets or for singular units like you see in the ground war? So for us, we have a radio system called Blackwave that we're in partnership for SOCOM. That's to penetrate electronic warfare. But there's also a huge industry of visual navigation that's made to use maps to understand where you are in the world. Palantir, Maxar, Leidos, KEF, Vermeer. There's all, Lockheed has one. There's all this industry coming to surround that. So I think there's problems that we're going to overcome over the next few years. And I think everything's going to evolve to be, consumable robotics, much more lethality, much more scale over time.
Okay, thanks. We've got about 2 minutes left. Ryan, you've got the mic. So if you want to take a few minutes or a few seconds and think about your closing comments, what do you want to leave with this audience? So start with you and we'll work our way back this way.
Yeah, I have 150 to 200 families across town in Huntsville. It's the best damn town in the world. We're opening up, we found a small facility to get us going before we were down selected for MRR. We outgrew that in 8 months, and now we're opening up our first big facility on Diamond Drive. We're picking out our flags and our logo, so we'll have a ribbon cutting event. We'll put that on our website if anybody wants to come by and join us. And this is just the best damn town to build, especially for drones. PM UAS office is here, best talent. That's my closing statement.
Well, that was a good one. Thanks.
Yeah, of course.
Scott.
I'll keep it basic. Thanks for having us out here. This is a fun discussion. And look forward to seeing all the technology in the field.
Thank you. Rory.
Hey, so I like to put a little bit of historical perspective on where we have been and where we've demonstrated, the United States that has demonstrated institutional flexibility. It's really that interwar period. It's right before World War II started. And the idea of the Forge Act, I think that draws back to the Arthur Herman's book, Freedom's Forge, in that we took largely government designs that were stable. We took some, technology ready, equivalent of technology readiness level 6, and we handed it off to industry to mature it so they can manufacture it at scale. And then with those good designs, we postured our industry to really grow massively, and they did it in ways that our adversaries couldn't anticipate. I think we can get to that again. We just have to make a few changes. But there's no country in the world that can do it the way the United States can.
Amen.
And John Baker.
Yeah, I think we're pretty rough on ourselves. We talk about how we can go faster, but I think back to when I was a captain in Baghdad flying Apaches, and I think about the capability I had then versus what a company commander has now. And we are moving the ball down. Can we do better? Yes. Can we give them more capability? But I would tell you, the formations are getting better. Now, I probably as a captain could not have handled all the capability we're putting units now today. So we've got a lot of smart young officers and NCOs out there. But we are advancing but we can only do this, and this is, I'll finish where I started. The partnership with industry, that is the only way we're going to make our formations more lethal. And lastly, I'll just say there's a 7th grader sitting somewhere right now that we are going to ask to go to war. And they just don't know it when they get through high school and college, and they're the ones that are going to have to go off and do this. So everything we do, I doubt any of us up here will ever be in harm's way anytime soon. So the point is here is continue to make the Army better, continue to make the capability that they're going to take into the fight better. And that's our only goal in life right now. So
Thank you. Hey, I'd like to thank our panelists for their remarks, their thoughtful comments, and their responses to your questions. I want to thank you for hanging in there with us and for your attendance and for your questions for the panel. And then, as always, thank AUSA for hosting this terrific forum. As General Rainey said, everything we're doing at this symposium is about getting capabilities into the hands of our soldiers, and so that we can take care of our soldiers, civilians, and families. They're the ones that we do this for. Thank you, and thanks to AUSA.
So for us, it's about adaptation.
I feel an urgency, and certainly the people around me feel an urgency to be ready and to change the way we do things.
Yeah, it's important to equip our paratroopers with the next generation technologies because we're seeing the character of warfare change.
It's a pretty unique charge, and especially as an infantry officer, like not what I thought I'd be doing, but really, really fun and rewarding.
We had all these, next generation technologies where our adversary didn't have those things. Now, what we're seeing from these current conflicts is our adversaries are leveraging low-cost commercial capabilities to field these next generation technologies. So for our paratroopers, one, you got to understand how to use them, but you also have to be fully attuned for how to counter them as well.
Being innovative means just not accepting that something is broken. It means trying to make it better.
We use the word innovation a lot, but it's really about evolution and adaptation.
And I'm incredibly grateful for the opportunity that I've had to basically look and find problems and then try to solve them.
As we are gathering lessons from current conflicts right now, the world is watching. The world is watching. We saw this in the run-up to World War I, the Russo-Japanese War. You had observers from the entire world go out and observe a lot of the military innovations that happened during that war period. We're kind of in that period now. So as the world is watching and we're watching all of these next generation technologies, new sensing capabilities, new fire capabilities being integrated into the battlefield, it's on us to come up with a solution at the brigade level to enable us to conduct our core task, which is to close with and destroy the enemy.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Warriors Corner. Our next panel, Creating Supply Chain Resiliency Utilizing the Organic Industrial Base. Moderator for this panel will be Ms. Stephanie Hoagland, AMC's OIB Modernization Director. Thank you. Panel members include Mrs. Liz Miranda, AMC Executive Deputy to the Commanding General, Major General James Turinetta, CECOM Commanding General, and Brigadier General Gail Atkins, DLA Land and Maritime Commander.
All right, good afternoon, everybody. As introduced, I'm Stephanie Hoagland. I'm the Director for OIB Modernization and Army Materiel Command, and we've already kind of introduced the panel, but I'm going to give a little bit more of an overview of their background in just a moment. So our OIB, it's our nation's strategic force multiplier. It's crucial for material readiness, surge capacity, and supporting future weapon system platforms. From small arms to tanks, the OIB provides critical material and sustainment support, enables rapid force deployment, and provides critical material and sustainment support to all of our weapon systems. So recent global events such as the pandemic, support to international partners like Taiwan and Ukraine, as well as rising costs due to supply chain disruptions and onshoring efforts have had significant impacts on our operations. So modernizing the OIB has become extremely important because of those things. This modernization requires focused investments to mitigate supply chain vulnerabilities, reduce single points of failure, as well as decrease reliance on foreign sources. Modernizing our OIB will enable us to meet future production demands, ensure workforce safety, and ensure production continuity for large-scale combat operations. Today, we're going to take our opportunity to explore how the Army and our crucial logistics partner, DLA, are adopting new approaches to identify and address supply chain gaps, as well as build resiliency and to achieve the National Defense Industrial Strategy goals. Our discussion will focus on how DLA and the Army illuminate supply chain risks, how DLA leverages the OIB to address parts backlog, and how we utilize public-private partnerships to enhance resiliency. So I'm honored to be joined by three great panelists here. The first is Miss Liz Miranda, who is currently the Executive Deputy to the Commanding General at Army Materiel Command. In this role, she oversees material life cycle management, acquisition support, personnel and resource management, industrial base operations, and enterprise integration for a global command of 165,000 personnel impacting operations worldwide. A member of the Senior Executive Service since 2017, Ms. Miranda's prior assignments include the Deputy to the Commanding General of CECOM, as well as the Integrated Logistics Supply Chain Director, as well as Deputy Chief of Staff for Resource Management and various other leadership roles within CECOM. To her right is Major General Turinetti, who is the 18th Commander of CECOM, our Communications Electronics Command. He's also the Senior Commander of Aberdeen Proving Ground. He leads a 9,000-person global command and oversees 28,000-person military bases, serving as the Army's C5ISR and medical material integrator. He's responsible for ensuring warfighter readiness through enabling C5ISR and medical material support. He's also served in various leadership roles throughout his 30-year military career. And then last but not least, Brigadier General Gail Atkins assumed command of DLA Land and Maritime in July of 2022. DLA Land and Maritime is headquarters in Columbus and manages almost 2.6 million spare and repair parts and supports more than 2,000 weapon systems and more than 20,800 customers throughout the military service, civil agencies, and other Department of Defense organizations. She's also responsible for more than 2,800 associates in 30 locations worldwide, to include 3 depot-level repairable detachments, Army and Marine Corps industrial sites, and 4 detachments supporting naval shipyards. She's also very familiar with the AMC enterprise, as she's a former commander of Corpus Christi Army Depot, as well as the former executive officer for the DCG of AMC from June of 2020 until May of 2021. So you see, we have a great distinguished panel with lots of experience, and it's going to provide a well-informed discussion. To enable a resilient and robust industrial base, we need it for maintaining critical military advantage. Guided by the National Defense Industrial Act, the DoD is investing in initiatives like DPA and Mantech to create resilient supply chains and support small businesses, as well as bolster American innovation and manufacturing across both public and private sectors. These investments are fortifying our industrial base while creating opportunities for groundbreaking collaboration. So with that, moving to Ms. Miranda, I'll start with you. Can you speak to the importance of the OIB and how AMC is supporting the National Defense Industrial Strategy, particularly Implementation Initiative Number 2, which focuses on production and supply chains?
Thank you, Stephanie. So good afternoon, everyone. I'm glad that you were all able to join us. So let me start with defining for all of us, right, Initiative Number 2 of the National Defense Industrial Strategy implementation, which, as Stephanie mentioned, is production and supply chains. Specifically, what we're looking at is to address vulnerabilities and also protect resilient sourcing sources and strategies. And the OIB plays a critical role in that. So those of you that know what our organic industrial base currently does for the Army and or has historically done for the Army, quickly realize that it's a critical enabler for the Army to really sustain operations, more so in large scale conflict, right? Where we need rapid response and very key skills and artisans that know how to, in very not so good environments, right, still deliver the readiness that the Army needs at, like I said, rapid and quick response time. The OIB now more than ever, as technology continues to advance, right, needs to evolve and transform in itself so that it can sustain those highly technological advances on weapons that we are, as the Army, right, continues to transform, and we are investing in for the future fight. Which the future is not so future, right? We're advancing or leveraging that advanced technology today. So our OIB is in really needing right now to evolve and have the capability that it needs to sustain those systems of today, right? The enduring capabilities today and the capabilities of the future. So I'm going to share with you the why and the how, right? As I mentioned earlier, when we talk OIB and the expectation that it has the skills and capability and capacity to support an Army, not necessarily at home station, but deployed, right? And in a contested environment, what do we need the OIB to have so that it can quickly deploy and take care of that responsibility, right, to sustain operations anywhere, everywhere, and anytime. So what we have done as the Army continues to transform, and we have very clear modernization strategies, and I say clear because we know what we need, but those material solutions are, it's what we're exploring, experimenting with, right? But at the same time, we don't have time for our organic industrial base to wait for that modernization to be acquired and fielded. We need to start evolving our capabilities today, right? But understanding that in continuous transformation, that may change in the very near future and in the distant future. So how are we doing that? A few years ago, Army Materiel Command, in partnership with the department, and understanding what Army Futures Command concept, right, for future fights and that contested environment needs from a capabilities perspective, worked with our organic industrial base to assess where we are today from a capabilities and capacity perspective, and identify the gaps that we currently have to support those Army modernization efforts, like I said, today and into the future. With that, a total of over 2,000 projects, $18 billion were identified as being needed in the next 15 years, right? And this started about a couple of years ago, right? 2022, 23. And those projects have now been captured, defined, prioritized, right? And we're working very closely with the department on programming dollars to support those projects, and with Congress to advocate for that organic industrial base modernization that we know is needed. So how do we get there, right? As we all know, the programming, when you talk $18 billion in 15 years, it's not a small task. So we have an OIB modernization started as a task force. Now is the OIB Modernization Office or Division, because we know this is now an enduring requirement. But this is after many, many decades, right, of not really investing in our organic industrial base and really seeing some degradation of capability simply in our infrastructure, right? Some of these facilities are from World War II and have seen little to no investment or modernization. So what we're talking about here is a very well thought out, but also very deliberate process to identify what we need, when we needed to support the Army as the Army continues to identify those solutions, acquire and field the solutions. So it is all synchronized in terms of when the Army is going to field the capabilities, the modernization capabilities, and at the same time, the organic industrial base is going to be expected to sustain those capabilities, right? So it's all aligned. The funding has to come with it so that we can be prepared to sustain and support the Army after modernization of capabilities is executed. So the OIB Modernization Division within Army Material Command works very, very closely with Army Futures Command, with ASALT, with the department staff, with Congress, so that we all stay aligned and synchronized in our priorities, so that we get the resources when needed to execute the plan as intended and achieve the desired end states, which is a modernized organic industrial base. With that in mind, I'll talk a little bit, and you know, Stephanie had another leading question, but I'll touch on how we develop those 2,000 projects, right? I mean, it's not an easy task to understand what capabilities all those projects will bring. But as we talk 15 years, we had to take it in pieces, right? So we have phases for all those projects. And what the team does great with the organic industrial base commanders and the life cycle management commands is really understanding when dollars are needed for design, for example, right? When dollars are needed for the different phases of that modernization effort. And it is not an easy task, but everyone understands what we're trying to achieve, and everyone is working towards that. And the team developed an incredible tool that facilitates the understanding of what and when and where, and the risk, right, of all those efforts being either perfectly synchronized, and when they are not, how do we get them back on track, right? So that's that collective effort of ensuring that our organic industrial base, the Army's organic industrial base, is fully modernized for the future. So I'll pause there. I know that General Tornade is going to give some specific examples of some of those key projects or capabilities that we are really looking to implement and execute for the Army and our nation, and looking forward to that conversation as well. Sir.
Yeah, so Ms. Miranda made some great points. We're doing a lot of things to modernize, and that does lead me to the next question, which is CECOM is doing some very specific things to get after instances of gaps in our supply chain. Could you take the time to discuss how CECOM has addressed microelectronics obsolescence utilizing Toby Hanna Army Depot, and how does this tie into the broader OIB modernization initiatives?
Thanks, Stephanie. So when we think about microelectronics, what initially comes to my mind is reliance on foreign industry, the potential of counterfeit cards. But really the problem that initiated our effort here was the obsolescence of some of the equipment that we have. And it started in 2021 with the M139 Volcano mine layer. And it was a circuit card that had increased the deadline rate for that Volcano. And so AMC Commander directed us to come up with a microelectronics capability to meet that demand of obsolete parts. Things are designed in the 1980s, and we don't have a line for them right now. So Toby Hanna, commanded by James Crocker, who's in the back. If anybody has questions, I'm going to push him in front of me so he can handle all those. Has been working on that, and we'll have a microelectronics capability with a ribbon cutting ceremony on the 5th of June this year. So we've been doing surface mount for a little while, but this will be able to punch through with the resiliency that we need for the circuit cards of a tactical environment. With that, not only the capability, but the public-private partnerships that we've had to develop. And right now we're in the mid-40s with relationships that we have with vendors. So a vendor has a card that, or a module, that there's one specific part of this module that goes bad routinely. we're able to demill it, reverse engineer it, and replace just that one part. And we can accomplish that in months, versus sometimes the years of delays and lag times that we have. And it's not always a large cost saver. It usually comes out about the same, but we're able to execute it much, much faster.
All right. Could you elaborate on any additional initiatives CCOMS is undertaking to tackle supply chain vulnerabilities while also adapting to the Army's current and future needs?
Sure. So in addition to those 40-some P3s that we have now, we're looking at our first P3 that will be forward. I think we're the only depot that has forward repair capability. We are active in Europe, Korea, and in the Middle East. So we're looking at expanding one of those capabilities with one of our vendor partners. I believe that'll be very shortly. From an ISEC perspective, our Information Systems Engineering Command, integrating them into the modernization of the OIB, and how do we secure industrial control networks? So looking to do some good teaming. That AMC already has a partner that helps them with that, and I think that's a great space for our ISEC partners to be in, is the OIB modernization. In addition to that, the installation resiliency. As a senior commander that you mentioned, I am concerned about our power grids and our water systems. And then from a software perspective, I know software doesn't move into sustainment, but I still think that software has a depot. And so for our Software Engineering Command, it is going to be providing that DevSecOps space, that certified DevSecOps space for the Army as an enterprise service. Lastly, I'd like to take it a step farther, and Gail and I were at a course recently together at Johns Hopkins, and we got a demonstration that we just jumped on. And to me, it was the perfect fit of where we need to go. So it's not just modernizing Tobyhanna, our organic industrial base in Pennsylvania, but how do we do that forward at the edge of the battlefield? So it's combining agentic AI, so training bots to be subject matter experts, combined with virtual reality to walk soldiers through troubleshooting. And then that last part of the 3D printing like we have at Tobyhanna to be able to repair circuit cards at the edge. So think of installing a card into a 3D printer, demilling, desoldering, and then reinstalling the parts, I think is where we want to go into the future. And I see that by the end of the year. Maybe not with the glasses, but at least with a pad to be able to combine those three capabilities.
All right, thank you, sir. So that's just an example of very few of the things that we're taking on in the OIB to help ourselves modernize. So moving to one of our strategic partners, General Atkins, how is DLA expanding the utilization of the Army OIB as a manufacturing source to mitigate supply chain risks, sustain OIB critical manufacturing and core capabilities, and increase weapons system operational readiness?
Thanks, Stephanie. I gave her the question, so you think I should know the answer. So I would tell you not very well. We just have to be straight about this. What we have been unable to do historically is provide a predictive, consistent investment signal to the organic industrial base, right? But the agency is uniquely positioned, being in the Joint Logistics Enterprise, to face all 5 services. And each of the services, as you know, has an organic industrial base. But the organic industrial bases are not synchronized. So back in early calendar year 2024, the Assistant Secretary of Defense for Sustainment, underneath the direction of OUSD, said, we need to get this straight and come up with a campaign plan that is actually going to get us to a place where we can standardize the processes and the procedures. So like every good working group, they got together weekly, made a lot of light and heat, and came out with a strategy. The hard part is, how do you turn a strategy into something that you can actually do? And this goes back to Ms. Miranda's point, because we were able to identify very quickly the legislative, regulatory, and policy issues that persisted that have kept us from being able to do this for real, okay? But you have to remember that when you have federal acquisition and defense federal acquisition regulations, you follow them to the T. And DLA, which she mentioned, you know, we manage 6.5 million national stock numbers. We tend to wait until we are an extremis, meaning commercial industry is insufficient in providing the repair parts. That's when we tend to face back to the organic industrial base and say, it's time for help. General Mohan had said it this morning, and I had to kind of go down in my seat because he was looking at me when he said it. But, you know, he's got $300 million in Class 9 back orders right now, and that's just the Army. We're close to billions with a B in Class 9 back orders writ large in the department, right? And this was not a result of COVID. It was illuminated by COVID, perhaps. But the truth is that getting the supply base back to a level of resiliency, it's never going to be back to a place where we can manufacture everything. We will always have obsolescence. We will always have DMSMS, and there's got to be ways that we can get around this. So if we could flip to, you gotta have a slide, right? That way I can divert your attention away from me and you can stare at my slide. So what are we doing? All right, I go back to this working group that has been really working very, very hard to get to a place of what do we need to do? What we have found is that the language that is legislated and the regulatory language actually gives us maneuver space. But it does tell us that we are to go after the most economical supply base, and we have to maintain competition. So for my industry partners in here, obviously, we're looking for ways to be competitive across the board. It doesn't mean that I cannot source to the organic industrial base while simultaneously go to the commercial. What it does mean, though, is it has to be best value. Okay, so I explain we wait till we're in extremis. You can see up here over the general's head, I've got this little box of why do you go to the OIB? And it's hard to read, and that was intentional. It basically tells you we get to a point where our NSNs are non-procurable, right? I'm getting no quotes. I'm getting tech data that is obsolete. The general over here is trying to solve my microelectronics problem because, by the way, I gave it to him. I manage all the microelectronics for the Department of Defense. So with all that said, the lead times associated with much of this material has been extended 2-3 times in some cases. So if I don't go to Ms. Miranda's team until I'm inside that extremis, we're still years away from the organic industrial base being able to provide it. And then at that point, I'm not at best value because commercial industry has come back around and started producing again. So it's this vicious cycle that we have to break. Okay. Great to always describe the problem, but what are you doing about it? The bottom line is DLA has been charged by the department to develop a marketplace. And this is what you see ahead of you is technically still notional, but it is a quick cartoon that goes to show you have to know who the stakeholders are in this process, and people need to come to the process before you have a problem. So what you see over the head here is we know all these NSNs. What we're needing is instead of going to the service and saying, ma'am, can you produce this part? It should be the service is telling us, I can produce this part. I could be a source of supply. And then in partnership with the engineering support activities, in our case for the Army DevCom, they need to come back with already being prepared in this marketplace repository. MECD is a way, is not the only way, already have the tech data approvals in place. If you heard General Mohan this morning, he mentioned one of the biggest challenges we have with agility is the approval process. So if that approval process is already leading the way, and we know the items that the industrial base is both capable of doing and honestly meets the capabilities that she mentioned are required for contingency and conflict, then theoretically the marketplace is already populated. And what DLA is doing at that point is facing the marketplace and letting a contract, in this case with the OIB. So I'm simplifying it. Trust me, there's a lot of hurdles to jump that go behind this cartoon. But the reality is, if we have a data repository that is accessible and can be communicated to both all the organic industrial bases, joint and organic industrial bases, then we'll already know what those capabilities are that are most important. So that's the goal. Because I can tell you right now, I spent a lot of time with the Navy. I saw a naval officer walking around. Was he like planted? Because if he asked me a question, I don't know the answer. But the maritime industrial base, they're very serious about this right now, right? I mean, they have their own challenges. And as a result of that, they have had to develop exquisite capability inside their back shops to be able to manufacture in support of the surface and the subsurface fleet. That's who I face. But these are Act J. These are non-stockable items that were never supposed to be procured. That's how I ended up with them. And then when you turn to the supplier base, there's no appetite because there's necessarily no profit in wanting to go there. So the Navy is grappling with this. We do this with the Air Force in a little bit different way. So DLA, one of our core responsibilities is to put health on the shelf. I practiced that because you say that 3 times really fast and I screwed up. Okay, we're responsible to put strategic depth on the shelf so that the services can buy it, right? But the other mission that we do is direct retail support to the services. So in the Air Force right now, we are literally leveraging the Air Force's organic industrial base, paying them under contract to manufacture the parts that they need on their own lines, and we are stocking them for them once they produce them. So it is absolutely doable. It's a matter of taking this at scale, but getting to a level of standardization that is actually manageable. And that's the conundrum that we're in right now. So the cartoon over your head, it is still notional. So for all you people just pulled out your phones, just know that this is not in full force right now. This is the marketplace that we are going after, with the goal being the stakeholders need to come actively participating, not waiting for a signal to come. So I'll hold there and wait for the hard questions to give to General Ternetti.
Yeah, the only thing I would add and re-emphasize a couple of things that have been said, right? Because, so why is this important to you, right? It is important because the organic industrial base is an enabler for the Army, right? And it certainly is there when the Army needs that surge capability, hard to do sometimes in a very quick, time frame. And there are many opportunities. And General Ternetti mentioned the P3s, right? The public-private partnerships. That has always been there, right? That's one area that I think there's just so many opportunities to partner with the organic industrial base to help you and just expand what you already have in terms of capabilities and capacity, right? So that's one area of opportunity for our defense industrial base. Need that technical data, and that's the bottom line, right? And it doesn't mean that we need to own it, buy it, but we need access to partner with you, right? And have access to that data so that then when we don't have a resilient and responsive, agile supply chain, the organic industrial base can fill that gap, right? And produce it, whether it is through advanced manufacturing, microelectronics, right? Production, you name it. But that is the partnership that we're looking for. So because again, we cannot afford it, right? Technically, we cannot afford it, but we can certainly afford that partnership and really identify how we can come together contractually through agreements, right? The P3s are a perfect way of getting after that partnership and have that mutual benefit, right, of leveraging the organic industrial base and industry's capabilities and capacity. So I just wanted to, foot stomp on that because I think there are many opportunities that we're not taking full advantage of at this time that could be of additional benefit to your business model. So thanks.
All right, so I planned this perfect because we don't have time for questions. Do we have time for questions? 1 or 2 questions. Anyone in the audience have anything for the panelists? Oh, you guys killed it. Good job. All right. So thank you, everybody. Thank you to our panelists for participating, and thank you to the teammates at AMC and AUSA for setting this up. Important message, creating resiliency in the OIB is not something we do alone. It's something we need help with from industry, which is why we put on events and participated events like this. So the OIB is a critical asset for our nation's security, and by working together, we can ensure its continued strength and resilience. Thank you for attending today. This will defend. don't think I've ever had a panel where there's no questions.
Hello, everyone. My name is Lieutenant Colonel Melissa Folsom. I currently serve as the Chief of Rehabilitation Services at Womack Army Medical Center, and I'm also an Army physical therapist. In recognition of National Physical Therapy Month, we proudly honor our dedicated physical therapists in the Army and across Fort Liberty. These physical therapists ensure our soldiers remain ready to fight and win our nation's wars. Our history is long and proud, dating back to the establishment of the Army's physical therapy program in World War I. And we remain critical to success through maximizing physical performance. Please join me in this opportunity to highlight a few of our team members and to celebrate our world-class physical therapists.
The Chief of Physical Therapy here at Womack. Therapists originated as reconstruction aides during World War I to treat wounded service members and have served in every theater of operation since World War II. Physical therapists are movement experts and trained in a wide variety of areas to include orthopedics, neurology, pediatrics, sports, pelvic health, and wound care, just to name a few. As a physical therapist, my favorite part of the profession is the relationships we build with our patients along their journey to recovery. I also really enjoy helping someone restore something functionally in their life they thought was lost. If you need assistance reaching a physical goal, don't hesitate to see how physical therapy can help.
My name is Damian Gatterberg. I'm a physical therapist with Womack, working at the Byers Health Clinic in an outpatient physical therapy department. I've been working as a PT for the past two and a half years. I work in outpatient orthopedics with additional training in pelvic health PT. Initially, I chose PT as a profession because I wanted to find a profession that blended physical activity, sports, and science while still helping others. I continue to choose PT because I have loved working alongside our service members in rehabbing their injuries, helping to educate them about their conditions, and empowering them to get back to doing what they love without pain. Physical therapy can be a service that can guide patients in returning to high-level training or just walking without pain. We work with patients in many settings, treating a wide range of conditions from acute or surgical injuries, as well as long-standing chronic pains. We work in many settings, and I'm sure that if you've ever had pain with running, jumping, or a past injury that is still occasionally bothering you, one of our PT providers at Fort Liberty can help you out. We are also direct access providers, so seeing us is as easy as calling and scheduling an appointment.
My name is Captain Lindsay Noonan, and I am a physical therapist currently working in the 82nd Airborne Division Sustainment Brigade Holistic Health and Fitness Facility, also known as H2F. I spend my days taking care of paratroopers who have musculoskeletal injuries, as well as promoting strategies for injury prevention within our brigade. I love being a physical therapist because I get to spend a lot of one-on-one time with patients and get to know them beyond their injury. I love seeing people succeed in accomplishing goals that are meaningful to them and get back to doing the things that they love.
Hi, my name is Heather Ballard, and I'm a supervisor for both inpatient therapy and the pelvic health program at Womack Army Medical Center. I have worked here at Womack since 2016 when I onboarded to help create the pelvic health therapy program. Working in pelvic health, I have the privilege of being able to treat male and female patients on a daily basis that are dealing with extremely common but often undiscussed symptoms. So many experience conditions like pelvic pain, bladder and bowel dysfunctions, or prenatal and postpartum issues, but they may not realize that those things are not normal or understand how much impact they can have on their quality of life.
I'm Captain Christine Kasprisen, and I currently work at Womack Army Medical Center as a physical therapy internship director. My typical day consists of coordinating clinical educational experiences for physical therapy students and working directly with patients. Growing up, I loved to run, jump, dance, play sports, and be as active as possible. It was such a large part of my identity. It was exhilarating, it kept me happy, and it was how I formed some of my closest friendships. One fateful summer afternoon, it felt as though all of that came to a screeching halt after I injured my ankle during a game of soccer. I was unable to put weight through my ankle, and it was so swollen that my normal shoes would not fit. I was on crutches for weeks and felt completely removed from all of the activities and people that I love so much, and started to no longer feel like my normal self. After 3 to 4 weeks of making what felt like no progress, I saw a physical therapist. They were the ones who helped me get back to walking, running, and even back to soccer and other competitive sports. They helped me get back to feeling like myself, and I knew that I wanted to help do the same thing for others. Now that I am a physical therapist, I get to help people feel better, move better, and get back to doing all of the activities that they love to do. On top of that, I get to train and teach others how to do this amazing job. Looking back, I'm so grateful for that ankle injury because it led me to this incredible profession. I would encourage anyone and everyone to come and see what physical therapy is all about.
Hi, my name is Don Goss. I'm a retired Army physical therapist teaching at High Point University in the Doctorate of Physical Therapy program and still doing research with the Department of Defense in North Carolina and at West Point. I was a PT in the Army for 25 years, and I've been blessed with nearly $12 million in DoD funding. I love PT because I'm a people person. I love working with people. I love it when people have that light bulb moment and they get it. It's a great feeling helping someone move better and improve their quality of life. I'm committed to lifelong learning. As we wrap up one study and learn new lessons, there are always more questions to be answered. I still get chills driving onto post every day. I love working with soldiers. I also love teaching the next generation of physical therapists. I hope to be doing this for many more years to come. Thank you, and God bless you all.
My name is Alejandro Escobar. I am a CSSN, culinary specialist. Today I compete as a student chef of the year, representing the Navy, of course. And I was going through a lot of emotions. It was very exciting. I was nervous. I was happy, but I would say pretty much nervous. But even though I was pretty confident about how everything was going to go, I knew from the beginning that everything was going to go good. But definitely a huge, great experience. Of course. So right after I graduated from my tech school, my A school, as a culinary specialist, I got to my command. Right after I got to my command, I started cooking in the galley, just like a beginner or a young sailor as a cook. After a couple of months, I would say that my higher ranks, my master chiefs, seniors, I think they saw that potential in me. So my master chief, he decided to choose me and send me to this competition, which is the INCAT competition, right? And that's how pretty much I got to choose. They saw potential in me. The dish that I worked on was a Mediterranean dish. It was a Mediterranean chicken. So this whole dish, it has a lot of components. It's a little complicated, I would say, for a student chef as a beginner, even though that's the point of what I choose it. You just gotta bring it all together to the plate, and it looks so compact and beautiful. But I would say it's also a lot of pressure on you because you got to keep in mind that everything got to come out on point. Otherwise, you won't get the result that you want. So that's very important when it comes to have so many different cooking methods in your dish. You got to be on point. You got to nail it. Obviously, I was shooting for a goal, and that's what I wanted from the beginning, obviously, as everybody. But whenever I was hearing to my friends, fiance, and all my shipmates, I was like, no matter what, these people, they made me feel proud of myself because they see something that I might not see about for myself. So I just felt very happy. I was going through a lot of happiness. I felt very, very happy.
Sergeant Major Fausto Torres, and today what we're going to be doing a play, Sudden Impact Soldier's Last Ride, which is a play talking about DWI and DUI and the impacts that it has on the soldiers from whenever they do the wrong thing.
Welcome this afternoon. You got your team from Bravo Company 2nd Platoon are going to give an amazing performance that they've been working so hard for today, called Sudden Impact and Soldier's Last Ride in regard to DWI and DUIs, right? But before we get into that, first we got Catamount 6 that's going to have some remarks. Lieutenant Colonel Ryan Hintz.
Hey, thank you, Sergeant Major. Hey, I appreciate everybody coming. Not that it was an option, but I know we are approaching the end of the duty week, and I'm incredibly appreciative of everything you guys have been up to. What I will say is a lot of effort went into putting this on. We have representatives from our police department, Department of Emergency Services, our fire department, our EMS, folks that take what we're going to talk about extremely seriously. Because every call, DUI-related traffic accident that they don't have to take because a soldier chose to take an Uber is a win for them. And it's a win for our organization. If we consider December to where we are now at the end of February, our brigade has had more DUIs in that 3-month span than we did the same 3 months a year ago. So we have a problem as an organization with choosing to drive when we shouldn't. That risk is not shared evenly amongst everybody here in this formation. Our highest risk population are our E4s, our males, and who live on in the barracks. That's our highest risk population. So if you live in the middle of that description, consider yourself to be the target audience for what you're about to see. DUI, there's really 3 things that I want to hit as we get started before I give Colonel Frizzell an opportunity to address you. First, DUIs are about safety. The safety of the individual operating the motor vehicle, the safety of the passengers in that motor vehicle, and the safety of everybody else on the road or walking on the sidewalk. And that could be your loved ones in jeopardy because somebody else chose to take risk. It's about readiness. Because if you're in jail, if you are unable to drive on post because your license was revoked and you're late, you aren't in a position to contribute to your team, our team, to accomplish our mission. You will also not be in a position to provide the same way for your family. Because if you've seen any of the cost of a DUI flyers that have been hanging out, it can cost up to $17,000. It's going to be a little bit different for everybody, but I certainly don't have $17,000 extra dollars lying around. And you can save $17,000 by spending $5 on an Uber ride. And that seems like a pretty good deal. And so what I would ask you to do is make that extra phone call, designate a driver, use the Uber app, and get home safely. A lot of work went into this, so I appreciate your attention.
All right, Catamounts, we're going to go ahead and get started, but I'm going to set the stage for you, okay? So right now, we have 2 soldiers that were just downtown, partying up at the bar, having a lot of drinks and shots, all right? Now, they're thinking about how they're going to get back to, are they going to take an Uber? Are they going to contact their platoon sergeant, team leader, squad leader? Or are they just going to go ahead and drive on post? That's a decision they need to make now, and that's where you're going to see the impact of what happens if they make the wrong decision. Let the play commence.
Bro, you think Buffalo Wild Wings on post is open right now?
Absolutely, bro. They shouldn't close till like 1 a.m.
That's good, because I'm hungry.
All right, bro. Let's call an Uber.
Don't worry, bro. I do this all the time.
Bro, you've had like 8 shots, 2 beers, and a Long Island iced tea. Let's call an Uber.
Bro, I've been drinking since before you were born. Don't worry about it. I can hold my drink. Trust me. Let's go.
All right, let's go then, bro.
I'm here walking. Hey, this car looks like it's gonna. Hey, yeah, I know. That's not cute. Can't open the door. I gotta call 911. Hello? Hey, I just witnessed an accident. Yeah, it's my auntie. You gotta come help him. Please, we're here by Buffalo Wild Wings here. Please, you gotta come help him. You gotta come as fast as you can, please. I should call his wife now. Hello, ma'am?
Hello, who's this?
This is your husband's soldier. I just witnessed him in a car accident.
Oh my God, an accident?
Yeah, he's here.
Where are you? Is he alive?
I tried to get him out. I couldn't. He's already on their way. You gotta come quick. We're here by what's it called? Buffalo Wild Wings.
Okay, I'm on.
Thank you.
They will conduct a stadium size up. They will request additional resources if needed. He will conduct a walk around, identify hazards. Personnel. Chief Officer, Engine 51 is conducting a 360, identify hazards, i.e. fluids on the ground, that's laying on the ground. Identify how many patients, mechanism of injury, vehicle intrusion, ensure vehicles are safe for extrication. To replace roadshots if needed. We have 2 vehicles that have collided. I have 3 patients on scene, no additional resources required. We'll provide some education information. Sometimes for what we call a purchase point. A place where we can place our education equipment and use them to open the doors. By squeezing the door, the ends of the door come up to the vehicle spread out, and then it places education tool in between the door and the door frame of the vehicle. On your driver's side, next to your shoulder, we call that the B post. That B post is being cut with our education equipment. It will be cut from the bottom as well as the top. EMS is on standby. They will again report the patient injuries and will identify him what trauma level he is in. If we deem the patient is a level 1 trauma, EMS will notify the receiving hospital so they can prepare the trauma bay and the entire level 1 trauma team to include the neurosurgeon, nurses, and aides. As education is in progress, patient care and patient is being monitored. We can place band-aids on the knees, we can place tourniquets, we can start IVs, we can monitor cardiac activity, definitive care, greatest mechanism of injury, patient needs surgical intervention. So key time is of essence.
They're good, they're healthy. I appreciate it. And is the driver good for not unconscious right now? Okay.
Giving him out.
As well. Should also be doing for vehicle. Very careful to navigate engines.
What's that wire that he wrapped up on? Medical.
Is that my husband? Let me get some. Why did you drink and drive?
Yeah, we can step back.
Why did you drink and drive?
Now we need to step back.
No, it's not my
We need to step back.
No, I don't care.
Step back, man. Step back. Right? Step back. Go there.
You step back, ma'am. We're going to handle it, but this time it's a law enforcement investigation. You need to step aside now, or you will be detained. Ma'am, no, you need to step back right now. We understand you're going through a lot of emotions, but you need to step back. Don't trust your job. We understand, ma'am. We need you to right now just go with your husband, stay with him, we'll handle it from here. All right, sir, like I said earlier, I'm investigating my name with the forklift traffic investigations. Do you know what caused the incident? What kind of drinks have you had? Coming from the bar or bar? Okay, at this time, go ahead and give me your keys, please. Go ahead and step out the vehicle for me. Yes, sir, all right, go ahead and follow me. All right, go stand right here, sir. All right, sir, so you said that you had a couple of drinks and you did have a positive incident? Were you sure to me?
Back to where you were.
Do you think I'll take your Uber at all?
I do this all the time, so
All right, this time, have you had any concussions within the past 6 months? Are you able to conduct a series of testimony? All right, this time, you stand together, you yield your arms off to your side, please. Follow the tip of the pen with your eyes and your eyes only. Do not move your head. Do you understand?
yes, sir.
Do not move your head, sir. Keep following with your eyes and your eyes only. Following with your eyes and your eyes only. Do you understand?
Yes, sir.
This next test, you're going to take a series of small steps. So at this time, I need you to imagine a straight line in front of you. Can you do that?
Yes, sir.
Arms off to the side, and your left foot, put the heel of it in front of your right toes in the heel to toe manner. Do you understand?
Yes, sir.
Go ahead and do so, please. Sir, make sure it's in the heel to toe manner. All right, sir. At this time, you're being apprehended for a possible DWI as well as intoxicated manslaughter. Do you understand what that charge means?
Yes, sir.
You know you just took an innocent man's life.
That always good, sir.
You thought you were good. You think that wife is going to be good? You think that daughter is going to be good? Well, you're good. You're healthy, but he's not. Do you understand the consequences of your actions?
Yes, sir.
Well, we're not done there yet. Go ahead and provide us a sample, please.
Excuse me, sir. You guys need anything else from us?
No, sir, we appreciate it. What hospital that individual get pronounced dead at? In Belmont. Thank you, sir. We appreciate all your efforts.
Turn over safe.
Thank you, sir.
Your mother. Go and stop.
Was this result?
Got 27.
So, you know that's about double over the legal limit?
That was good, sir. I do this all the time.
Couple of drinks can take away someone's life. Let's go.
Started with the resiliency class, and then it turned into a program that we piloted for Mr. Jordan called Take a Knee. This program is where we take at least 15 minutes out our day just to talk about topics that plague the Army, such as suicide, sexual harassment, finances, and drunk driving. So this is what it came to. Obviously, the leaders take this serious. You have your brigade commander here, your battalion commander here. We're all part of the Winter Circle, 1st Brigade. So let's just make sure that we defeat drunk driving.
All right, afternoon, I'm Sergeant Hill. Just after watching this scenario, can anybody tell me what they could have done differently to avoid a situation like this? Somebody. Call a friend, call your chain of command. By show of hands, anybody in this formation, is there anyone who does not have a battle buddy or someone in their chain of command that for any reason they can't call to give them a ride if they were too drunk to drive?
Good afternoon, I'm Specialist Weaver, Bravo Company, 2nd Platoon, right? So everybody here just witnessed what we just saw, right? After DUI, it happened. Someone died because of it. You guys, how do you think the family felt upon arrival of the scene? Hurt? What else? Distraught? And it still happens, right? So these incidents and these accidents happen on every weekend or even on a daily basis. Now it's something to keep in account. This was just a wife and a daughter coming upon their father that just passed away in a car wreck, right? All it takes is one of us that we work with on a 24/7 day basis to hit one of our own. And how are you going to explain that? Someone that you work with 24/7 on a daily basis, out in the field, regular days, after hours, etc. The last thing we need is a lot of people having bands on their arms because they lost them to a DWI, right? A DUI. It's not heavy on your wrist, but I know it's heavy in everyone's heart. It's heavy in everyone's head. It's heavy spiritually. It's not something that should be just laughed off and taken for granted. We all have one life. There's no second. There's no third. So take that one life and make the right decision.
And I hope you all understood that from this presentation that we gave you all. Thank you for your time.
What's the alcohol percentage for a DUI?
What is it? All right.
Can you drive on post after getting a DUI?
How long is your driving privilege suspended for?
12 years. The ultimate outcome is something like this happening. This is the ultimate outcome. And the leaders are not going to tell you, don't go out and enjoy yourselves. They're going to tell you exactly that. Go out and enjoy yourself. All right, but let's drink responsibly. All right, let's go out this weekend. Let's all have a good time, but let's have a plan. All right, so don't let alcohol control you. All right, or steer your decisions. I appreciate it.
What you all just saw, unfortunately, that happens in our Army on a daily basis. Not just here at Fort Bliss, it happens in our Army on a daily basis. We know about those kind of consequences. Come here for a second, specialist. We all know if you drink and drive, that can happen. We all know that. We all know what the consequences are. We all know you can't drive on post. And if you don't know, Biggie Smalls, okay? So we all know this. We all know about extra duty and all those kinds of things, but people still put themselves in the position to drink and drive. What your battle showed you today, hopefully they took you from your head to your heart and back to your head. Because when we get ready to drink and drive, we don't think about the consequences. We don't think about the fact that because we are impaired, how we can take somebody's life. We don't think about how it affects a family. We don't think about how it affects our battle to our left and to our right. If you are drinking to the point in which you think you're okay to drive after having 8 shots, 2 beers, and a Long Island iced tea, you need to be referred to SETC, okay? Yeah, you do. What that means is that you have a high tolerance. And the tolerance is not an asset. It's a liability because it gives you the false illusion that you're in control of it, but the reality is that it's in control of you. Because first the man takes a drink, then the drink takes a drink, and then the drink takes the man or woman. You're not in control of it, obviously. So when we're talking about the victim.
So, anywho, some things to think about before you guys disperse into your company AOs, have a more in-depth discussion on this. Really take some time to think about it, right? Go ahead and sit down, relax for a second. If you need to think about something for more than 10 seconds, maybe you thought too long, like, should I drive? Should I do this? Everybody here has a wingman, all right? You guys are doing, you gals are doing great things for this battalion, all right? We've got a lot of stuff going on, and I can't afford to lose one person. I'm sitting in weekly meetings with Ready 7 talking about manning and where do we get people for every MOS, from people in the clerks and working the offices to the people out here laying bridges to the people digging holes. All right, we cannot afford to lose one to shenanigans.
All right, let me hear your war cry on 3. You want to hear mine first?
Yeah. All right, war cry on 3. 1, 2, 3. Ah! Hell yeah. All right, Captain, I'll take it. So, welcome to the winner's circle.
Raise your hand if you are a single soldier. Keep your hands up if you live in the barracks. All right. Raise your hand if you're a leader.
Everybody has to be up.
All right. Hey, so instead of talking about safety points, here's what I want to highlight. I lived in the barracks as a junior soldier, and I've been a leader, and I still am a leader. And I tell you, I'm here today because I had good battle buddies. I'm also here today because I had engaged leaders. And so here's what I ask of every single one of y'all. Be a good battle buddy, seek good battle buddies, and if you're a leader, y'all best be engaged. That being said, hey, have a safe weekend. I am extremely proud and grateful to be part of this great organization, and I'm going to pass it over to Ray 6 with some closing remarks.
Okay, hey team. I appreciate everyone being out here today. I'm going to be real brief, get everybody out of here for the weekend. This brigade's mission remains unchanged, okay? So we got the big blocks we got Ready Focus, our big home station training event in June. We got National Training Center rotation 2601 in October at Fort Irwin. And this brigade remains scheduled to deploy right about almost exactly a year from now to Eastern Europe. Spread out across Eastern Europe, but the brigade headquarters will be in Poland. So all that remains unchanged. And so we hear and we see about all this other stuff that's happening in the world, in our country, even here in our local community. It has not changed this brigade's mission. And oh, by the way, that's a very hard mission. And it's going to take each and every one of us to accomplish it. Okay, so the priorities for this next quarter coming up have not changed, right? Lead, maintain, and train. There is no battalion in this brigade combat team that has a more diverse range of MOSs and a different set of missions than the Catamount Battalion. Every battalion is important in this brigade. We got about 4,300 soldiers on any given day in this brigade. We got 38 companies, troops, or batteries. We got 7 battalions. But if you made me pick one battalion that is absolutely essential to this brigade being able to accomplish its mission, it's the mighty Catamount Battalion. All right, so we got. I heard some cat noises out there. I like it. Yeah.
The cat.
Yeah. You need more than that to bring the Riz, though. That ain't it. That's kind of lame. All right, so hey, we'll get you out of here again. Sergeant Major and I, we love serving with you every single day. We love being part of your team. It's your team. It's my team. It's the Ready First Combat team. We are the winner's circle, and we'll see you out around in PT, in the field, and everywhere else.
I consider my highlights of my career anything that I worked on in terms of programs and projects that resulted in a fielding, something that went out to the field, that was used by the troops and had some, effectiveness in terms of the force being able to accomplish their mission. I guess the fondest memories are just people, the people that I worked with, worked with, some really fabulous folks, really high quality people, general officers who were very, very good leaders and role models, and it's hard to describe. You come to, when you're in the work with the Army for long enough, you come to understand just how good the officer corps is, how good the enlisted corps is, how just how smart they are, how capable they are, and how good they are, you know, in terms of their compassion and just general good people kind of thing. I had the good fortune to work on some SDIO programs up at Picatinny Arsenal, Strategic Defense Initiative programs. And one of the things that you learned up there, and it actually trickled down to the Army, and I encountered it, you still encounter it today, was the idea of executing. Years ago, many years ago, money was allocated for programs. And whether you spent it this year, next year, or 20 years from now, nobody really cared, okay? Well, that changed dramatically when an SDIO came to be, because a large amount of money was being invested in a very difficult problem, and it had to be accounted for, right? And so there was people who accounted for it, and money was not allocated whenever you get around to it. It was allocated this year and maybe next year, and that was, you know, and then yearly thereafter. And so you had to account for that execution. And so I learned that very well in the SDIO realm, trying to retain money for the Army's interests. And so it served me well when I came to PEO and IWNS, because by then the services were doing that. They were very, very execution focused. And so I knew how to do that. It was a very, it's a unique talent because of my situation. The Army has a lot of opportunity for folks in terms of the diversity of products that they deal with. And, you know, I mean, here, Aberdeen's a good example. You've got medical people, you've got ordnance folks, you've got command and control communications, you know, C5 folks here. There's a diversity of efforts in the Army that's unique to the Army. Other services, a little bit more specialized, my view, in certain areas, you know. But here in the Army, there certainly are very specialized areas, but there's certainly a large breadth of them. So if you're a chemical engineer or a chemist, you can find something of great interest to you. If you're an electrical engineer, you've got a large number of things that you could find of great interest to you. If you're a computer guy, you know, that's another huge field. And there's many more of those specialties that the Army, the medical guys are here, you know, that kind of thing. There's a large opportunity to see the full spectrum of science and not only science, but, you know, manufacturing and, you know, the engineering end of it, delivering it to the field, making it work. That's a very unique thing within the Army, I think, and careers in the Army acquisition business, if you will, and the scientists in the acquisition business, engineers in the acquisition business. It's a unique place to be because you really get a really good piece of the action, if you will, in terms of challenges and program opportunity and difficulties that, you know, it's not simple to solve some of these problems. And sometimes you don't solve them, right? You resolve them to a point where you can, you know, address them, and then you're better than you were when you couldn't even, you know, go after them at all. So I think that's the real glory. It's not the wealthiest place. You know, it's not the most lucrative in terms of financial reward, although it's not bad. I mean, it's certainly, you can live a good life as a careerist in the Army, but there's more to it than that, right? I think there's a lot more to it than that, and I've had the opportunity to engage with warfighters, with real soldiers in real situations, and that's very, very rewarding, because they have a mission. They know what it is. It's to protect you and I and the country, and they go about it very well. And it's a pleasure to support them, frankly.
Yep, today is day 2 of our Wild Boar Ski the Nebelhorn overnight trip. We just stayed in a mountain hut last night, and today we are at the Fellhorn skiing and snowboarding. This event is important because it allows the soldiers an opportunity to see something unique by skiing, snowboarding, the Nebelhorn, but also sleeping in a mountain hut to decompress and get out in the mountains.
It gives the opportunity for soldiers to actually travel and go somewhere with the MWR. It lets them go out, they don't have to try and plan it themselves. Where the MWR hosts all these events, they can just jump on those events and go where MWR takes them around Europe. So, you can't miss an opportunity like this. My favorite part here today is actually staying at a mountain hut. On the mountain, you get to wake up, you see the sunlight coming over the mountain at the Alps. It's great. Any other soldiers out there, take advantage of these MWR trips because they are, once in a lifetime experiences if you get to go on them. So.
Hey, imagine your car breaks down in the middle of nowhere, but instead of a car, it's a jet or a tank or a ship. And instead of nowhere, it's a combat zone. Who's coming through? The Defense Logistics Agency, aka DLA, aka the nation's logistics combat support agency. Need a new engine? DLA's got it. A fuel pump? Easy. A bolt the size of your thumb? You bet. They've got more parts stocked than your favorite sneaker drop, and they deliver. Because if it rolls, flies, or floats, DLA keeps it fresh, functioning, and fire. That's the vibe. So, next time you see something epic in action, remember who's got the military's back. DLA. We're not just logistics, we're logislatics. Stay mission ready. Let's go. DLA, the nation's logistics combat support agency.
Aloha, teammates. I am Lieutenant Colonel C.T. Warren, commander of the 84th Engineer Battalion, joined by my battle buddy, Command Sergeant Major Ricky Brojas. Welcome to the 84th Engineer Battalion. We're excited to have you on our team. Our unit plays a critical role in supporting Army operations across the Pacific, delivering innovative engineering solutions to complex challenges. With a commitment to excellence and readiness, we stand prepared to execute any mission, anytime, anywhere.
Well put, sir. The 84th Engineer Battalion is comprised of 7 different companies with over 40 different MOSs. Some of these professionals include combat engineers, electricians, divers, mechanics, welders, medics, and logisticians, just to name a few. During the course of its storied history, the Never Daunted Battalion has participated in every major conflict since World War II. It is our continuing commitment to provide highly skilled combat and general engineering support across the Indo-Pacific theater.
Our mission is key to the success of the 8th Theater Sustainment Command. By delivering first-class engineer support, we keep the command prepared to sustain forces throughout the Indo-Pacific and respond to any mission. Our work is integral to setting the theater operations and overall readiness.
All Never Daunted soldiers are committed to the Army values, disciplined, enforcer of standards, and professionals. Together, we maintain a climate that enables our soldiers to become confident in themselves, their peers, their equipment, and their leaders.
People are number one. From counseling, coaching, and mentoring, or improving the life support of our most precious resource, our soldiers. We're dedicated to developing adaptable, skilled, and resilient soldiers who are prepared to excel in any mission.
Spot on, sir. This command team is approachable and values open communication. Your ideas and concerns matter. Feel free to share them.
Being stationed in Hawaii offers more than just a duty assignment. It's an experience. Explore the scenic trails, unwind on breathtaking beaches, dive into the island's vibrant culture, and make every moment count while you're assigned here.
We look forward to you becoming part of our Ohana.
Welcome to the 84th Engineer Battalion.
Never daunted.
The Recruitment Sustainment Program was created and designed for that newly enlisted civilian now transitioning into the military lifestyle. It is that first introduction of responsibility, accountability, and teamwork that they're going to get the tools in order to successfully ship off to basic training and AIT to complete successfully.
What inspired me to join the Michigan Army National Guard is doing something different from my peers and to serve my community. RSP has helped me prepare for basic training by teaching me some of the fundamentals like the ACFT, the 9-line report, and moving as a member of a team.
I was inspired to join the Michigan Army National Guard because my recruiter came into my classroom and he explained a lot about it, and I felt like it seemed like a very good opportunity with lots of amazing experiences. RSP has helped me prepare for basic training by doing the ACFT, squad movement drill, marching, and weapons training.
My favorite cadence is I'm a steamroller. Because when I was 14 years old, I went down to Fort Benning, Georgia, and that was my first introduction in the military of seeing my cousin coming down over the hill in his company formation when they were all singing that cadence.
My 3 favorite cadences are Airborne Rangers and Steamroller Baby.
My favorite cadences are No Limit, Steamroller, Airborne, and Party Hardy.
You had Korea, right? Who is the reigning champion.
This for your ACS certification because everybody's getting gold.
Okay.
To go up to 325 and no more. Saw that this person just taught me these basic things. Happy little trees. Love me go to the restroom. So I'll just leave it at that. So steam, it hurts and it probably burns really bad. This will hurt and will stick to you and continue to burn and melt you.
Fun to see you. Good work.
Thank you, Chef.
Okay.
Thank
Great
you, Chef.
ideas.
Great job.
Thank you, Chef.
I'm glad to see you again.
Los otros 3 minutos. Un poquito más.
Yes.
3 minutos.
Careful with your sleeve.
Well, good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to this afternoon's presentation with the 17th Sergeant Major of the Army. It's been a great show so far, and we're glad you made time, SMA. You know, good to be here. SMA is very kind to share his time with AUSA. Just a couple weeks ago, we had him at the headquarters for a coffee series, and you'll hear some of the continuation of discussion we had there today. But SMA, I'd like to turn it over to you because we only have 30 minutes this afternoon, so for a couple open comments.
Yeah, I think that 30 minutes is to save me, not you. So, hey, it's good to be here. It's not very often we get to kind of string a couple conversations together. And having just been at the headquarters and now down here, we get to do that. And so this is kind of cool. So thanks for providing us the opportunity.
Well, we appreciate it. So, I mean, one thing, we didn't get to all the things we wanted to during the coffee series. Obviously, there's a lot to talk about, lots going on in the Army today. But I want to start with professional military education. You and the SEC have been working some initiatives. We got into it a little bit, but if you can continue the discussion of what's coming up in the future for PME, and I heard something about reintroduction of potentially SQT.
Yeah, it's coming. There you go. There's at least one. There's at least one fan out there. There's at least one. So, really, I mean, we're focusing on on SQT, but some of us in the 90s actually remember STT. Somebody was reminding me about STT, the developmental testing we used to do. In the end, we believe in our heart of hearts, the SEC being the Senior Enlisted Council, that the number one thing we should be basing off whether or not you're ready to be promoted is how good you are at your current job. Now, call me crazy, but that's not where we're at right now. And I don't want to debate and CSI how we got here, but that's where we are. And so actually testing a soldier by their MOS within their CMF with a legitimized true test that validates their current skill level for their profession, they're part of the profession. That should be the base for the promotion rubric. I mean, think about, we're promoting people that found a way to get to PME, but we didn't actually test if they could do their job. where they're currently working. That to me, it's not the Army I grew up in. And when we talk to the whole force, remember the senior enlisted council represents the whole force, total Army. They all agreed, and it wasn't that difficult. We really should reset that as one of the weighted data points for promotion.
Absolutely. You mentioned it in the start, SMA, this was developed in 77, I believe, if my recollection is correct. Well, not recollection because I wasn't in the Army in 77.
No, but we heard about it.
That's right, yeah. And then we did transform it to SDT in the 90s. We were part of that as we grew up. And both of those were canceled because of complexity of, being able to do it across the force and the cost associated. So what are we going to do to help curve some of that as we try to implement this again in the future?
Yeah, so TRADOC's working at, and I see some Harris is over there in the crowd, right? I got some great supporting sergeant majors here. That's the beauty of the senior enlisted council is, as you know, as the SMA, you don't have to know everything.
That's right.
Because it's not even possible. But they're working that right now. And I got to give Med COE and I think Fire COE was the other one. I'm getting a thumbs up over there. They've already been working pilots for TRADOC on this, right? So how do we develop the test, right? Because it needs to be consistent, right? This isn't some whimsical, every division's doing their own test and we're not actually comparing apples and apples. We're comparing apples and something else. So again, because we're talking about promotion. Anytime you talk about promotion, we can't pull the lever to execute this in haste. And so we're about, 9 months into figuring this out. And Truth in London, I think it was Fort Sill at the Center of Excellence there for fires. The first results weren't that great, were they? They were not that great. Then we actually told soldiers what they were piloting, and the test scores immediately got better. And so I believe it in my heart of hearts, if we remove the ambiguity and we let soldiers know what the standard is to be designated as, not only are you qualified at your current grade plate, but you're this good, soldiers will rise to the occasion. It's just like fitness. Tell me what the standard is, and I will meet the standard. Give me the time to work my way to meet the standard if it's different than what normal was before, and they will meet the standard. I mean, that's the soldier. That's who we are.
And of course, back then, it was analog. I mean, that was some of the complexity that was issuing the test, bringing everybody in. But today, I'm sure we're going to deliver that digitally and some of those things.
Well, TRADOC has the ability to do that, right? And so does everything have to be done at a TRADOC brick and mortar location in the year 2025? No. I'll go ahead and just, in the spirit of answering the question, answer that one quickly. No, right? We don't even give our language tests. Like if you're certified in a language, we have the ability to give language tests everywhere. It's the simplest one we've been doing for decades. So I use it as an example. Like, how have we figured out how to successfully and with trust and confidence administer that across the globe, right? We can figure this out at whatever post-camp station you're at. TRADOC's got to establish with the COEs what that is. And that's where we are in the journey right now. So implementation-wise, I actually not too worried about how we're going to implement it because we're not going to have to send you TDY. Now, there's some one-off post-camps and stations out there. I acknowledge some of you in the crowd are thinking of that 1 or 2 unicorn location that's not the same as the others. We'll figure out those solutions to include with our Compo 2 and 3 teammates, because we know that looks a little bit different on the PME journey. And so we're working within the OPT to be able to solve those problems and come up with solid implementation strategies.
So I'm not trying to put you on the spot, SMA, but I am. You're the Sergeant Major of the Army, so you got to feel the pressure every once in a while. When should soldiers expect to see this? I know we're still working prototyping, we're still working, some concepts, but what's your goal to get this implemented?
Yeah. So in all honesty, and again, we're not gonna rush to failure on this one, but 2025, and I am talking about fiscal year 2025. We actually started this in 24, but 25 is our year to come up with the when and how to do this. And so our goal is first quarter 26, which is right around the corner, to be able to brief what the full plan is on this. And so, I'm not going to look over at CSM Harris right now because I can already sense the feeling. We're on glide path to meet that goal. Now, that's a plan to brief a course of action to actually implement this across the Army. And that'll look a little bit different. The active component is the simplest to make the change. And then we all know our Guard and our reserve teammates, that takes a little bit longer. And we're also leveraging technology to help us in this too. There's a lot of neat stuff that's happening at universities that are going to help us kind of transform how we do some of this with credibility.
Yeah. And this will be used as part of the promotion system as it was in the past. Is that the intent for?
That is part of the SEX vision.
Yeah.
Like, what's more important? 60 credit hours of online self-study from pick your online university, or a data point of how good you are at your current job? I would ask the crowd without answering, what's more important for promotion consideration? I think we know the answer to that.
It's a good segue to my next question, SMA, is we talked about it a little bit. You gave a broad overview, but promotion reform.
Yeah.
If there's something near and dear to a soldier's heart, it's promotion. So what do you and the SEC have in plan? And could you give us some insight on some of the changes we're making, especially in the mid-grade career NCO ranks?
Yeah, so I'll leave the grade plate out of it. I won't pick on E6, E7, E8, or E9. I love the E8 to E9 one though, because truth in lending, it's our smallest controllable population that frankly we can, if there's a place to learn quickly for the rest of the Army, it's there. So we do talk about making changes there, potentially before making changes across the whole Army. Anyway, I'll leave that one alone if that's a follow-on question you want to have. But right now, HRC, General Drew was doing this before, and Major General Rampey's in the same space, and I'm excited about this one. But we're looking at promotion, just promotion reform writ large. What does that mean? It's 2025. I shouldn't need a human to evaluate my performance based off of solid, updated, and current proponency guidance. Shouldn't need me to go review that, and an evaluation. Like, to be honest with you, I think technology could have done this quite a few years in the past. Now, we do need technology to be certified, validated, and trustworthy, right? Because again, we're talking about people's promotions. And so I am willing, and the Senior Enlisted Council is willing to implement some of those. Now, I don't want a human in the loop not getting an ultimate vote. I want the human in the loop to end up having the ultimate vote. But I think Weimer, as a board member in promotion reform, my specialty to the process is potential. Like, I've got, if I'm in this process for a grade plate, and I'm 25 years of service as a non-commissioned officer, I mean, performance is pretty simple to evaluate. And proponent, I give TRADOC another big shout out. We're tough on TRADOC, but this is one time where they are pathfinding for us. They've already done that. They've baselined proponent guidance. There's no more question, is there, right now? None. We know what most qualified is, highly qualified, and just qualified is. Why do I have to take time to look at that for every person that I'm evaluating for a board in the year 2025? Why can't I spend my quality time on evaluating, Sergeant Smith's potential based off of what the senior rater says, if you will? Now, I don't want to get out ahead of HRC. Promotions are a very sensitive thing, but I am willing to talk about it, as you know, because I do think it's a little bit of the elephant in the room, and I think we're pushing on an open door. And I think it's also an opportunity to potentially regain, because when I travel around and we travel around, there's questions about this and the formation. And so I think there's an opportunity to gain/regain some trust from the formation about how we're promoting people.
Absolutely. And it is important. I mean, it's important to our soldiers, and they obviously are going to have questions. But
absolutely.
Non-commissioned officer education system. SMA, you announced as part of the annual meeting, we came a little bit off step. But are you in the SEC working any changes for NCOES for the future?
Yes, continuously. Just for the audience that's not tracking maybe, but we've been trying to make STEP work since 1989. And when I asked for the white paper on the history of STEP, I was kind of taken back because everybody in the crowd knows my background. This isn't exactly something I spent a lot of time on. But it was important to understand the journey of how we got here. And that paper really informed me that we have really been trying to, put a square peg in a round hole for a long time. Now, why have we been trying to figure that out? Because professional military education is important. So the why we've been struggling to figure it out is important, but also the requirements on us over the last 3 decades have been nonstop, and we've yet to invent a crystal ball to let us know what's coming every 3 to 5 years that causes a disruption in a promotion process, right? Right. If you think officer promotion timelines, what's the first thing they always ask? Hey, what's your year group? Well, it doesn't quite work that way for enlisted soldiers. It's a lot more complicated than that. And that is what I really learned on the STEP process. So I don't speak about STEP with a mindset of we're going to solve this in 26. STEP is a journey. I would tell you SQT testing is part of that. It is part of that. And so you're going to hear us talk about phases coming up on the next phases of STEP, because in the end, we want to promote non-commissioned officers that are really good at their job currently and have the potential to be really good at the next echelon of leadership. Recruiting is about contracts. I'll say that again. Recruiting is about contracts. We're going to give you an opportunity to serve your country. We're going to show you what the standard is and help you meet the standard, and then welcome you to your first duty station and your first unit. Retention is not about contracts. Retention is about talent management. And we don't base retention success off of how many contracts we signed. We base retention off of, did we keep the right people because they have the potential to continue to serve either the level they're at now, because, oh, by the way, you need a lot of people at, but then also, are they future, Dan Dailies?
So we are talking transformation, innovation, and embracing change all throughout this conference. We've had some great panels the last 2 days. So Sergeant Major, I'm going to try something a little different, a little fun today. Last night when I was prepping for this fireside chat, I got on my Google AI assistant, and I wrote in there, what questions should I ask Sergeant Major Michael Weimer?
Okay.
Here we go, Sergeant
This
Major.
wasn't on the card, by the way. Where's General Brown at? General Brown, we'll talk about this later, sir.
And you should embrace technology, because it came up with some very, very, very current things. Number one that came up, what are the biggest challenges facing the Army today, and how are we going to address them as a service?
I would argue it's the amount of changes that are taking place. I mean, I'll just address the alligator closest to the boat right now. There's a lot of changes going on, a lot. And I'm actually, again, hopefully this doesn't come off as hubris, but I'm actually pretty proud of what the Army's been doing for 2.5 years, really. And I get to cheat. I'm looking at a room full of people that have been tracking, intimately the things the Army's been doing for 2.5 years. Now there's a lot of additional things that have come out here in the last few months. I think we're all tracking that. So in addition to the transformation we were already working, there's a lot more. And as leaders, because there's a lot of leaders in this room, and I shared this with some senior sergeant majors here at lunch, I have to keep an eye on the amount of change. And the chief and I talk about this, like everybody has bandwidth, you can't keep changing so fast. You don't take time to explain why you're changing, right? You got to get the buy-in. I don't want to quote a bunch of different, Silicon Valley books, but we all read those things, like there's a process to quality change. And so that's something I'm watching, right? Like when we talk PME and all things the Senior Enlisted Council's doing, I want buy-in because I want it to change at the lowest level. I don't want compliance. I want commitment.
Yeah.
And you get commitment by explaining and getting people to understand why the change needs to happen.
So let's flip that question a little bit, SMA. We know the changes we make at the strategic level and how they're sometimes acknowledged and not and understood sometimes, right? Confusing at the lower level. When you're traveling around the Army today, what's causing chaos for the young soldiers out there? What is it that they see as challenges?
I think it's the amount of information they have. I mean, it's unprecedented. Specialist Weimer didn't have access to any information. I mean, I just call it as it was. Like, there was nobody in the barracks that had access to the information you have now. And I lived in the barracks. Like, soldiers have access, and families. Soldiers and their families are, you know, staff sergeants and buck sergeants are reading back the NDAA to me. Anybody in here, don't raise your hand, think I knew what an NDAA was when I was a staff sergeant? The answer is no. So that changes the dynamic of leadership responsibility in that formation. So now if you're a leader that doesn't understand the changes that are happening and buying in, committed to be able to articulate that down to the lowest level of leadership inside your formation, it creates tension. And I think it creates a little, you know, unnecessary chaos. I think you used the term chaos, right? I think it's a good term, but that's why I'm hard on leaders. Like, hey, you better be tracking, you better be studying, you better be learning, you better be asking smart questions. And then you got to figure out how to translate that down to your soldiers and their families.
One more from the AI assistant, because it's actually a good one. It's actually a good one. From a warfighter's perspective, where do we need help from industry?
Oof.
It's a tough one, I know.
Well, actually, it's not. I just don't want to get in trouble. It's actually not a tough one. You know, as a matter of fact, I think I dropped a question. I was at the TRADOC panel. General Mason, I think Lieutenant General Mason was narrating that one. But anyway, I dropped one and then I had to leave. I was like, dang it, I wanted to hear the answer. But I asked, I said, if one of the military people could answer this question from their perspective and one of the industry people could answer this from their perspective, I'd love to hear, where can we go faster and assume risk? Because we have to transform faster. So if industry can help us see where we can mitigate risk, because again, we got to stay legal, moral, and ethical. We don't want to lose any of the authorities that we currently have. We're actually asking for unique authorities, right? I think everybody in this room is tracking the journey of flexible funding and all the things that we're working on to be able to transform at the speed of need, because the character of war is just changing like never seen before. Where can we assume, you know, quality risk to go faster, learn faster, and actually transform our units faster? We don't have a choice.
Absolutely. All right, out to our audience, SMA. First of all, he's a big fan of your SQT. He says, thanks, fully concur on our Back to the Future with SQT. So maybe you need to have him do the video for you.
Was this the shout out? This
somebody out there, right?
Shout out. Oh, different we have two fans. Excellent.
But he would like to ask, talk about your assessment of soldier readiness as part of our delivering ready combat formations.
Somebody knows, like the readiness, the term readiness gets me fired up. So I got to be careful here. So I'm passionate about truly evaluating soldier readiness, right? Soldier readiness, like I'm going to speak of myself. Like I'm still a soldier, even though some days I wonder because of this. This is a very unique job, but I'm still a soldier. So I still get up and I do PT. And I still make sure I'm fit, right? So there's individual responsibility as a soldier, which is why I'm passionate about the sooner you can get a soldier to understand and be committed versus being compliant. This gets so much easier inside your formation. It changes the leadership dynamic in your formation when you have 3/4 of a unit you're looking at first formation, by the way, because you never outgrow first formation, that are committed. Man, they're like ready to get after it. But then there's things like SQT testing where we have to have some accountability. Like we have to have accountability. You know, we have fitness tests. I'll just say fitness tests. We have fitness tests that are for accountability purposes, right? And then there's also accountability tests that help us evaluate where we sit with our peers, right? But in the end, all of those accountability things are to make sure we can actually fight as a unit. We don't fight as individual soldiers. What was it, the soldier of one? What was the old thing we had? The soldier of one back when the Army?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
That didn't go well.
I know it didn't go well. It wasn't a great idea because we don't fight anywhere, anytime as individuals. We have individual responsibilities, but really, if a squad, platoon, company, battalion, brigade, division right now, corps can't fight together in a joint environment, what are we doing? And so readiness to me, from can you not be late to formation? Can you be in the right uniform? Can you be the Blue Book standard? All the way to, can your company in 12-month training cycle successfully do a night company live fire? Readiness gets me fired up. You know that though. That's why you like that question. So, and I have to meter myself in this space because my background's a little bit different, as most of you know, where, you know, selection was an ongoing process every day some days. Like, it wasn't a one and done. Like, you were getting evaluated and assessed every, sometimes 90 to 120 days. And if you didn't meet the standard, then you no longer worked in said organization. So now the Army's big, right? And you have to be careful with that kind of a mindset. But I want to get us back to real tangible readiness, not theoretical readiness. And I'll stop there before I get in any more trouble.
Yeah. So before I read the next, I'll just let you know who this one's from, just because you might be on the cover of it when you respond, SMA. So it's from Todd, Army Times.
Oh, hey, Todd. Good to see you.
Could you share how leaders can effectively use the time saved by adding technology to the promotion process to better mentor or develop subordinates?
Ooh, man, there's a lot there. So everything from, if I'm a platoon sergeant or a first sergeant and I'm responsible for, you know, developing all the enlisted soldiers inside my formation, I think that's an important statement. That's not TRADOC's job. That's every non-commissioned officer inside a formation's job. 22 years of service, you may see inside a TRADOC PME program 2 years or less. So whose responsibility is it to develop non-commissioned officers? Non-commissioned officers inside the formations. So leveraging technology to be able to counsel better. Well, first off, how do you evaluate your soldiers? So we're using that. We're using things like Power BI to truly measure readiness, everything from individual readiness to where are you preparing yourself to be promoted, right? Where are you on your journey for STEP? Because STEP's not a bad four-letter word. It's a real thing, but it's a journey, right? And then everything to training management, right? Every minute you save, when you sum those things up at the end of the week, the month, or the year, is time you can give back to developing soldiers. Everything. So whether it's a 6-week POI at BLC that I now maximized every hour inside that BLC, or it's in a company and that company commander and first sergeant are leveraging technology for better training management, which now automatically allows better time to coach, teach, mentor soldiers, because I'm not a react to contact mode inside the formation all the time. And I know Todd was in the Marines, so he knows what I'm talking about, like the hurry up and wait, and the like, well, I thought next week we were doing X. Nope, that changed. You just didn't get the notice. We're doing this next week. It creates chaos. And I actually know, because we're already starting to leverage some technology. I saw good stuff here. I won't mention partners by name from industry, but I saw some really good stuff that's already starting to be used. Everything from joint staff level to corps, divisions, and I think it's got application all the way down to like company level for training management.
One last question, and then I got one final question for you, SMA. I know we're running really short on time, but you're a Sergeant of the Army, so we'll just stay up here as long as we want, right? I mean, it's as the Army grows in MDO, what other changes might we see in MOS reform, like the perspective of possibly an enlisted Space Force MOS?
Yeah, I'm not gonna touch that one. What I am gonna do is I'm gonna talk about how we can't create a new MOS to solve every problem. It's not possible. We're trying to care, feed, and ensure it's quality over quantity with all our current MOSs and CMFs. I think we talked a little bit about that in the last 30 minutes with it's about quality over quantity. Because again, once you're in and you're assigned to your first unit, it's about managing talent at that point, right? Which starts with, are you really any good at your job? What we are having to do though, is we are having to, everything from, what is MDO? What are your responsibilities with MDO as a staff sergeant? What are your responsibilities as a platoon sergeant? What are your responsibilities as the brigade ops sergeant major? Right? And so instead of like creating all these one-off unicorns that every staff at Echelon needs to be good, which by the way makes you one deep, we've got to cross level that a little bit more. Now that's easy to say and hard to do, but we don't, as an Army, we cannot resource new MOSs to solve every one of our new problems. Can't do it. That's why, we're here with industry. We talk about, in the UAS world, we talk about it needs to be intuitive. It needs to have, open architecture and common controllers. And there's some things in the people space. That's why I really enjoyed the last TRADOC panel I sat on, is like how we transforming training. I think it's a key piece to that. Now, you can't expect a buck sergeant to know everything. But as you grow in your journey as a non-commissioned officer, we're going to put some more rocks in your rucksack along that journey. And a lot of those are in the MDO space.
Last one, SMA's 250th anniversary, the legacy of the American soldier. We're going to celebrate it. We've heard you and General George talk a lot about it. What can you share with us? What are we going to see around the June timeframe this year?
You're going to see a show like we've never done before. Like we are, to be honest with you, it's pretty, it's bold. Like our plan to celebrate the 250th is bold. We are going to be down on the mall. We're going to be celebrating globally, to be honest with you, depending on what time zone you're in. It won't be exactly at the same time, but even, just to give you an idea, the event that's going to take place down at the national capital, the nation's capital on the mall, we're going to broadcast it. It's going to be broadcast around the world. Like we haven't celebrated the Army's birthday, and you've done a few of these, so has SMA Grinston. I've talked to him about those too. It has never been the scale of this. But I think it's time. I think it's a neat opportunity. And there's a lot of momentum and a lot of people excited, because you can't pull something off like this by yourself. And so I haven't been given complete Durloff to share much more than that, but it's coming. And if you have an opportunity either at your home station to join the celebration, do it. And if you happen to be in the NCR at that time, you need to come on down to the mall area in front of the Capitol and White House.
Well, SMA, thanks for your time today. You're always kind to give us time to talk about all the great things our Army, our soldiers are doing, what you see in the future. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in a round of applause for our 17th Sergeant Major of the Army. Thanks, man.
Thank you, SMA Weimer and SMA Retired Daily, for a great discussion this afternoon.
So my career started as a ROTC student at St. Peter's College, which is now St. Peter's University in Jersey City. I went into the Signal Corps. I had a variety of assignments to include Germany and then at Fort Stewart, Georgia. After I was finished with Fort Stewart, Georgia, it gave me an opportunity to go to graduate school for a contract and acquisition management graduate degree, which opened the door to come up to Fort Monmouth, and because that's where I'm from. I'm from Middletown, New Jersey, and I wanted to go home. And so I was assigned to the procurement directorate, which is now the acquisition center, where there is at that time 30 officers a part of that organization, which today is probably one. There's only one officer. And then after that, I went back to the Operational Army, served some time in the 82nd Airborne Division, Korea, and a variety of other places, Carlisle Barracks, and then eventually just came back to Fort Monmouth, where I was the military deputy to Mr. Vic Felice, because again, I wanted to retire home, and the plan was to retire out of Fort Monmouth and settle down in New Jersey, but then BRAC 2005 kind of changed that for us. But that's how I came full circle to be at Monmouth inside CECOM twice. The highlights of my career included operational assignments to places like Korea, where I was the S3 for the Signal Brigade and had responsibilities for all communications on the peninsula. And then also in the 82nd Airborne Division, where I was the XO for a signal battalion there. But emotionally, best assignment was clearly my time at Fort Monmouth, because it gave me an opportunity to learn a different side of the Army, more of a strategic side of the Army. Because when I went there, I was a senior captain, and my future jobs were benefited by having knowledge of how CECOM operated, because clearly logistics is all about providing support for the people on the pointy end of the spear. I mentioned that I was an acquisition officer at CECOM. I ran what they called at that time base ops. We were the ones that supported contracts for the garrison, paying the electric bill, contracts for construction on the post. But then I was tagged to be the aide de camp for General Millett. And when you're an aide de camp, it can be kind of stressful, but that was not the case between me and General Millett. We clicked immediately. Great mentor, gave me a lot of great advice. I was able just to sit back and watch how he operated and realize the importance of treating people with respect, and then having people show that respect right back at them. So, and then of course, my second career, I worked directly for Mr. Furlise, and the same thing. Vic is an absolute superstar in our history of CECOM, and it was after 9/11, so they were exciting times in providing support to the field as we continue to operate in Iraq and Afghanistan. So 2 tours at Fort Monmouth at CECOM, both were great because of the 2 people that I worked for and worked with, quite frankly. And a lot of those guys and gals are now senior leaders here. And that's the great thing about this thing we call Team C5 ISR. None of these people, the PEOs don't work for CECOM. CECOM doesn't work for the PEOs. The CERDEC or the C5 ISR Center doesn't work for them. But all of them have come to an agreement, and this agreement stretches back to the Fort Monmouth days, that they realized if they didn't cooperate, that the only people that were going to pay was the American soldier. So that's where the term Team C5 ISR comes in, where they all just gathered around and said, we can do this together. None of us work for the same bosses, but they also tended to go from one assignment to another. So, you got Joe Welsh today, who is a C5 ISR Center director, but he was a PM in the PM world. Larry Mazzello is another great example of how he bounced around from the PM world and then wound up in CECOM. So it's a very close knit group of people here that do great things for the Army. I'm not a big believer, and I know this probably goes against a lot of the things that are going on. I'm not a big believer in working from home. This is a team sport, and you can't be a member of a team sitting behind your computer screen. It's just not the same. And we have the same challenge, quite frankly, in industry. It's a matter of relationships, getting to know people, and not getting to know them professionally quite all the time, but where are they from? How many kids do they have? All of a sudden now you're suddenly realizing that the person you thought was not a very nice person is okay. I'll give you a good example. There's a group of us that play golf on Saturday mornings, senior leaders. When we first came down here from Fort Monmouth, I knew that there were 2 senior leaders that weren't getting along. So I deliberately, because I just happen to be the guy that organizes it, I deliberately put them together to play that particular day. And I knew in my heart, either 2 things was going to happen. They would either come back really hating each other, or they would suddenly come back, finish the round of golf saying, Smitty's not a bad guy. And fortunately, the latter happened. So this is a team sport. It's a matter of relationships, and it's a matter of balance. You've got to find the right balance between what you're doing in the office at work and what you do socially and with your family and community. I think you'll find that this community is absolutely incredible in what we do outside the office to help families of the military and those of the fallen. So community, balance, and relationships.
I'm First Lieutenant Sarah Braden out of 570th Combat Engineer Company, 555 Engineer Brigade, located at JBLM, Washington. Today we're building a wet gap crossing bridge. The Royal Thai Army engineers teaching the U.S. Army engineers how to cross a wet gap here in Thailand. And this feeds into HOM and Guardian and pretty much tying together all of our capabilities and making a better cohesive team between the Royal Thai Army engineers and the U.S. Army engineers. We're out here with the Royal Thai Army, and we're assembling a improvised or hasty wet gap crossing bridge. They have more of a permanent asset, but this is their hasty that they like to employ. Coming out here, building a wet gap crossing really improves my guys in the fact that a lot of times we don't get to perform a lot of wet gap crossings, especially seeing the Royal Thai Army's capabilities gives us a better understanding of what other countries are operating on for their wet gap crossing capabilities.
So today we're doing the Biological Response Operations course. It is put on by CTOS at the Department of Energy. It is a lot on just how biological incidents happen, disbursements are used, whether they're man-made or completely natural. A lot of the guys from CTOS have incredible experience on CSTs and working with the Department of Energy and hazmat teams with fire departments all over the country on responses that they've been on. A lot of the knowledge they brought with them. So as far as academically, everything that has to do with biological agents, they've brought here. They've shrunk down to a course that even a hazmat tech like me can understand. This training has been by far my favorite one from not just CTOS, but all my chemical backgrounds. But the best part is this is a very medical-backed style training. So a lot of our medical guys are asking how we can do this again, but involve our entire medical group within the HERF and CERTPs.
My name is Captain Walter G. Desir. I am a SAPR leader currently at the Honolulu District, working as a project engineer. And today we're going to talk briefly about the SAPR leader course. So SAPR, in the word, the sappers actually originate from France, really in the 17th century. And it refers to a group of combat engineers that their role predominantly was in field fortifications, and they would dig trenches to effectively get as close as possible to fortification to fight an enemy. And so with our lineage and our connection with the French de Fleury and various other French support during the Revolutionary War, it kind of became a natural, a natural fit that the sapper tradition has fallen into the U.S. Army. And so the sappers, whenever you think about sappers, you can think about the actual 12 Bravos, who are the actual sappers, the combat engineers, in the Army. But then you also have folks like myself who are sapper leaders that have undergone the course at Fort Leonard Wood, and have now earned the sapper tab and have been designated sapper leaders who work alongside those sappers, depending on whatever unit that they are, whatever unit you get assigned to. And so to become a sapper, or in my case, a sapper leader, you have to attend a grueling course at Fort Leonard Wood, where the home of the engineers, where you get tested physically, mentally, and really emotionally. And over the course, you learn a lot about yourself, about yourself as a leader, as a teammate, and also really followership. And once you do
successfully navigate that course, you earn the Sapper Leader tab, which effectively proves that you are now a Sapper Leader. So, being a sapper, one of the things you learn once you are actually at the school is, it's a popular adage, which is that, you don't earn your own tab, but, you earn your buddy's tab, and vice versa. Your buddies earn you your own tab. And so it's this idea of service to each other. And so throughout my time in the Army, that's one thing that I've consistently experience is, whether it's in a company where you are working alongside other platoons, yes, you compete, but you're working together as a team. And that initial, experience in the Sapper Leader course, helped to bolster that and made me, I think, a better leader and a better teammate. I think, one of the main reasons why, engineers of all backgrounds should consider being, a Sapper Leader or attending the Sapper Leader course, I think it's the valuable lessons it teaches. Obviously, teamwork, but it also teaches you resiliency, learning to face obstacles, especially as an engineer, in a variety of different ways. And learning to overcome those obstacles. It pays dividend when you do get to wherever you go, whatever unit and whatever role you serve in. I think as an engineer, you learn to become almost a Swiss Army knife. And Sapper Leader course is all about teaching you to be able to function in a variety of different weather conditions and situations. And I think that would be something beneficial that any engineer can benefit from. So I think, beyond the everyday engineer soldiers, I think being a Sapper Leader, one of the things that I've learned to be, again, is just, being flexible and nimble. Whether I'm in support of, a maneuver company, learning, teaching, the ways that we as engineers, as sappers can effectively enable their operations. It's enabled me to be able to provide as much of that servant leader aspect to everything that we do as engineers, which, you hear the motto Essayons, and Essayons is something that we live, I think, daily, regardless of what unit we are in and whatever supporting role we find ourselves in. Yeah, so Essayons, in French, essayons, is a way of saying, hey, we will try, we will give it a shot. It's a way of saying, it's not meant to be ambivalent, but suggesting rather that, hey, regardless of the situation, you can count on us to give it a shot, and give it our best shot. And I think that encapsulates very well the Corps of Engineers, and especially the Sapper Leaders. I think one of the more, I would say, one of the most memorable parts, memorable memories, I think, of my time during Sapper Leader course. We were, I believe, doing one of the reconnaissance missions during the patrol lane, and out of nowhere, I think I want to say we were on the Rubidoux River, and a storm, came out of nowhere. Obviously, it's the summer in Fort Leonard Wood, and so you can certainly expect that there'll be some inclement weather. But I do remember, at a certain point, we had to pull the Zodiac boats, from the water and take cover in one of the ditches kind of near the bank of the river. And now all of a sudden the entire squad is huddled together, as close as possible, while taking cover, and that ended up being one of the most, I would say, memorable, I guess, memories, because that mission now turned into something where, one, it kind of gave us an impromptu rest, which we probably all could use. And so many of us kind of fell asleep in the storm. But the other portion of it too is, it just draw us closer in ways that we just didn't anticipate, just because we were experiencing something, we were experiencing the ferocity of nature, but we had each other there, during that time as well. And so it's certainly one of my most memorable moments of Sapper Leader Course. I mean, really, I think, when it comes to Sapper School or Sapper Leader Course, I think, overall, there's a lot of benefits to attending, or, to, just to be able to, what it does, I think, for an engineer, I think it bolsters you. One, it makes you much more efficient, I think, as a small unit tactician. But it also makes you just, I think, a better soldier. And so, would recommend it for anyone who's thinking about it, who has the opportunity presents themselves. If you do get the chance to attend, Sapper School, by all means, I highly recommend it.
All right, well, good morning, everybody. So that was a test. At first I looked, I said, holy smokes, is it me? I can't see the video. You think you're getting old. Maybe it's, maybe something's going on there. But anyway, that was a test. You're supposed to visualize the 250th birthday and get motivated from that. I think Sergeant Major got it, right? Yeah, you had to have your nods on. Okay, anyway. All right, well, good morning. Hey, thanks, the last day, and we've got a great lineup, a busy morning. Because of some schedule changes and so forth, but it's going to be fantastic. I'd like to thank SCI Technology for that breakfast and coffee. Everybody hopefully took advantage of that. All right. And so I'm going to kick it off right away because we've been waiting. We thought we'd get General Rainey earlier in the week, but we're very fortunate to have him this morning. This guy, I tell you, when you look at the perfect individual to be in the right job at the right time in Army Futures Command. And what he's done since 2022 when he's come in has really taken it to the next level. Obviously, unbelievable background that he's got, multiple combat deployments, commanded every level from platoon all the way to division, then had, easy jobs like G357 of the Army, an easy job, kind of cush job. And then the Intellectual Center of the Army, a Combined Arms Center, Leavenworth, commanded there. But we're very fortunate and put some pressure on him because I said, he's always fantastic. Every time I hear General Rainey, I just go away thinking, wow, we're in great shape because, when you think this morning, he'll present ideas that are spot on about the future and just shows the value of what we're doing, working closer with industry, with Futures Command to make sure the Army is set for the future. So without further ado, General Jim Rainey.
Thanks, sir. All right. Thanks, everybody. Good morning. If you were at my talk yesterday afternoon, I will try and not repeat myself, but General Brown gets his money's worth out of me. My wife, Tracy, our great Chief of Staff and Secretary, and General Brown keep me moving on my toes. So thanks. Hey, thanks to AUSA. I'm a big fan of a great organization that we do a lot. They do a lot of stuff, but that they advocate for soldiers, spouses, Army kids, families. We're not talking about that a whole lot down here, but that alone is a good reason to spend some time with our great AUSA. City of Huntsville, man, it's awesome down here. It's just every time I come, it's just unbelievable. Friendly people, beautiful place to be. So thanks for hosting again. Army Material Command, Chris Mohan, our great leader there, and that whole team. It's awesome for AFC because we basically just get to show up and it's like going to see your best friend, hanging out at his house, eating his food, then leaving. So it's awesome. Hopefully you don't have to clean up too much after us. I appreciate it. And to industry, all the industry teammates out there, one, thanks for supporting AUSA, but most importantly, thanks for supporting our soldiers and our great Army and being teammates with this. I think about industry partners the way combatant commanders think about partners and allies. You can't get this done by yourself. It's going to take a team of teams. So I was thinking about talking. This is the third time I've spoke down here as the AFC commander. First time was heavy on the future of war. Second time I talked about process and process reform, things I thought we needed to do better. So rather than, those are the two things. So I thought I'd use my time today to do some updates and then hopefully take some questions. So the future of war, I believe the things that are not changing. So I always encourage people, if you're trying to figure out the future, nobody's going to get it right. It's don't be really wrong, so you got to think about it. And even if you did figure it out, it's going to change, a couple thousand times. So it's about thinking about and paying attention to the future, and start with things that are not changing. War remains a human endeavor. It's a contest of will between human beings. There's no indications looking at anything going on that is changing. It's good news for the U.S. military and especially the U.S. Army because our people are our number one asymmetric advantage. So that's a good thing. Second thing is the land domain. It is still a decisive domain. We fight as a joint force, but any idea that there's some change that is suddenly going to make the land not decisive is I see no indications of that. Again, good for the United States Joint Force because the Army, Marine Corps, Special Forces remain the premier land force in the world. And we are absolutely going to need to do things like fight in cities, close with and destroy enemies, in the most horrific conditions that's been a constant throughout the history of warfare. That last 500 meters of fighting when nothing's working, that's not going away. There's no technological solution that's going to offset that. So our ethics, one, our people, two, our ability to do all arms maneuver warfare, underpinned by just ruthless and rigorous approach to training, the way we train, sustaining those two things are must-dos. Then we can start talking about transformation, if that makes sense to everybody. So those are not changing. At the same time, holy crap, last year, I was like, 2 years ago, I'm like, hey, things are changing. It's disruptive, most disruptive period ever. Just more cowbell. I mean, it's more disruptive, faster. Adaptation cycles are compressing. Complexity is going through the roof. Technological breakthroughs are coming in. I was talking to some of the best AI people in the country a couple days ago. It looks like the Moore's law for artificial intelligence is running like about 7 months, 6 or 7 months. What we can do with artificial intelligence is doubling. So that's one, a great opportunity, and two, a little bit frightening if you think about it. So what is interesting? So most interesting to me and for our industry teammates and for the leaders that are out in formations who are thinking about, what's the next time we fight going to look like? I'll give you a few. Data-centric warfare. So you're always going to have a pace plan, hand and arm signals, tracer rounds are going to be part of the future of command and control if we fight somebody really good. But at the high end, the potential to move from stovepipe, siloed mission command systems, big batteries, big talks, that's over. So the Army's moving to data-centric warfare, which is going to unlock all the potential that's coming with large language models, really good commercial tech that can get you out of command posts and let you maintain a common operating picture on the battlefield. So data-centric warfare that empowers our commanders, which again is one of our asymmetric advantages. Another one, and I talked about this a little bit last night, but most of us grew up fighting, looking at problems and deciding between a mass solution or a precision solution. So in the fights I've been in, you know, am I calling 155 ammo and a lot of it and adjusting it and doing it again? Or am I flying some precision munition through somebody's radar, command post, forehead, you know? So am I going with precision? Am I going with mass? It looks like one of the big observations, especially what's happening in Ukraine and Russia right now, and don't get me wrong, 155, you know, HE artillery is not going away. It's still the #1 killer everywhere. But it looks like technology is creating an opportunity to be precise and mass effects at the same time. Really interesting. So imagine instead of calling a battalion 3 of artillery, you can fly that many UAVs with an equal kinetic payload and fly it, and it hits 10-digit grids. So that's really, really fascinating and something that we're paying close attention to. I'll tell you another one. Seek and strike. So it applies to both sides, but the ability to find things and strike them versus the ability to protect yourself from the enemy's ability to do that. So seek and, the hunter-hunted, advantage, that gap was already wide. That's why the U.S. Army, and you talk to anybody who's ever fought it, they'd much rather be in the offense and have the initiative, because once you stop, a lot of advantage confers to the person who's moving. But so what's happening with technology, especially sensing, and the precision mass thing I was just talking about, the gap between your ability to find somebody and hit them and their ability to protect themselves is wider than I've ever seen it. So closing that gap so that we can protect things and protect our formations is one of the things we're really interested in and spending a lot of time. Human machine integration, right? Not replacing humans with robots, but figuring out how to combine our great people with unmanned systems. And I use that term deliberately. That's, UAS, UGS, surface, subsurface, subterranean. We need to think about unmanned systems holistically. I've said before, as concerning and fascinating as what's going on with UAVs right now in Ukraine and Russia, I believe that's the leading edge of what's going to be a major disruption of the land domain by ground unmanned systems. Because technology is finally getting, what happened to the air domain in 99, 2000, 2001 with the onset of UAS is what we are witnessing happen to the land domain. The physics of land are harder, so now technology is finally getting to where it's really going to be disruptive. But again, it's not to replace our people. That's the wrong way to think about it. In fact, there's a lot of evidence that as you inject unmanned systems, you might actually have an initial increase in the number of people, but they'll be farther away from the point of contact. So maybe a little bit more people. There's not some great personnel savings to be realized in the near term by autonomy. What we're trying to offset is the risk. How do we use unmanned machines to make first contact with the enemy? The most precious thing we have is the soldier in a rifle squad. So let's not have them enter a building first with their face. Let's not ever again find an IED with a vehicle that has human beings in it. Let's not go breach minefields or find the leading edge of minefields with people. right? The days of big BSAs and DSAs and aviation assembly areas, those are not things in the future. Those are unsurvivable. Unfortunately for folks like General Hoyle and General Mohan and General Donahue, is none of the work that happens there is going away. So we got to rethink how we do that. I think there's a big autonomy opportunity in our sustainment enterprise, and General Mohan and I are spending a lot of time. I'm more interested in how would you build an autonomous, a human machine combination in a FARP than I am about autonomous, helicopters, to be honest with you, because that's something we got to figure out. So human and unmanned system integration, and then offense and defensive fires. There are a lot of great capabilities in the Army and great companies in industry that kind of do, we're the counter UAS active protection system guys, or we're the, red god of war guys. We're shooting things at people. We really need that to come together. We really need to merge offense and defensive fires. We are not going to have the luxury of taking a round with one set of radars, effectors, and leadership, and then passing it across the talk for somebody to shoot back. We really got to bring those two together. Data-centric warfare and AI, precision and mass, creating a great opportunity. The seek, strike versus protect gap is going the opposite direction. Human machine integration, offense and defensive fire. So what, right? So adaptability and endurance. Adaptability and endurance. Those are going to be two key characteristics. And listen, I just want to be super clear. These are additive, right? The ability of our combat formations to shoot, move, communicate, train their ass off, and be well led by non-commissioned officers and commanders. None of that is going away, right? And that's really what deters people. Nobody wants to fight the pointy end of the United States Army. So these things are in addition to maintaining excellence in land warfare. These are things we got to add, which is complicated. So based on all that, endurance, soldiers are going to have to be tougher, stronger. The horror of war, if we fight large scale operations, is going to be, unprecedented. So we need tough, disciplined soldiers that are well led, all the way to the endurance of our country in what I refer to as the American industrial base, because it's going to take more than just defense companies. And the bringing that to bear is even more complicated, because unlike something like 155, which you can fix by stockpiling it and storing it, things like good robots, good software, good UAVs, good unmanned systems, you can't say, okay, we need to stockpile them, because 6 months later, you're not going to want what you just bought. So it's a manufacturing challenge of how do you build something against a sustained rate with the ability to just